Welcome to day 2 here at the GRIDLIFE Festival at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Friday, yesterday, saw the opening of track action. People starting to set quick lap times, and in track battle time attack, they certainly did. In track mod, street, club TR, and club SC, we had records broken, and everyone's going to be looking to dial in some quicker times here today. Today, we're also going to see qualifying action for our racing categories. That's the rush cars. That's IBOC, GLTC, and GT. That all happens today around one of the best racetracks in the country. Founded in 1957, this 2.24 mile road course is one of the most iconic racing venues anywhere in America. Let's take a look around where the competitors will be racing today.
The magnificent Pacific coast of California. Today, we move inland over the majestic hills into the internationally known Laguna Seca.
The corner behind me here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is one of the most famous corners on the planet. It's a 4-story drop that everybody always talks about whenever you come here. There are some corners globally that are just recognized by name. Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, and the Corkscrew. But sometimes it's the corners that are less talked about that are even more impressive. The original configuration took drivers through a very fast downhill left kink at turn 1, which cut through to what is now turn 5. It was an incredibly fast sequence with a huge compression, and speeds climbed over 150 miles an hour before the left-hander after the bridge at turn 6. The original track was 1.9 miles in length, but in order to satisfy MotoGP's minimum track length requirements, they added about 4/10 of a mile, including Andretti hairpin turns 3, 4, and 5, bringing the total length of the track up to about 2.24 miles in 1988. This is turn 6. It doesn't have a name or the global recognition of the Corkscrew just up the hill. But what it does have is this huge compression here, this massive curb on the inside. It requires so much precision to get this just right. If you miss the apex by a foot, you're off by 20 feet at the exit. And if you get a little too tight to the apex, you hit this thing, this big nasty yellow curb, and this will send you for the ride of a lifetime here at Laguna Seca. The entrance to turn 6 is blind and incredibly fast under the bridge. And when you finally get to the corner, you hit the ground so hard in its compression as the banking falls away from you that the cars actually gouge the racetrack. There's lines drilled into the pavement here from cars slamming this lap after lap after lap. It's a true test of a car setup and a driver's bravery.
Over my shoulder, thousands of spectators are getting ready to watch the world's fastest sports cars as they blaze around this road course. 25 of the world's best drivers, 14,000 horsepower waiting to be let loose. The Laguna Seca Can-Am race is about to get underway.
WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, built originally in 1957, didn't always look like this, but it's a 2.238 mile road course that hosts round 8 of 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE Laguna event. Here we go as we head down to the first couple of corners. Turn 1, a fast downhill left-hand kink, just like it was in 1957. Then the Andretti hairpin at turn 2 before 2 right-handers, very flat, 3 and 4, lead up to this turn 5. Climb the hill up to turn 6, Jacob Gettins, and then you head to the Corkscrew.
Yeah, the iconic Corkscrew that, I mean, it takes a lot of the highlights, but as you talked about, turn 6, arguably more important. You don't get that right, you don't get that setup correct, you're going to be chasing it all the way up the hill to try and gain some speed, and then, yeah, manage through that Corkscrew, which a lot of drivers have done really well, although we've already seen spin-outs, and then down the hill into rainy curve, where I mean, it's just all send all the way through that section.
Yeah, then down through rainy curve, a fast downhill left, you're leaning on the camber, it flattens out in a big way before turn 10, to the right, and then turn 11, a great passing opportunity before you head back onto the front straightaway to complete a lap. If you do it all right, about 1 minute and 38 seconds in GRIDLIFE GT or GRIDLIFE TC machinery. But we've had one day of action so far, primarily for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack Championship. We saw drift on track yesterday and all of our wheel-to-wheel series for practices. On track now is the GRIDLIFE Rush Series warm-up, but let's have a look back at yesterday and the action we saw, Jacob. A lot of unique cars here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the legends out there, seeing, I mean, just incredible builds as we kind of get a quick spotlight here on some of the rush cars and some of the drift cars. It's it was an action-packed day, but it's really just warming up, and things today are going to get pretty heated.
They certainly are, and of course, there's so many drivers that are joining us for the first time this weekend in IBOC, GLTC, and GRIDLIFE GT. We saw Colin Zielinski out there slipping and sliding in front of Larry Chen with the Supra chase car down the Corkscrew, but a little bit of everything, including Danny Aitken in a Pikes Peak Hill Climb Chevy SS. CFCP are out there with their Audi S4 drifting. Jackie Ding chasing records records in track mod, but he's got some fierce competition in that category here this weekend. But with all that out of the way, Baton Rosenberg in Eibach GLTC is here as the champion. But we saw a little bit of preview of what we're going to get, but as we head now down to the racetrack, have a look at the beautiful sights of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's a little foggy looking here this morning, but we're about ready to get racing, or at least qualifying for GRIDLIFE GT here. Jacob Gettens, our fastest wheel-to-wheel category, at least most powerful, at least on paper.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited for this. I mean, our first full qualifying session to kick the weekend off, and it's such a unique build-out for this particular section of racing. I mean, 8.9 pounds per horsepower, which I think is a great balance, allows for a pretty diverse range of vehicles, and what you might think would do really, really well. I mean, everybody's still chasing down one driver driving a Honda, and you think of GT, you start to think of these giant-bodied cars, but really, because of the rule set, it's open to some pretty vague interpretation of what is going to be faster on this track.
Yeah, we also have some multi-class racing to contend with here this weekend. We'll have individual sessions here for qualifying for all of our wheel-to-wheel racing, and once again, we've also got the GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying coming up later today. That will set the grid here for the first race of the weekend just after lunch. But again, I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettens. We've got Jonathan Grace down on pit lane, and Jacob, the energy is picking up here. As we rolled in this morning, the campgrounds are starting to fill out. The paddock is filled out. We've got over 150 cars here competing this weekend in various classes, but there's a look at that paddock, and it is packed full. We've got JVB on stage tonight with a whole host of others exploring and experiencing GRIDLIFE Laguna, sometimes for the first time.
Yeah, it's if you're going to be coming out to GRIDLIFE for the first time, this is quite the one to do it at. But I mean, I know you've been around GRIDLIFE obviously a very, very long time, and it's amazing to see how it's developed over the years, from just having a small stage in the middle of Gingerman to now taking over so many iconic racetracks, and this is no different. Just to put GRIDLIFE and Laguna Seca together in one sentence is just an incredible feat.
It is, and again, this racetrack is historic, and as far as the racetracks on our calendar, we go to some very historic places. Think of Road America or Lime Rock Park, but this one is sort of built in that 1950s boom, right?
Yeah.
Where racetracks had to be built because you couldn't race on public roads anymore. That's why this racetrack was built. The nearby Pebble Beach Road Race is deemed too dangerous, and a group of local businesses and investors put this together and built this racetrack in 1957. It's been here ever since. Looking down at the racetrack, and you see some of the Club SC cars paddocked there. Actually, all of them are paddocked in that one spot. They've been battling this weekend in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, but you see fans walking around kind of exploring the early morning here, and actually it's really nice to know that we've got our schedule on schedule, because that marine layer that always plagues the morning here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca has stayed away.
Yeah, it seemed, I mean, it's still here. It just stayed above the race surface, which is great. Made for a very cool morning, which a lot of the drivers are pretty happy about. The other part that's been interesting is how early everybody kind of got in this morning. There's a bit of a buzz in the paddock pretty early on. I think it was here around a little after 7. A lot of drivers already getting things set up, getting things ready. Didn't hear any grinders going, so that's always a good sign. No welders clicking away. So it seems like everybody's pretty well sorted, but very, very eager to get things going. So we've already got Rush out on track. It looks like they're just pulling into the pits now. So we'll be getting our GT qualifying started here very, very shortly. And I'm, as I said, I'm very excited. A lot of big stories coming out of this. Obviously, the championship is getting kind of pulled away, but a lot of stories that'll be able to file in below it, and a lot of new drivers local to the area coming out and kind of want to flex on some of the East Coast drivers who've made the trip over.
Yeah, certainly. Have a look at the weather here. Kind of between Salinas and Monterey, California. 62 degrees air temperature. It's a cool morning here, but it is humid. 88% humidity. Is that 86 or 88? 86%. And just a little bit of a breeze out of the northwest, 4 miles an hour. That will be of no concern to us. The important piece there is there's no precipitation on the radar. Not that you'd expect a ton here. If you look at the grounds around here, it doesn't look like it gets water all that much throughout the year, but I'm sure there's just like Sonoma, California, it gets a little bit of rain towards the winter months, and I'm sure green WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is an awful pretty sight.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen photos and stuff. It would be incredible to see it here, but that's just the weather that we're handed, and I'll take these cool temps, the light wind, and a little bit of overcast. Doesn't play any glare towards the drivers. Yesterday morning when we got into our first sessions, sun was pretty heavy. It was hot. It basically brought up the track temps very, very quickly, and a couple of drivers I chatted with talked about some of the glare you get coming in and out of the hills. So right now, nice flat light. It can be a little deceiving sometimes when you got that, but either way, I'm sure they'll take these beautiful conditions to get the day rolling.
And look at this, the climb up over the top of the corkscrew. 4-story drop there, but it is one of the most spectacular corners in the world in and that opening piece, you know, we talk about how that's one of the maybe the 5 most famous corners on the planet when it comes to racing. Yeah, sure, Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, the carousel at the Nordschleife.
Yeah,
but the corkscrew belongs in that conversation, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. And it's anytime a corner gets a name, there's always a story behind it. There's something going on as to why that is. Sometimes those stories are tragic, and sometimes they're iconic. And I mean, here it's just a wild set of corners to be able to take, and requires just a different set of driving skills and mental skills to be able to just send that car up over a blind crest, and then try and pick your braking points to set things up correctly going into the downhill.
So let's talk a little bit about the new thing that we're going to experience here with our GRIDLIFE GT and IBOC GLTC series. When we go racing later today, we're going to have them as a combined race. They're going to run in a multi-class format, the first time that we've ever done that here in GRIDLIFE. But for qualifying, we're going to split them out into their own run groups. So GRIDLIFE GT is going to get their own set of track time. IBOC GLTC drivers will get their own set of track time. But when we go racing later, they will have to contend with traffic from both categories. And given the lap times we've seen this weekend, I'm not really expecting a huge disparity here. There's not a lot of straightaway like a place like Road America for the GT cars to utilize their extra power. They've got a little more weight, and sometimes those IBOC GLTC cars are even better in the corners than the GT ones.
Yeah, it'll make it really interesting, and just another dynamic that the drivers are going to have to contend with. You might be fighting through a little bit of traffic, or if you have a corner that doesn't go so well and you get a pass from another class, now you're kind of sitting behind them for a little bit looking for your next advantage. And for the GT class in particular, as you said, there's the downhill might work out all right for them, Rainy Corner in particular, but it's going to be that front straight. But they've got to come through a pretty tight corner in 11 and really get the power down, and they may not even be able to make that pass until almost turn 1, just based on the setup of the vehicle. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to make it a lot of fun, a little more difficult for us, but for everybody watching at home, you'll be able to cover everything on those two classes. Keep an eye on the left part of your screen and start keeping an eye on where those placements are as those vehicles go head-to-head. Yeah,
in just a moment, the GRIDLIFE GT cars will take to the racetrack, and it's a relatively small field here this weekend. We're looking at 9 cars, but that will give you plenty of space to run your own laps. The drivers we should be talking about in this session certainly are Colin King, the number 21 Viking Performance C5 Corvette. Won a couple races at Autobahn Country Club, won a race or two at Road America earlier this year. Perhaps the favorite to win here this weekend, but Hans Horpedal in a silver C5 is a driver to watch out for. Chris DeLucia, all the way from New York in his BMW M3. He's a driver to watch here this weekend. Jordan Wisely, hometown hero from KDM Tuners with a Hyundai Veloster N. That car is a rocket ship, and we're excited to see that take the road as well. So there's a lot of drivers to keep our eyes on that are from all over the country, and some are here for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm actually a massive Veloster fan. I've never owned one, but I like the unique body styling on it. The door concept is really strange, but I think it's kind of neat. So yeah, lots of really, really cool stories. Lots of new drivers as we talked about as well. So it'll be interesting to see how everybody ends up stacking up. And this track is a pretty good equalizer, because you can have a lot of that straight line speed, you can have that horsepower advantage, but because of the few tight sections, the Andretti hairpin, turn 11 as well, that doesn't always play into your favor. All that extra weight, you got to get slowed down to get into those tighter sections. So just because you've got that horsepower advantage does not necessarily mean you're going to be walking away with a really good qualifying time here this morning.
Yeah, some other cars to note there. That Lotus Exige, that's Charles Spence in the number 9, the 2007 Lotus Exige. Really cool to have one of those cars here this weekend. We've got Anthony Scafuto in a 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. That looks very GRIDLIFE GT to me. We've also got David Calzada here all the way from Illinois in his Mazda MX-5 Miata, and Stephen Brighton in a 2005 Nissan 350Z. And he told me the other day, he goes, someone else built this car, I just drive it, I'm a Cole Trickle kind of guy.
Oh, love it.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, there's something nice about that, though, where you can just focus on driving, and you're not maybe worrying as much about wrenching it or dealing with it afterwards. So I do think there is an inherent advantage for drivers that can just show up and just drive and not have to worry about the logistics or, getting everybody lunch or something like that. That can mean that your focus is on one goal, and that is going as fast as you possibly can.
So working their way around here for the warm-up lap, and there's Colin King in that aforementioned Corvette. They found some things with this car that should help the handling quite a bit after their run at Autobahn Country Club. And heads back up towards turn number 5. Again, currently on that infield section, we'll call it, kind of on the inside of the lake bed. That was added to that 1988 expansion I talked about in the opener. And King coming all the way across the country, throttling up the hill for his first lap. And then into turn 6, you see that blind crest? Jump on the brakes, make this left-hand corner. Do not hit that yellow curb on the inside. Turn 6 was a trouble spot yesterday. We saw a couple cars in track battle have some issues.
Yeah, there's been a few spots that way. We saw, notably, as you said, into the track battle. Basically, every class, somebody had a bit of an incident, either trying to come too tight into the corkscrew. You'll see that yellow pyramid there. Please do not hit that. That is going to do a ton of damage. We saw a GTR spin out going into the corkscrew. Saw a few different things. A Fit taking a bit of a dive into the gravel. So this track it has its width. It's got a great layout. Amazing racing line, but it will bite back very, very hard. And the upside is that this track has been around for so long that a lot of these drivers know and understand exactly how to take the corners and how they need to be driving it. But just because they know that doesn't mean they're able to do it.
That Porsche is really neat. That's Rob Tuschowski in the Porsche 911. Super cool to see a car like that out here in GridLife GT. But first cars across the stripe here. One of the critical things about any new racetrack for some of the drivers that are traveling here is understanding where you can find speed after the couple of practice sessions yesterday. And the good news is GridLife GT has Firelapse as the official data provider, and these cars are running Firelink devices that will automatically upload their lap information to the Firelapse service, which will allow them to basically overview their data, and it'll compare all their laps to all the other laps that have ever been run here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca with drivers that can upload data via their AIM or any other device. And basically an AI algorithm will analyze their laps and say, hey, you can brake a little later here, you can accelerate a little sooner there, and compare your top speeds or your min speeds, and you can really get a good understanding of how you can improve. And when a condensed weekend like this at a place that's very expensive to come out and test at, that kind of information is critical. The other cool thing is that those Firelinks, that live data streaming, we are going to be able to check in on that during this session and look at some of that data and compare and contrast, and again, all thanks to Firelapse and the onboard Firelinks that some of these cars are carrying here this weekend. So it should be really cool to look at that once we get a couple laps under our belt here.
Yeah, and I think too, every competitor is able to see that as well. Like that's an advantage across the board, and when everybody has an advantage, no one has the advantage. So it'll be interesting for some drivers to be able to look in and go, how is this guy going through this corner that quickly? And you can start to understand, like, oh, he's braking 6 feet, later than I am, and might give you a bit more strength to try something that maybe you wouldn't have previously. So starting to see a few people coming through the Carousel King, first time on the board, getting that kicked off with a 137.6. So it's still lots of time to be able to come in on that. And Horpadal 135 already times dropping real early in this session, but I expect them to continue to drop as this track rubbers in a little bit. We've got the cold temps, but as everyone builds up a little bit more confidence, those times will drop pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chris DeLucia in that number 40. That is a car all the way from New York State, and he was with us at Lime Rock Park. The cool story behind that car was he was in another event at Lime Rock Park about a month before our Circuit Legends event and backed that car into the wall at the top of the uphill and had to basically glue on the tail of another M3 that he dug out of the woods.
Wow.
And just did that in a couple of weeks and then went out to Lime Rock Park and ran top 5 there. So really impressive drive for DeLucia, and then of course trailered it all the way across the country.
Yeah. Hey, we've had a lot of competitors drive their cars out, but I think in the GT class it might be a little bit more difficult to have that feat of driving coast to coast in that type of car. So, although from the outside it looks like you take the wing off, that might just fit right in traffic.
Here's a look at some of our speeds that we're seeing here on the opening lap of qualifying. These GLGT cars equipped with those Firelinks. Hans Horpadal, 128 miles an hour on the front straightaway. And look at the min speeds there. That will be at the corkscrew, either the corkscrew or turn 11. And Colin King at 36 miles an hour, the slowest of those 3 that we see there. And Chris DeLucia sort of on a warm-up. You see that sort of reflected in his 7th best qualifying time so far, but we'll likely see him pick up a little bit. Looks like he's going much faster here on lap 2.
Yeah, the spread's not too bad as drivers trying to figure out their pace coming into this first set of laps, and some of them might be running a lot. A lot of them right now are running kind of that full fuel load, maybe try to get things sorted out, and then as that weight starts to come off and they get a little bit more ballsy as they get into these corners, we'll continue to see sector times and lap times drop down, and as well as that straight line speed come up just a little bit more.
Across the start-finish line there, here comes Tuschowski up to 4th place, knocks Wisely down. Scafuto in the Chevrolet Camaro up to 4th place now. And here comes the number 40 of Chris DeLucia, now up to 4th. So it looks like 4th is the popular hot potato position here so far.
Yeah, it might be a little bit tough based on those lap times to really get in and take down Harpadal. It's not a massive qualifying session. These drivers did get a bunch of time yesterday in practice. Most of them got full sessions out of it. Saw a few cars head back to the garage a bit early, have a bit of wrenching to do, but altogether, this class so far has been very, very tidy. And what that's going to mean is that this qualifying session should be very, very competitive, especially on the pointy end of the stats.
Hans Horpedal was working on a wing repair earlier in the weekend, and here's a look at the sector times. This is a new graphic here for this event, and you can see there Chris DeLucia fastest in Sector 3. Now, Sector 3 is a real short one here. They've split the sectors based on an algorithm, and basically Sector 3 is leaving turn 11 up to the stripe there, but DeLucia got a great run, and that was what put him 4th quick. But Hans Horpedal the quickest in Sectors 1 and 2 so far. I mentioned just a second ago that he had some wing damage to repair. Yesterday, he could only manage about 65 miles an hour at the turn 6 speed trap, so we'll see if he can pick that up here now that he's got his wing bolted back on the car.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I mean, picking up Sector 3 and being able to take that, not able to supersede what all was going on with Horpedal, who just seems to have all these corners completely locked in. So, well, maybe that tighter corner advantage will work out a little bit better in turn 1 and Sector 1 as well. But for right now, it's still Horpedal kind of taking the reins over everybody.
Yeah, Lotus Exige here. Again, this is Charles. This is Spence, rather. Just want to make sure I have the name right. Charles Spence, the 2007 Lotus Exige S, the number 9. Don't see a lot of Lodi in GRIDLIFE competition.
Is that the plural for Lotus?
Lotuses, I don't know. Your guess is
Lotus
as good as mine.
Yeah.
But really cool cars, and glad to have one here in GRIDLIFE GT this weekend. Of course, you don't see a lot of Porsche 911s of this vintage in GRIDLIFE wheel-to-wheel competition. And Tchaikovsky, 7th quick here in that car. That thing looks so good.
Yeah, it looks incredible for Levosky out on track right now. Not too far off the pace, just a few tenths able to pull it up. So showing that BMW is able to clean things up and get in there. So for a few of the competitors, I mean, it's there. I mean, the lap time is there, the chassis and the platform is there. But for right now, Levosky needs to clean up at least one of those sectors to overtake Horpedal, who's just on a heater.
Just a moment ago, looks like a little bit of a spin there at turn 10 for Charles Spence in the Lotus. Just got it a little bit wrong, and that tells me that the balance of that car is shifted a little bit too far forward, and I wonder if they can maybe adjust that rear wing to balance out the downforce a bit more. That's a pretty fast turn there for a GRIDLIFE GT car, probably in the range of 70 to 80 miles an hour, so you're starting to lean on your wing, but just got a little bit wrong, and he'll carry on.
Yeah, get a little bit more angle on that rear wing, try and bring some of the balance to the rear and sort that out a little bit, but it didn't look like it stepped out that bad, so it's not going to be a massive adjustment on that one, just a bit more downforce. I mean, the downside with that, though, obviously losing a little bit of time in the straight line, so we'll see if that's something where they have the time to be able to get that adjusted before the end of the session. If not, more or less just live with it through qualifying and know that you got a spot through there. You might have to lift a little more than you really want to.
Yeah, there's Colin King again, only 4th quick here so far. I'm a little bit surprised. You see the little bit of puff of smoke out the right rear tire of that car, and that's that compression at turn 6 that we talked about. And turn 6 is a corner I spoke about in the open, and there's a reason why. It's a really high commitment corner, and I mentioned yesterday Hans Horpedal struggling with his speed through that section. If we take a look at the fire laps data here, have a look at Hans Horpedal that time, only 66 miles an hour, but look at Chris DeLucia, 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty wild to carry that much speed to that section. So, gotta have a lot of confidence to be able to do that. It's just not it's a scary spot to carry that much speed.
Yeah, as Colin King works his way around trying to get back up on pole ahead of Hans Horpedal. Jonathan Grace caught up a little earlier with Colin King to talk about fire laps and how that fire link has helped him here in GRIDLIFE GT.
Colin King, one of our GLGT competitors. We know that Fire Laps is the data partner, right, for GRIDLIFE, something that helps you guys out a lot in the car, but I'm curious how you utilize it once you get out of the car and actually start pouring through some of the data.
Well, it has like some AI algorithm in it. So when I get off track, usually, then I get like an email right away, and it clicks like Analyze Session, and then after that it'll tell me exactly each part that I can gain, like, and how much time I can gain, down to, I think, like 1,000th of a second. So it'll tell me exactly what I need to do to get faster, and it's honestly helped me so much in so many ways that, like, every track I've been to, so.
What are some of the ways it's been helping you just in the laps you've gotten this weekend here at Laguna Seca?
Well, it told me how to get more time out of turn 6. It told me I was turning in too early. It said brake later, turn in later, get on gas earlier, and therefore to get more time out of it, and it worked, so.
Right on. Well, best of luck continuing to chip away. Best of luck the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, great little look into how drivers are utilizing that data. And Colin King plunging down the hill now. And look, his last lap time, a 1:36. So just trying to find a little bit more consistency here in this session. And we'll keep looking at things like the sectors as well to kind of keep an idea, Jacob, of where he's finding time or where he's lacking time relative to Hans Horpedal, who we saw really quick in those opening 2 sectors. But here he comes up onto the front straightaway again.
Yeah, see if he can chip away on that lap. We saw a lot of compression coming through the corkscrew, so he's carrying a lot of speed through that section and picks up a bit of time there, 1:35.061, so bumps him up into 3rd. Still not quite where he needs to be to take the top spot here in qualifying, but ultimately being in a great spot when we get things going. And there's our sector time, so picking things up really, really well in the first sector. But what's interesting is across these different chassis, we can see our top 3 all making gains in different parts. So based on car setup and even just how the driver prefers to take different sectors of this, that also tells me nobody is really walking away with this lap time right now. Everyone's got a few spots that they can fight back and take it. So DeLucia, sector 2, doing a great job, and then Horpedal, sector 3, making a little bit of extra time there, but not a ton, so less than a tenth across the board. It'll be interesting how everybody starts to fight back and chip away at those different parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, so Hans Horpedal, and then the 76 car that's right behind him, that's Maxwell Lazowski in a 1996 BMW 3 Series. He's up to 3rd place, and Chris DeLucia just went to the top of the board, 1:34.220. So new provisional pole sitter now, as qualifying is close to wrapping up here.
Yeah, so that BMW really starting to wake up as we get a little bit later on in the session. So we'll see if Horpedal wants to answer back or if he's happy where he is. I mean, I think any competitor is going to maybe catch that, understand where they're sitting now, and start to battle back a little bit. So yeah, for Horpedal could be sector 3, as now we're getting a bit of a pass there. If not, looks like the Camaro overtaking the Lotus. 2 different lines coming through that section. So a lot of weight on that Camaro. This is what's really great about GT in particular, is you've got 2 very different modalities when it comes to setting up a race car. You've got a very slick Lotus, a lot less weight in it, maybe not quite the same grunt that you're going to get out of the Camaro. That's a little more blocky, a little more, when I think of a GT car, that's what I more or less picture, but all the speed and all the grip, especially coming into this section, so she'll be able to pull a pretty good gap coming through our front straight.
Yeah, have a look again on the right side of the screen there with the braking for us. Colin King, 1.4 Gs. He said that he needed to brake later to make some lap time, and that's exactly what he has elected to do. And this will also give us cornering force as well. And to the left, look at Colin King, matched to Chris DeLucia,
wow.
But King 1.73 Gs to the left, DeLucia 1.73 Gs to the right. So they're pulling a lot of Gs for 200 treadwear street tires.
Yeah, King's making it up in the braking, though, it seems, and as he talked about for 6, having to brake a little bit later, turn in a little bit later, and get on the power. So it looks like he's taking that AI advice pretty wholeheartedly and making the best of it.
Stephen Bright here in this Nissan 350Z. This is a car put together by Jeremy Salinius, another one of our GridLife track battle competitors. And Stephen was really fun to chat with the other day. He was very smiley, and I asked him about that, and he said, well, the day I was born, I was smiling so much that my dad called me son. So
Love it.
but just super bright, and as he heads up the hill.
Yeah, not having the laps that he maybe would be hoping for with the LSZ, so should be able to pick up a little bit more time than the 1:47 that he's currently on. I'm not sure if it's a comfortability thing or where he's really at, given the build quality of that vehicle at this time.
Yeah, and he's won some NASA championships in this car. He's out of Kansas City, Missouri, so he's definitely spent a lot of time in the kind of mid-America region of grassroots motorsports, which is pretty strong. There's a lot of road courses out there, some really interesting racetracks, and he's been very successful there. But just probably learning this racetrack and learning, this is the first time he's ever been to a GridLife GT event, so quickly learning. And again, this car is so cool, this air-cooled Porsche. I don't know if it's still air-cooled, but man, Man, that thing is so cool looking. And imagine the photos coming out of this qualifying session, Jacob. You just know the photographers are frothing at the mouth over this thing.
Yeah, beautiful. That kind of OEM plus looking rear wing going with an almost whale tail setup with it, but it looks like some risers added on in the back. And yeah, absolutely beautiful, very iconic. And I mean, if this was in black and white, you'd forget what year it is, given the shots that we're getting right now. So we'll see what Rob's able to do. Currently sitting 7th, needs to pick up the pace just a little bit, but yeah, I mean, either way, when you're driving something that beautiful, the lap times you forget pretty quick.
Up onto the front straightaway again, Rob Tuchovsky. 139.581 was his last lap time around and his best. Let's see if he can improve this time. Is it yellow or green? It's a yellow blip, so he will not pick up this time through. And at the top of the order, just 15 thousandths of a second between Chris DeLucia and Hans Horpedal, and it's only half a second back to Lasovsky in the 76 E36 M3.
Yeah, that top three is that's pretty tight runnings, and seeing though for King dropping lap times over and over again, I don't think it'll be long before he's kind of back into that fight. I mean, yeah, 3/10 off, so a few corners to pick up, but it won't be long before you know, Lasovsky's going to be looking at his lap time, getting a little bit worried.
So he's on a flyer right now, it looks like, so we'll see if he can pick up a bit of time through turn 5.
A little bit more banking than I realized through that corner, especially with that camera angle. Kind of gives you an idea of exactly what the camber's like going into that section. Now we get a bit more of that dive into 6. Yeah, that's kind of hurts to see, but that's kind of how you got to take that corner. You got to go all in on it and carry as much of that momentum up to the hill before you get into the corkscrew. So on the brakes, coming over the crest, see how he's able to navigate this iconic corner. So far looks good. Maybe not as tight of a line, electing to go a little bit wider through that section. Still a bit of a midline, not as aggressive, so could pick up a bit of time, but yeah, you just don't want to damage that iconic vehicle.
No, certainly not. Now, dancing through turn 10, coming back around to turn 11, and see if he'll pit in or stay on the road. He's going to stay on the racetrack. And we'll see if he can pick up a little more time before we have a look at the results. But on the rumble strips leaving turn 11 and accelerating up through the gears.
This will be it. I'm very nimble through 11, carrying a good amount of speed as we see in the checker coming out.
Picks up. Doesn't move any positions, but did close in a little bit more to Scafuto in the Chevrolet Camaro. So qualifying is complete here for GridLife GT. Let's have a look here at the results for the session. And it's Chris DeLucia up on top of the board by just 15 1/1000ths of a second. That's incredibly close. And Hans Horpedal in the Corvette, Max Lasovsky, Colin King, and Jordan Wisely, a top 5 qualifying effort in the Hyundai Veloster N. Strong effort there by the KDM Tuners guys. Scafuto, Tuchovsky, Spence, and Bright, the rest of your running order.
Yeah, not too bad. Now there's still a decent bit of spread there as it comes to this, but really, I mean, you can have a great qualifying session, but when it comes to the actual pack racing, that's going to be a completely different story. So there are drivers that often have really, really good qualifyings, but maybe don't have what it takes to do as well when it comes to the wheel side of things. So just because this is the way that they're stacked up right now does not mean this is the way that things are going to finish. And then as we get through the races, there's some really fun modifiers to change things up. So yeah, just because qualifying didn't go your way doesn't mean the weekend is over by any means.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from GridLife GT qualifying here from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Saw a little bit of action through this about 20-minute session. Chris DeLucia, though, ended up on top of the order. So here's a look back. First car on the racetrack was Colin King in the Viking Performance Corvette, and he set the pace a little early on in the purple and white car. Chris DeLucia, though, all the way out of New York, was next on the racetrack. Took a couple laps to warm up. We see Jordan Wisely going down the hill on the corkscrew cut there, Jacob, just pushing a little too hard.
Yeah, that might have been a lap that would have bumped him up a little bit higher in the order. So we can see it's there. We can see he is ready to do pretty much everything that he can. And it looked like a slight lockup and a lot of sparks from our Lotus. Oh,
that was a lot of sparks there, and then a spin a little bit later as the car kind of bottomed out there, and then high-speed right-hander went for a slip and slide for Charles Spence. But of course, Rob Tuchovsky in this beautiful air-cooled Porsche climbing up the hill here at turn 5. Chris DeLucia, though, went to the top of the board after Hans Horpedal bailed off the racetrack. He just pipped him. Checkered flag, though, for Rob Tuchovsky. He'll be 7th quick as we start our GridLife GT race a little bit later today. GridLife GT qualifying wrapped here from Laguna Seca.
thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
A season-long championship for IBOC GLTC is just 2 rounds away from concluding here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Round 8 of 9 of the 2025 IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. Welcome to the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for IBOC GLTC qualifying here as we get set to go racing in just a moment's time. Cars are making their way around this 2.238-mile racetrack. Quick look at the course we have to battle on here this weekend here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Originally built in 1957, and it is 11 turns, 2.238 miles. And Jacob Gettins, we talked about how this racetrack is historic. Everybody looks forward to coming here, and a number of our competitors have come a long ways to be here.
Yeah, it's worth the drive. It's worth the trip all the way out to Laguna. And if you're watching this from home and you've got the opportunity to make a swing out here, definitely do it. And if not, I mean, mark it for your calendars later on, because every single one of these corners has a story, and we're building a lot of them right here, right this weekend. So it's definitely worth it. And everyone's pumped to be here.
Everyone's pumped to be here, and there's a look at that track map here for GRIDLIFE Laguna. And cars on track now here for qualifying. And you see the 4 races that we have to contend with here this weekend as cars have completed their warm-up laps. They're on their first flyers of this session. And so many things to talk about. A lot of new drivers that are here, some returning from past events here in GRIDLIFE on the West Coast. And they all are chasing or have been actually slightly leading Matan Rosenberg, your championship runner-up, who trails Eric Catil, who's not here, by 2 points. And Rosenberg's just trying to pick up some wins to go home strong to pit race and potentially win his second championship.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's kind of do or die for him. He's got to have that perfect weekend this weekend to be able to kind of bring things back to Eric Catil, who's taking that time off. And I mean, there's a few different stories. Obviously, Eric Magnuson sitting in 3rd currently, Matty Waldenbaum in the Honda S2000 in 4th, and then Andy Smedegaard, an iconic name when it comes to GRIDLIFE, the FRS. So there's a lot going on, but as you alluded to, we've got a pretty extensive list of drivers here that are making a debut in this wheel-to-wheel series.
Well, I already see some lap times jumping up on the board, and those 3 cars near the top are 3 of the cars that I wanted to chat about because, again, we've got drivers that have built their cars to the IBOC GLTC rule set that we have not seen all year long. And so one of the cars that's topping the standings right now is Rodriguez in the number 120. It's Tony Rodriguez in a 2002 BMW M3. He's going to be very strong based on practice times. Justin Ross was the only driver to beat Matan Rosenberg here last year. And then we've also got Joe McGuigan in another BMW M3 who's also been quick. So a lot of BMWs up at the front, and here's a look at one of the cars. That's the 872 of McGuigan, and they put Rosenberg P4 in not only practice but so far here in qualifying.
Wow, okay, yeah, so I mean pretty early on in this session so far. Rodriguez setting the first big time of the day, 138.107, but not too far off from Ross, who's a couple hundredths off. So it's pretty tight up front already, and we start to see a few more of these times filing in. It's a pretty extensive driver's list. It's a big grid, so a lot of this right now is just going to be finding your spot, trying to get that clean air and trying to get that perfect lap, as we see so many vehicles flying over top of that iconic corkscrew.
Matan Rosenberg goes to the top of the board in the Falcon and IBOC sponsored Corvette. You see the IBOC 350Z of Michael Hilo, a local California driver with an LS in that 350Z, and he can get up inside the top 5 5 goes for a little dirt tracking at the exit of 11.
I mean, it looks like a drift car, and it was trying to be a drift car, especially on that turn. So getting on the power and not finding the grip. So be interesting to find out what he's able to do once he gets that completely locked down. Beautiful looking car, and definitely stands out when it comes to this racetrack. That bright red definitely has a pop and has the attention of all of our cameramen at this point in time. So and it looks like Ross jumping up 137.225. So already seeing the top 5 starting to move around pretty quick here, as everyone finding their line and finding their pace and their place in the pack.
Yeah, see a lot of green on that timing and scoring tower. That means drivers are picking up speed. And Michael Hilo is kind of swinging into turn 4 there. But also note Anthony Dominici in the 173. He's a driver we got to keep our eyes on. There is the driver we mentioned, Matan Rosenberg, a 19-year-old out of Ohio that has just taken this series by storm. He was here a couple of years ago. He's been here every year that we've been here. I rode in the passenger seat of that car in 2023 in an HPDE session. And Matan is a driver.
Yeah.
And he's won 8 races so far this year, hoping to pick up a couple more and go into pit race next month with an advantage over Catil.
Yeah, doing a great job through turn 11 there. You can see him fighting with it just a little bit, and then we'll find out if he's able to pump the time. Not quite, still sitting on the 137.660, so needs to clean things up just a little bit more, but for an early on pace, not looking too bad. So probably have a bit of a collection lap here, find a good spot in the pack, and then get back on it for another flyer as we see a few more vehicles. A big bottom out there through 6. So someone not listening to the opening of our show here and catching that yellow curve just a little bit.
I think that's Devin Markert in the blue and pink Honda S2000. And Peter Zhang up the inside. Zhang came up just a 10th short of winning his first ever race here last year in race 4 to Matan Rosenberg. And what was a pretty epic drag race to the finish line after the race 4 invert, which we'll talk more about later this weekend. But great looking Honda S2000. I had a little bit of a joking moment with Devin in our registration area and the tech area, because it looks a whole lot at a distance like Tom O'Gorman's 2021 Eibach GLTC car that ran with Andy Smedegard Motorsports, and California's got their version of Tomo at home, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. It's amazing how different the East Coast and West Coast can be, but also very, very similar. I mean, racing's racing, and what looks good, right? So yeah, starting to see a few more times moving around here. Rosales, I believe one of the local drivers here, doing a good job bumping up into the top 10, making a pretty big leap on that last lap, now sitting on a 138.754. So making some big strides, and I expect to see a lot of these local drivers do well at this track. A little less travel, feels a little bit more homely in this area, maybe has a bit more time just around the circuit in general.
Anthony Dominici in the 173. That's that green BMW that you have on screen, plunging down the hill, chasing Michael Hilo. There he is. Car looks absolutely spectacular in the Eibach GLTC stickers here this year, chasing that 350Z ahead of him, and the RX-7 that is with him there. I can't remember, forgive me, the name of that driver as I look on my entry list. I'm sure I'll get that corrected, but that is a two-rotor RX-7 in trail. You see Hilo chasing Dominici by about 0.2 of a second. We'll see if that flips the script here this time across the stripe. Is it a pickup for Hilo? I think it was. So up to 6th, up to 5th now with a 138.155.
Yeah, big pickup there. So our top 5 by no means locked in at this point, as we see Hilo breaking into that with a great lap. A lot tidier lap on that one. And answer my question earlier on, if everything goes well, what's it going to look like? And we're seeing a couple of dirt drops over there just right before going into 11. So things are getting spicy a little bit everywhere on track at this point. So it's with a grid of drivers this long, and I mean the track is big, but it's not that big. You're going to start seeing some crazy passes going on, trying to find the open air as we get a little bit later in the session, because everybody wants to qualify really, really well. And even with the invert, as you alluded to earlier on, you want to get a couple of wins in or get a couple of good spots before that happens.
Yeah, the way that our series works here in our wheel-to-wheel format is race 1 into race 2. Your finishing order of race 1 sets the grid for race 2. Race 3 is set by fastest lap from race 2, and then race 4 is set by your finishing order of race 3 with an invert that is rolled on a pair of dice by the race 3 winner. So that will flip the script here by the end of the weekend. Dominici plunges down the hill again, that 4-story drop, and into rainy curve. Such a fast sequence here. 200 treadwear tires. Love this car. Supercharged wide body Del Sol. Jonathan Lugot, another California competitor, with Shaftworks on the side of the car. This car has done basically the entire schedule with us this year alongside Hilo and Daniel Geraldo in a Lexus IS that's out there as well. But Lugod had an incident at Midwest Festival where he went off track and basically tore the whole front end and splitter off of it and had to repair that, set him back a little bit. But good to have him back out here.
Yeah, I mean, great to see a Del Sol as well. Just not a car that you immediately line up with track racing, but something a little bit different, and it has a different balance as well, although, you know, a lot of heritage coming through with the Civic parts and everything else that you can swap into it. So all the availability and just something that looks a little bit different.
Lugod working his way down into turn 11 on the brakes, and that short wheelbase, that will help a lot in corners like turn 11 where you just have to get the thing rotated. So up onto the front straightaway, letting that supercharger whine. Oscar Jackson in the 469, that's a Scion FRS, climbing up through the gears as well. I saw him jump up a little bit closer to the top 10. Lugod no pickup that time, no pickup from Markert either. Then down into the Andretti hairpin, and this is a really critical sequence for when we get the green flag later today in race 1. You can go 3-4 wide into that corner. It's rare that you can come out that way, so you got to filter down somehow.
Yeah, and getting the inside line may not always be the best option, because if somebody on the midline's got just a little bit more pace coming through it, you can get closed off pretty quick going into the rest of the sequence. So it'll be interesting as we get that race started, hopefully, well, a bit later on today, how everybody ends up playing that first sequence. So get a little bit of an indicator with it with some of those drivers, and yeah, it'll be a ton of fun. Ooh.
How about a K24 MR2?
We'll take that.
This is Asmath Muhammad out of the Turn-In Concepts camp. Love these cars, although you don't typically see them a ton in wheel-to-wheel racing trim. And, you know, this and the previous generation MR2s are sort of known for being a little bit tricky to get to handle right. A lot of lift-off oversteer in the second-gen cars, but this third-gen MR2 Spider, a little bit less prone to that, but still tricky to get the handling balance right. But they've done a very nice job with this car. It almost won a race at Pittsburgh International Race Complex last year. So Asmath taking that number 50 across the stripe. He's currently 17th. He stays there that time by.
Yeah. So we're seeing some of the time start to level off a little bit now, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if we're just getting a few cool-down laps from some of our top-end competitors, or where everybody's at in this qualifying session, but it seems like everybody's kind of found their spot and kind of locked in. But I do expect, as we get into the waning minutes of this session, to see a few bold moves from our competitors.
And here's a look at that RX-7 I mentioned earlier. This still has the rotary in it. It's the 997 car of Rosales, I believe, and he's actually 9th quick, and also this car shoots fire. And Jacob, I have a rule about cars that shoot fire, is that they are better than cars that don't shoot fire.
I 100% agree with that. I'm not quite sure why they're better. You know, maybe the tuning's not exactly where you want it to be doing that, but I'll take it. We'll just call the anti-lag at every single step. So love seeing, pitch in real hard.
Oh, a little lock up too. He gathered it up and saved it. Nicely done. But I talked to this team while they were rolling through tech, and they said that this car typically makes a lot more power, and they've had to choke it way down. They're making about 260 horsepower, if I recall, on this engine setup. And there you go. That's got the McLaren MP412C Fireball out the trail that I like. But Rosales inside the top 10 with a rotary RX-7. This is really cool to see.
Did they indicate why they were pulling a bit of power out of it?
Just because it made too much for the series. They had to pull it down from power to weight. Michael Hilo, by the way, up to 5th place in the 224. So that was awesome. He just lit the candle there coming down through turn 10.
Yeah. Maybe
that's a 30-hour burn.
Maybe a bit of frustration on that as well, having the corkscrew not go super well. I mean, rotaries they're going to spit flames. Let's just say when it comes to fuel economy, that is not what they are known for.
No.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll take
it. But I think they're so cool.
Yeah.
I think the RX-7 is one of those timeless designs. This is another one of our California competitors with Toyo tires on the side. One of our partners here at GridLife. That's Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus IS. One of the prettiest cars in the field, in my opinion. You don't really see a lot of Lexus machinery in GridLife in general. I'm not sure why. I know that they're kind of heavy cars, but again, I think that they're really good basis as far as chassis balance, and the engines that come in these things are actually very reliable engines and can be tuned up quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you've got kind of all the work that Toyota's put in with all the luxury that you come to know from that platform. So it is interesting. They're usually bigger body cars, but they have unique packaging, and it could just be that the performance aftermarket is not quite there for that. And when it comes to our classes, they don't fit super nicely into anything. You know, it'd be great to have them up into the GT with some of the weight, but maybe the power's not quite there to fill out the rest of it. But obviously they found a great way to get this into TC, and so far looking pretty good from Geraldo.
Yeah, he's had some top 10 runs, notably at Road America, and I don't know that he's exactly where he wants to be so far this weekend, P16, but look at how close these times are right now. We've got basically everyone in the top 10 within a second and a half, and with you come to a place like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, you never really know what you're going to get when you come all the way out to California here, but California audience has shown up very strong for this event with a 26-car field, and I'm really impressed at how tight things are with a huge variety of cars. Dare I say, as good, if not a little bit better variety than we have in our Midwest roots. There's some cool stuff out here.
That's a bold statement,
yeah,
sir.
I'm gonna get lit up in the chat for that one too, I bet. But look, I mean, there's every time we come to California, even in track battle, there's just all sorts of unique things. And the spirit of Grid Life in any of our classes is build the car that you want to build, and the rule set is open enough to allow you to do that. And because we're not out here running a 5 or 6 round championship, you can't necessarily build the best weapon to for all the racetracks on our calendar. So you build the weapon that you want to build, and I think that leaves you with a very interesting grid.
Well, it allows you to focus on where you think you're going to be able to perform best, whether that is for the chassis, for your driving style, or what have you. So, and because every race, I mean, it obviously does matter, but because we're only collecting certain ones and you kind of get to pick the best of your season, you can do that. You can build a vehicle specific to attack 1 or 2, or let's say 3 tracks, and then hopefully make up for it on the 4th one. But yeah, it does allow for some great builds. We see such a dynamic set here for everything from Civics, M3s, Del Sols, getting into Lexus, Porsches. So it's great. It also means that Grid Life as a whole has built a rule set that is very inviting to people and allows them to express themselves in motoring fashion.
Yeah, here's Peter Zhang once again in that Turn-In Concepts FRS. It has an LS under the hood and has a different transmission in this car. It broke on the dyno a couple of rounds ago at Lime Rock Park, so had to put a different trans in it. But he likes this new one a lot better, feels like he can shift much more positively, and given that he lost a drag race to the finish line last year, I think he's happy that he can get through the gears a little better. But Peter, always a pleasure to talk to. Just jumped to 12th place with that lap, a 1:39.031.
Yeah, Mohammed doing the same thing as well. So we're starting to see the lap times picking up a little bit. Rosales not able to clean up too much there, still sitting in 9th. So we'll see as we get a bit later in this session. I'm feeling and I'm hearing the revs going up, things holding it a little bit more. So I'm expecting drivers now going for those last minute flyers, maybe taking a quick second in the pits to check things out.
There's a car ahead of him that I feel like we've seen before, and I'm not super familiar with this car. I'd like to get a better, closer look at it here. And it is the 424. That is Jason Lapid, who we have seen before in the past. At a distance, I almost saw a flying lizard livery on this car.
I got you.
But not quite. But it does look fantastic. And he's got an angry
flying
bird
octopus.
or something on this.
I think it's an octopus,
octopus.
Yeah.
But Jason running a top 10 right now. Good to put the spotlight on another 350Z, making things work.
Yeah, looked a little bit wonky there under braking coming over the hill. So we'll see how he holds on to the corkscrew. Does a good job taking a bit wider of a line, really carrying that momentum through that section. So see if he's able to stretch his legs coming through. Rainey, man, looking tidy. He's running the edge of that car right now, though. I mean, it looked like it was going to step out at any moment, but able to keep everything tidy. This could be a really good flyer. We'll see how things are handled coming into 11. If he can get that power back on, how wide will he take it? Not too bad. There it is. He's running this thing as hard as he possibly can to try and pick up that time.
Kicked out the rear, coming to the stripe. Will it be a pickup this time? It will not be. Yellow. And Peter Zhang just knocked him out of 10th place with the Turn-In Concepts FRS.
Interesting. This is now getting spicy in the last part of our qualifying session here. So maybe if he had a bit tidier of an 11, able to keep that power down, he would have done a bit better. But either way, having some fun out there and trying to figure out where the grip is left in these tires.
Yeah, a couple of BMW M3s ahead of one of our championship contenders, Justin Ross and Joe McGuigan. And those two at the top are separated by just 75 thousandths of a second. I'm just blown away by how tight things are here in our third year here at GRIDLIFE Laguna. There's Azimuth Muhammad in the number 50, pitching it into turn 5 in that K24 MR2. I got some clarification on the track limits the other day, just so we could talk about it. It's deemed that it's not really advantageous here with what we're running this weekend, so they've given them everything. So don't worry about cars going wide beyond rumble strips or white lines. We haven't really seen drivers abusing them, and so the decision was made earlier yesterday that there's just no point, and it's going to cause more headaches than it's worth. So as long as you're not egregiously cutting anything or egregiously running super wide and dropping dirt everywhere, they're not going to call it. So that allows you to run a little bit beyond those candy stripes if you need to open up the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't think we saw anybody really have that advantage trying to do that. So getting now into a nice little wagon with something just a bit different with that Subaru. So I'm a fan.
Yeah, that's Josh Fleur, the 2005 Subaru Outback. And we don't see a ton of Subarus here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and he had intended to run with us last year, but I don't think had the car together just yet. But he is here now, and where is he, 21st right now, and all-wheel drive. Again, he'd be hoping for rain this weekend. I don't think we're going to see any based on the radar that we've looked at, but those all-wheel drive cars, very unique in their construction, and I'm not sure that this is the perfect weapon for Eibach GLTC, but it is a cool-looking weapon.
It might be in some tracks, but I think here not quite having the technical part where you can really utilize that all-wheel drive to the best of your advantage. I mean, if there's anybody to be watching out for track limits, it's going to be a Subaru. So maybe he goes for that here, and what we just discussed, we might see a little bit of curb hopping in that Outback. But yeah, maybe not the correct vehicle for what's going on here, but just another vehicle trying to do something a little bit different and sitting in 21st right now. Can he beat out that 144 that he's got currently on the board coming across the line? And getting that checkered flag, so didn't see an increase in speed on that one, but we now got our checkered flag out, so we're getting these scores locked in.
Yeah, let's have a look here at our results for Eibach GLTC qualifying, and it's Justin Ross that has put himself on the top of the pylon there by 75 thousandths over Joe McGuigan, Matan Rosenberg, Tony Rodriguez, and Michael Hilo. So a couple of our normal championship contenders mixed in with the California crowd: Anthony Zwane, John Friesen, Anthony Dominici, Christopher Rosales, and Peter Zhang, the rest of your top 10 there.
Yeah, and then getting into our next section there for Lapid in 11th, Osmani taking in 12th, Jackson 13th, Mohammed 14th, Ludgod, sorry, for 15th, Javier 16th, Geraldo 17th, and 18th is Elias and Zimmerman, and Mark Taken at 19th and 20th, respectively.
And looking down the rest of the order, Josh Fleur, Mark Sedang, Adam Billings, and Rich Leon, the rest of your qualifiers. Missing 2 cars. We'll update you on those when we get to race number 1. They'll start at the tail of the grid. Let's have a look at our highlights here from Eibach GLTC qualifying. And as things kicked off early in the session, we saw right from the get-go a handful of cars take to the road before anybody else. There's Anthony Dominici putting some heat into his 200 treadwear tires. Again, we're running on DOT 200 treadwear Extreme Performance Summers. Michael Hilo going for a dirt drop there at the exit of 11.
Yeah, we saw him struggling just a little bit through that section, and a Miata getting real wild in there, able to hang on to it.
Nice
wow,
save.
what a save.
That was awesome.
That was incredible. And then, of course, we wouldn't be a highlight reel without some flames coming out of a rotary, that's for sure.
So good. And then a little bit of a lockup here coming down the hill, unlocking the wheel and just staying in the track limits and bounds there. There's that 138 car that we saw up there in the mix as well, and the Subaru Outback finishing up. Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying is complete, and Justin Ross, the only driver to defeat Matan Rosenberg last year, is on pole for GLTC Race 1 later today.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Magnificent Pacific coast of California. Today, we move inland over the majestic hills into the internationally known Laguna Seca.
The corner behind me here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is one of the most famous corners on the planet. It's a 4-story drop that everybody always talks about whenever you come here. There are some corners globally that are just recognized by name. Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, and the Corkscrew. But sometimes it's the corners that are less talked about that are even more impressive. The original configuration took drivers through a very fast downhill left kink at turn 1, which cut through to what is now turn 5. It was an incredibly fast sequence with a huge compression, and speeds climbed over 150 miles an hour before the left-hander after the bridge at turn 6. The original track was 1.9 miles in length, but in order to satisfy MotoGP's minimum track length requirements, they added about 0.4 of a mile, including Andretti hairpin. It doesn't have a name or the global recognition of the Corkscrew just up the hill. But what it does have is this huge compression here, this massive curb on the inside. It requires so much precision to get this just right. If you miss the apex by a foot, you're off by 20 feet at the exit. And if you get a little too tight to the apex, you hit this thing, this big nasty yellow curb, and this will send you for the ride of a lifetime here at Laguna Seca. The entrance to turn 6 is blind and incredibly fast under the bridge. And when you finally get to the corner, you hit the ground so hard in this compression as the banking falls away from you that the cars actually gouge the racetrack. There's lines drilled into the pavement here from cars slamming this lap after lap after lap. It's a true test of a car setup and a driver's bravery.
Over my shoulder, thousands of spectators are getting ready to watch the world's fastest sports cars as they blaze around this road course. 25 of the world's best drivers, 14,000 horsepower waiting to be let loose. The Laguna Seca Can-Am race is about to get underway.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This is our arena for battle this weekend in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. 11 turns and 2.24 miles. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gattens. Jacob, this has been our battleground this weekend, and it's going to host some more track records this weekend. Just 65 degrees this morning, and I think this is a track that is ripe for new records.
Yeah, we saw a lot broken in our first session yesterday, and then a few more fall as things rolled through the rest of the day. But with the conditions right now, with the confidence that everybody's got, I really think this is going to be our session of the day. We're going to have to rewrite a lot of stuff. I hope you got your eraser out. We're going to have to redo a lot of the records here at this track because every condition that you want in a great racing surface is here right now.
Well, here we are in heat number 4. This is the third to last heat of the weekend before we go to our track battle podium sprint. And like we said this morning, right for track records. Why are those records so important? Well, one, if you can hang on to it, you're going to be first seed in the podium sprint tomorrow, and you'll get that extra point should you finish the podium sprint. And of course, pretty wild cars out on track here this morning. Cole Powelson's out there in the Striker in Super Unlimited, so making things really interesting. A little bit of smoke out that car. Was that from the left rear tire heading up the hill?
Yeah, that is tough to say. It's a little more smoke than, you've got a lot of load going on the engine going up that hill, so it's possible I would expect it to be warmed up by now, but could just be a tuning thing at this point. So keeping an eye on that. We're still getting smoke coming down the hill. That is a little bit concerning, and it's not like there's going to be a lot of parts for that vehicle if there is some sort of issue. So keeping an eye on it now. Might be dissipating, but tough to say. As soon as that thing gets on some load, we get that unfortunately blue-looking smoke coming out of the back end of it. Not pulling into the pits, though, so maybe something they're expecting. And he's back on throttle, getting the wave by pretty early on. And this vehicle might be interesting to see it in this run group right now, but not getting a lot of track time yesterday. So maybe fighting a few more issues as indicated by the haze we're seeing from the back of it.
Yeah, so as he works his way down through the Andretti hairpin, keeping our eyes on Sam Dooling in that 370 Honda Fit. Now, the reason why we're watching him is because morning sessions when the track is cool gives him the best opportunity to break the track record. And again, Sam's chasing Mike Jansen, who's also out on track in his Honda Civic for the championship in this category, our 25-to-1 power to weight class. And here's a look at the first lap. It was a 4-second advantage to Dueling, but top of the screen there, the fastest lap that Dueling has done is a 1:49.856. So if Dueling can go faster than that on lap 2, then he'd be a record holder again.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long before that happens, to be perfectly honest. And so far it looks good. Car's looking very tidy. He's definitely getting the pace into it now, and with the confidence and experience of yesterday, and knowing that, oh yeah, look at that. He's fighting for this pretty hard right now, coming through those corners and using every single bit of racetrack that he can, almost touching into that yellow bumper. This could be really, really interesting as he starts to make his way and get into the brakes for turn 11, and gotta hold that momentum using every bit of track. This might be it right here on that second lap.
Let's see what Sam Dueling can do. A 1:49.856 or better would be a new track record, and for Dueling across the stripe, it is a 150. I thought a 150 for a moment. Let's see if it corrects back. A 150.940, so about a second off. Could he go quicker the next time around? We'll see what Jansen can do as well in response in his number 156 Civic. But Sam really pushing, see him using every inch of the racetrack. Doesn't look like it's going that fast, but I promise you, every ounce of momentum and controlling the inertia of this car is so critical. He went out wide there in the dirt yesterday at turn 4.
Yeah, you can see from that amazing camera view how he's fighting that car to get into that corner, front-wheel drive, having to take a little bit different. But this right here, this is all-wheel drive, or no, sorry, rear-wheel drive. It'd be great to have him in all-wheel drive, but yeah, all rear-wheel in this pretty heavily modified Legends car. And yeah, it's super cool. Not quite the speeds or track time that he might have been looking for, considering, but something fun, something different, and just a little bit of excitement out here in our early morning session.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, the door cards here in GRIDLIFE are 15 inches tall. So if you kind of take that into perspective of how little this car is, you can see Scott Birdsall cramped up in there, like jamming an oversized shoe into a shoebox. It's just unbelievable that you can even get a human in there. These are not necessarily, these are designed for, you see kids jump in these things. Yeah. 14-year-olds driving these cars around a lot of the time. They're really neat cars, have a lot of performance potential, but I mean, it's like an RC car. They're so cool. But Birdsall hucking it through in the super unlimited category and throttling up onto the front stretch. We'll see if he can pick up on his best time of the weekend. Birdsall yesterday managed, there's a look, Sam Dueling. Oh wow. Boy. Oh, that was a big hit at the bottom of the hill there as he knocked the left front corner off the pavement.
You see a little bit of a wave there. I think he knew the camera guy was watching him. So yeah, that's a tough one. Might have to take a minute. I believe that he'll have to go back in and get that looked at.
Exactly. He'll have to come back to pit lane, and all of his lap times will be scrubbed if he does not do that immediately. He'll know the procedure, so it'll probably cost him a little time in this session. There's Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7. Really cool looking build on this car.
Now, are we still dealing with sound ordinance today, or
no,
we got the all clear?
Sound free.
That's why he's out there now. that is. I mean, Johnny loves building obscenely loud vehicles. All of his rotaries are kind of known for the pops and bangs and for the absolutely mind-splitting sound that they're able to produce. So I don't believe we saw him out yesterday, but able to get out there now. Now that the sound ordinance have cleared for the weekend. Not many dates that is happening. So thankfully, GRIDLIFE able to get in on a sound ordinance-free weekend, and we thank you to the community around for forgiving us for the sounds that we are making this weekend.
Will they forgive us? That's the question. There's the 107 climbing the hill. This is a street class car. Chris Owens in the Nissan Silvia. And again, we talked yesterday about how you don't really see these in Track Battle Time Attack or our wheel-to-wheel series all that much, but they are unique cars.
Yeah, very unique, very iconic. Just an absolutely stunning looking vehicle. And seeing I mean, as you get on the brakes there, maybe a bit of a downshift, and another vehicle popping out a little bit of that blue smoke. So hopefully everything is all good there. A little bit more again, so I don't know if, not that we're dealing with an immense amount of altitude here, but it's enough to make your ears pop as you come up the hill. So I don't think it's going to play too much of a havoc in some of the tuning of these vehicles, but seeing a little more blue smoke out of these vehicles than I'd want to see, considering.
I give him consistency. His best lap time of the weekend, a 150.064, 150.058 is what he's got. And actually yesterday, Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about this car a little bit.
Chris Evans out of the Street Class Sylvia. It's one of the best looking cars on track. It looks amazing going by.
Thank you.
How is it to drive? I know it's a car you've had for a long time. It's pretty special to you.
It's plenty of fun to drive out on track. Track conditions are pretty slick. There's plenty of debris out there. I personally don't believe there's any time to be gained, but who knows? We'll see what other drivers can do.
Well, talk to the folks at home a little bit about what changes for you in the cockpit. As the temperature rises on track, you lose a little bit of grip. What does that feel like behind the wheel?
It kind of feels like it's on ice, more or less. It becomes a more controlled slide. Tires have less grip in general. Because the temperatures are so high, the level of grip goes down, which is kind of the conundrum we're all trying to fight here in Time Attack, keeping everything cool and having the maximum amount of grip. So,
well, hopefully we'll see the time start to fall tomorrow when the temperatures drop as well. But let's talk about the car for a second. You've had this thing for quite a while. Tell us what's in it.
Yeah, so I've had it about 9 years. This is about the 5th motor that I've put into it. It's got stock turbo with built internals. That's about it. The name of the game is reliability, doing it over and over and over for the least amount of money. Yeah.
Well, Chris Owens looking to chase lap time as the temperatures fall tomorrow morning here in the Street Class.
Thanks, Jonathan. And yeah, 5th motor, he said.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. You know, we ask a lot of the drifting guys about those engines.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, though? He said that he didn't think that there's a lot of time left in it. And I think that's interesting. I mean, he just ran his best of the weekend, but like not by very much, by 0.006 of a second. That tells me that he was right on the money, that yesterday's early morning conditions were pretty solid. And even though it's a little cooler today and there's cloud cover, it doesn't really seem like the track is faster. We could say the same about Club SC. So, whoa, a little push there into 11.
Yeah, able to save that, but yeah, just not able to get the braking down, and a big bite of understeer going into that corner. That's a nasty way to get into that corner as we swap over to the next JDM legend, this beautiful Mark IV Supra. We talked a fair bit about it yesterday. Neither of these cars are ones that you maybe would traditionally see out here.
Oh, we got a new track record in Falcon Club SC. Mike Jansen in the 156 Civic, 149.711, and I think that will pip Sam Dooling's time by just a little bit. Yes, wow. By 1/10 of a second. So give the record back to Jansen, switches the top seed in Falcon Club SC.
Moving things back and forth, and that might be the story over the next couple of sessions here of having that track record bounce back and forth between two very, very fierce competitors. So yeah, we talked about how good this session is going to be this morning, and we're already getting the results of that.
Yeah, I just want to also mention the driver of the Supra, Quinn Clark, by the way, because we had that distraction from Jansen breaking the record. Dooling is back out on the racetrack, though. He just came across the line to start a new flyer after he pit in to self-report that 4 off at the corkscrew. So we'll see if Sam can respond to Mike Jansen here in this session, and if he doesn't, he might only get one more ideal session tomorrow morning before podium sprint on Sunday afternoon.
Wow, so yeah, this is it's going to be big for him to get back out there as quick as he can and make sure to get the lap time down and potentially get that record back. Whether or not they'll be able to do it tomorrow morning, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see how the weather is and how everybody's feeling, but this it could come down to this session for him.
Ari Hanna and the track mod Porsche Cayman back out on track again as well. 151.585, the best that we've seen this car do so far this weekend. And looks like 2 seconds quicker this morning, though, for Ari Hanna. I think there might still be some more time in this car with that big of a pickup day 1 to day 2.
Yeah, that's huge. So maybe a bit of wrenching overnight to get things sorted, but definitely the experience coming into effect here. A 2-second pickup is pretty massive considering we've had, earlier on other drivers saying there's not much time to be gained. I mean, hold my Porsche because I just did.
Yeah, looking good there. It's a great looking graphics package on that car as well. Certainly looks the part. Love the yellow headlight.
Yeah.
Vinyl as well.
Yeah, kind of an iconic Euro endurance racing look on that.
Yeah, it really looks the part. There's Sam Dooling, by the way, behind him. And Dooling will maybe get one more lap of opportunity. We'll keep an eye on the bottom left of the ticker. Hanna picks up to a 148.4. Dooling at the bottom of the screen does pick up to a 150.6, but it's not enough to go back on top of the record or the top seed for podium sprint tomorrow. Maybe he's got one more lap in it here. I mean, we've seen these Club SC cars on these Falcon RT660 Plus tires. They can do lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not worried as much about this car overheating. There's, they're reliable. It is known for being a reliable car, and it's come that way on the racetrack as well. Hopefully, no damage from the off earlier on, but that quick self-reporting and back out on track, and not seeing the graphics for a checkered flag as of yet. So maybe able to get this flyer in.
Oh, it is a little bit giggly when we talk about flyers in cars like Club SC. It doesn't look like it at the moment, but they sail through the corners. Their min speed and their max speed is really close.
Yeah.
Max speed's probably about 95 to 100 down into the Andretti hairpin, but min speed's probably in the 70 mile an hour range, other than maybe the exception corner being the corkscrew in turn 11. But through turn 6, easily doing 75. And note that the last lap that they ran on course, Dooling was 2 seconds quicker than Jansen. So maybe Jansen had a good lap and then backed down, but Sam still looks like he's hauling into the corkscrew. And there's the checker.
And looking good, so this is going to be it. The next few corners are going to kind of dictate how things go, whether or not he'll be able to pick up some more time into the next session. I'm not entirely sure, but for right now, it's just going to come down to a few turns, and hopefully we don't see him exit into pit. It looks a little slower through there.
I think he's bailed out.
Man.
So, again, didn't get back into the 49s for Dooling, and I think he's going to be frustrated with that. Is he staying on the road?
It's looking like it.
He hasn't seen the checker yet, though, so he'll be disappointed that he bailed out of that lap. Quick look at the 998 as well. I don't think we've talked about that car just yet. And the 998 is Anthony Lerma in the Street Mod Class 3 Series car. E36 BMW. If you took a shot for every E36 or E46 you saw here this weekend, you'd be passed out by 10 a.m.
It would be a tough go. Just such a popular platform, and I mean, to me, the BMWs and the way that the older generation's resale value came down so quick is really what opened it up for racing. Is they, one day owned by a lawyer and next day owned by a race car driver, and that seems to be how things have gone. Not so much recently. A lot of them are holding their value pretty high in the current forms, but E36, E46 coming down makes they're great race cars.
Great aftermarket, and again, great Lego building platforms for whatever you want. Here's Ben Sirik, by the way. Caught up with him last night when we were watching Mike Burrows replace a transmission on his 244 GTK. More on that later. But I was asking Ben about the multicolor nature of this car. If it had body panels replaced, he said, nope, we got a couple panels of the wrap peeled off. So I thought that maybe this car had been in a wall somewhere, but it has not. It's just looking a little different from the wrap getting peeled off to get reset for the next round. So
I wasn't sure if it was weight savings.
It could be. Hey, every little ounce here and there can't hurt, can it? So Sirik rolls back around, and you see the right front bumper unlatched there.
It's been popped out. That is not going to be good. So usually a pretty decent amount of contact is going to pop that back out, but he'll be heading back in to get that repaired either way. I don't think they're using that for active aero.
Yeah, I don't like to speculate, but I will.
That's all we do is speculate.
Yes. Coming down the corkscrew, we saw what happened with Sam Dooling, where he went to the inside, and the transition there is so sharp that you can sort of high center your car, and you're slamming the corners of your car on that corkscrew. I actually talked or heard from Jonathan Grace talking to one of the drivers at the Toyo tent that they had some end plates on their splitter that basically wore out from grinding themselves down on the pavement transition there. So I'll bet that he took a good clunk coming down the hill.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's possible just the speed has popped it off. That bumper wasn't secured all the way, but more likely that had a big contact. There's DJ out there with a big fan favorite. And talking to a couple other drivers, they're loving seeing that car out there.
He made a little bit of a bid yesterday to be put into Club SC. Just spirit of the rules kind of thing. This car is not going to beat a Honda Fit, probably. And I'm of the opinion that, we could make a one-time exception for the Ford Crown Victoria to be incled in Club SC. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
No, I wouldn't. That's for sure. Not that my vote counts for much, but just to have it out there and see a vehicle that's almost twice the length of our Fits. So he's got two times the car to get around the corner.
Yeah, again, I think anything that he gains in torque, he's losing with towing around the equivalent of a battleship behind him. So
yeah, that's definitely one way to put it.
Yeah. So Group C gonna head on course now in just a moment's time as we work our way through the faster groups. Group D through A, the fastest cars of the weekend, we'll see at the end of this session, and they're qualifying for their fourth opportunity of 6 to get into the top 5 to qualify for our podium sprint, where tomorrow the top 5 from each class will go head-to-head in a 3-lap battle, and whichever 3 cars come out on top will be your podium holders. If a track record is broken in any of the sessions, you'll get an extra point for your championship hopes for the event. And actually, if you are down the order a little bit and you get a record, it can actually tie you with the driver driver ahead of you.
Right.
So that helps a little bit in the weekend standings too.
Yeah, and holding that record as well. So just because you got it and didn't hang on to it for the weekend, you're not getting the points that way. So got to finish the weekend as the current champion of that lap record to hold on to those points. So you can have a great lap, but you got to continue to have great laps all weekend, because as soon as it gets broken, we've seen it a lot now. A lap record goes down, and then it doesn't take long before somebody just a few cars behind you comes up and steals that back.
Yeah, so cars on track now for Group C. I think the cars we'll have our eyes most on are going to be Unijai, in the 390. That's a Porsche 718 Cayman. She's the top-seeded car in this, so the first car coming back around to start a lap. And then Willem Dries is the second highest seed, and Willem is currently second in street class with a 138.5. He needs about a second and a half to catch Josh Hulka here this weekend, and Willem says that they're way down on power compared to Joshua's car, because Joshua's car makes probably north of 500 horsepower, which is a lot.
Yeah.
We'll see Josh in Group B, but Willem, again, fighting an uphill battle with that the Hyundai Elantra N, but just really extracting a lot of performance out of a car that just isn't going to get to the power levels that Joshua's car has, but might have really good balance in comparison.
Well, you can drive it harder, right? If you're not having to worry about a vehicle that may step out or have some crazy issues, you can just drive it at 10/10 all the way around, where a vehicle with maybe a bit more horsepower, you've got to be a little touchier on the throttle, you got to roll into things a little bit more, but the Elantra N just being so well balanced and set up, you can just dive into every corner and know that it's going to hold. So that confidence alone can be enough just to be able to start picking up time.
At top of the screen, you see the street class track records. Luke Lederman and Willem Dries have already reset the rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive records for this track. Luca Barberis, though, he's here in street mod, but still holds the street class all-wheel drive record from 2023. That's what Joshua Hulka will be chasing in the next session, Group B. There's Josh Powers in the number 19. Wife Jessica just pulled into the pits. She was ahead of him on the outlap, but coming back down pit lane, maybe to check tire pressures or some other issue. But lap one here for Group C here in GridLife Track Battle Q4.
Yeah, we didn't see Joshua out for every session yesterday, but his wife able to make it out to almost all of them. So now he's getting a bit more time under his belt and cleaning up the times. I believe his lap time with his wives was very close. So that's a competitive household for sure.
Yeah, within 0.2 of a second.
Yeah.
139.8 for Jessica and a 140.07 for Josh. So
that's pretty tight. Yeah. Can you imagine? It's an argument of who's cleaning the garage at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Love their Corvettes as well. Great paint jobs on these. Josh with the blue, and then Jessica with the sort of Nardo gray.
Yeah, we were arguing about is it Nardo, is it Battleship, is it Gunmetal? You know, what type of gray is it? And with the overcast, that might harden that argument a little bit more.
Agree with you there. And right behind is Chevrolet Camaro, Christopher Carlton. We talked about the 871. That's a street GT car. And keep an eye on Unijai. Again, you see in the yellow-colored street GT section there, her best time of the weekend is a 38.3. So if she can improve on that, the next car up her list is going to be, I think, Mark Kilgore, the 136.081.
Yeah, so a few moving pylons to be able to pass on that one. We'll see if Josh able to exit out at turn 11, looking pretty tidy. Ooh, Camaro getting a little bit wider, cutting a little bit further to maybe get in on that flyer or finish up with what he had running there. So see as we get a few more of these times up on the board. And there's Carlton up on top right now for Street GT with a 142.420. So not looking too bad, although we got a few more competitors still to make those flyers.
Yeah, and he's been a little quicker than that so far this weekend, but first lap of the session, just kind of getting your bearings on what the track has to offer you. 587 to Joe Drain. Kind of getting into the pocket there at turn 6 and sort of hooking that around. Look at Larry Chen also.
I was just going to say, yeah, jumping up in that street mod with not too bad, a few tenths over the competitor Vibe just behind. So still get a few more of those drivers to be able to put in their times. But for Larry Chen coming out, showing he's just much more than just a photographer.
Yeah, and in a GR86, which is sort of, even with the turbocharger, a little overshot, I think, in street mod. You have to take a lot more power to beat everybody else in that category with how competitive it is, but he's spending some time on track in track battle as well as in our drift sessions in his Toyota GR Supra chase car. Here comes Drain out of turn 11, a little bit of kick out from the rear, throttling up to see if he can climb up the order in Street GT.
Well, this is what we were talking about is with the rear wheel drive cars, you know, you've got to keep an eye on that, exiting that corner of rolling into the power and not having it step out. And It's, I mean, rear-wheel drive is always fantastic and a lot of fun to drive, but there are some spots on this track where a front wheel can bring up a big advantage, being able to power through that corner just a little bit differently and not having to worry as much about that wheel spin coming through those sections. So we'll see how it all balances out as we take a look at another super here, that of the 507.
Yeah, that is the 507.
Jaden Lee.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, street mod rear-wheel drive.
And street mod, ooh, that's a good lap for Carlton there, 140.609. And for Carlton, I think that is not quite quicker. He ran a 140.2 yesterday, but to your point about street mod, the level of competition is so high this weekend. There are 24 street mod cars. That might be a record for us.
It's definitely the longest driver's list I've got in front of me, that's for sure.
And we've seen fields of 27 to 30 in Falcon Club TR before, but for whatever reason, street mod this weekend has almost tied that as our most cars in a given class on a weekend. Uni Jai, a 140.282. I think she's still gone a little quicker than that earlier in the weekend. She did, but seeing lap times go up in the green, a little bit of wave buys there given by the Tesla.
As Christopher Carlton getting by her. Yeah, I saw having to do a bit of drafting a little bit earlier on and maybe not getting the lap time they were looking for originally, but sitting second right now in Street GT, so not too bad.
Yeah, Jamie Santos is here hanging out in our chat. It says 23 now, and we'll have more on Jamie Santos later, but his weekend has ended a little prematurely, so that's unfortunate, but again, still a big field regardless. There's the C2 Corvette of the 427. Damon Hattori,
yeah. Getting a little quicker with our driver.
You're
crushing it up, man. It was. I will say, it was a lot to learn. There's so many drivers out here, so many incredible stories, and I'm very thankful to feel like a passenger to learn about all these incredible vehicles. We get into to our very early on, older than both of our parents' Corvettes.
Yes, 1963 to 67 was the second generation of Corvette. And Damon Hattori running it in track mod. Big wheel and tire package on this thing, and Josh Powers just went to the top of track mod for now, a 141. Still a little shy of what he did yesterday. But what we've seen, again, we saw the track record fall in Club SC by a little bit, but we really haven't seen huge pickups. And that tells me, despite the temperature, there's something about the track this morning that just doesn't seem optimal.
Well, I did see they were out there trying to blow the dust off of it. We got a little bit of wind last night. It is possible that has come over. We talked yesterday. We were both kind of expecting this session to be where a lot of records got broken, but as you indicated, there's something going on. So I'm wondering if yesterday with that little bit of sun coming down brought the track temperature into a really good operating window. I don't have a thermometer on me, but maybe we're sitting at a pretty chilly track, and we're having the opposite issue now where they're not able to get the tires up to temp to really get the traction they're hoping for. So I don't think that's the case, but you never know. Drivers will talk so much about having 3 or 4 degrees difference in tires being the difference between a full tenth over a lap, and really looking at the times we've got right now, that's where we're sitting. We're just a tenth or two off of a lot of these records, so that's all they're fighting for at this point.
Alexis Fregoso in the Acura RSX, one of only 7 Falcon Club TR cars. I said that typically this is a class that we see a lot of take-in, not so much here this weekend. Fregoso currently scored second in Club TR, right behind Mario Moroni. And they are the only 2 front-wheel drive cars in this class. The other 5 are all rear-drive cars, a mix of S2000s, GRD6, and twin FRS BRZ cars. So kind of a standard makeup of our class, but that's a pickup for him, a 139.953.
Yeah.
And that's actually about 3/10 better than his time from yesterday.
That's a big pickup, and it looked a little squirrely coming out of 11, trying to get that power down. I did allude that the front-wheel drives have a bit of an advantage there, but you could see he was still fighting for traction coming through that, and that maybe is a pretty good indicator of what the track conditions are like here this morning.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the front-wheel drive advantage sort of yesterday when we talked about some of the larger racetracks. They just have slightly less drivetrain loss. So when you're making about 220 to 230 horsepower at the upper side of the Falcon Club TR class, it just helps a little bit if you're losing less power to all of your mechanical drag. So if you've got a drive shaft running to the rear diff, it's going to take away a little bit of your of your power to the ground, and that's sort of why on the bigger tracks the front drive cars are a little harder to beat. Certainly not unheard of. Peter Granberg has dissuaded that myth a lot this year, but I'm not super surprised to see the front wheel drive cars doing well, especially those that are built to the very high end of the rule set. There's Carlton again in the Street GT car. You see Uni Jai has jumped a little closer to her PB for the weekend within half a second, but has yet to eclipse it.
Yeah, getting a couple of point buys going on now, and I think getting back to the front wheel drive too, we've got two very slow technical corners that the front wheel drive cars are able to take a little bit wider on the approach and then just drive through and get such a great exit on that corner that they are picking up a ton of time in those sectors, and then combine that with the drivetrain, the lack of drivetrain loss, and a few other spots where rear wheel drive couldn't pick up the time. I think that's why we're seeing that. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people maybe don't prefer front wheel drive, but here at this track they're doing quite well.
Luke Lederman in that 922 Porsche, again one of the drivers that is up in our street class battle. See the blue stickers on the side of that car. Lederman currently scored 4th. Trouble for Josh Powers, and I think he's off at the exit of turn 5. That's running up to turn 6. The full course yellow is out, and checked under the hood there for a second. He's going to climb back inside.
See a little puff of smoke coming out of the back, and I wonder if he was concerned about a fire potentially.
Yeah, I think that might have been what it was, but either way, that's going to bring all the cars to pit lane in this Group C session. So a little bit of a hold up on finishing this one out, although we did get quite a few laps here in this one. You see he's pulled off to driver's right, but...
Well, and this starts to... Having still great times and then having this incident, you wonder if maybe there was something they were fighting before they even showed up to the track, thought they could get it all sorted, and now sitting on the side of the racetrack waiting for a tow. Fingers crossed everything's okay, and I'm just trying to jump to conclusions that don't exist, but hopefully we see him get back out there.
So he's back in the car now, which is, again, I think the only reason you're ever supposed to get out of your car is if you suspect that there's fire, but there's really nowhere for him to go right now. So I think back inside the car was the safest place to be. So once he determined it wasn't on fire, climbed back inside. So he's done, as far as I'm concerned now, he's done everything that he should or could do.
Yeah, and he's been around long enough that he would know those rules. Those are pretty ingrained, or it's like stay in the car. I mean, that is a very safe place to be, all things considered, as you said, unless there's some sort of giant fire.
Ideally, I mean, you try to get to within view of a corner station, and then if it is on fire, you get out and you get to the corner station first. You don't worry about the car until you're off track. But in this case, if the car stopped dead stick there, probably worth just double checking. So yellow's out. We'll have the cars come back down to pit lane, and we'll likely see Group B get released after this. And the car's headed back around. You see Larry Chen in the GR86, and then the car behind him, I think, is that's the 242 car that we were talking about a little bit yesterday. And the 242 is Jared Ramirez in one of those Toyota GR86s. That is in Falcon Club TR. And if you've got a GR86 or BRZ that's relatively stock, it doesn't take much to make those cars competitive for Falcon Club TR. You get the 255 with Falcon out of it, and they're really good weapons for this class. Yeah,
it really becomes a bit of a suspension tuning war as well as just a driver war at that point because of how even that whole playing field is. So, and another vehicle that they're coming down in price. They seem to have settled into a decent resale zone, but there's a few different spots that you can really clean up and get those cheap.
So with those cars getting turned back into the paddock here, it tells me that we are not going to continue the Group C running, Jacobs. That will mean that we're likely going to see Group B on track next. But again, I'm a little bit surprised to see that we haven't really been seeing a track that is much quicker than yesterday morning. But maybe there's something to be said about the cars that are a little bit faster when we get into B and A. Maybe there's a possibility for some records to be broken. I know track mod's been a hot topic. We'll talk more about that later. And then Unlimited, I still think there's a lot to be left on the table for those cars here this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're able to rubber the track in a lot more. They're able to kind of understand and play with tire management a little bit differently. Whereas with these vehicles, they're going out, they're running kind of hot lap after hot lap, might have a cool down here and there. Whereas really for when we get into these much faster groups B and A, they're going to go out, they're going to get things warmed up, they're going to go for a flyer as soon as they possibly can, maybe cool it down at that point, and then start to play with things. So it'll be a little bit interesting. I want to see some more track times crushed. I want to see some records crushed, because that's why we're all here at the end of the weekend. But you just don't know. You just don't know until they get out there, and maybe when we get our lunch break, we'll have a chat with some drivers and go, why do you think it's not going faster? And they will have opinions, and they will let us know.
Yeah, to see now that it looked like he was under his own power behind that truck. I didn't see a toe strap, and now they're just going to let him roll down the corkscrew. So I don't know if this is procedure, but either way, this is a tough scenario here for Josh. I'm sure they'll head back. And we didn't see Jessica Powers on track, right? I mean, she came off on the outlap.
Yeah, and then went right back into the pits. So, yeah, just using the momentum to get down the track. It would be interesting to see some soapbox racing here. I thought of that very early on, that I think you could coast this all the way. We're going to find out with a Corvette, maybe not with something that the Boy Scouts built, but it could be cool.
Have you seen the drifting up the corkscrew here?
Yes, yeah, big fan. So when we get into the drifting side of things, when you're able to load the car up going up a hill in drifting, like a hill climb, it's such a different dynamic, and it's such a different way to drift the car. So I know a lot of drivers talking about it, like they love slinging that car into six and then just pushing it all the way up the hill. But yeah, going backwards up the corkscrew. I don't know if we're allowed to do that this weekend. I would love to sign a petition to say we could, but it's such a different dynamic.
Yeah, so Josh is going to coast down to the pit lane here, and we're going to get Group B on track here in just a moment's time. The fans are spilling in. The parking lots on the side of the mountain are filling up with people and spectators and crew members. We've got a really great concert on tap tonight. If you're interested, tickets are still available at the gate. You go to GRIDLIFELaguna.com if you want to pick some up. If you're in the California, NorCal area, you still about 3 p.m. and later entry. So if you're interested in that, check out GRIDLIFELaguna.com and make sure that you get here and join us for a night of celebration. And of course, tomorrow we'll have plenty of on-track action. And if you're here spectating, don't miss out, because tomorrow we've got more racing, and we also have the finale for our track battle sessions, the GridLife Track Battle Podium Sprint.
Yeah, if the tattoos weren't a dead giveaway, I'm pretty pumped for emo night. So
yeah, excited to have them back again with us for a second time this year. Look at the sights and sounds of Monterey, California, and just off the Pacific Ocean, just to the east, or just to the west of us, we're to the east of the ocean. And campers filling in trackside, great views around here. And I hear cars back on the racetrack, and there's the green flag wipe, and we're underway now for Group B in GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. And a couple of cars to keep our eyes on here in Track Mod, Unlimited, and Street Mod, as well as Mario Moroni in that Falcon Club TR car, that 727. He doesn't have a ton of competition at the very pointy end of that class here this weekend, but he does have Alexis Fregoso keeping the pressure on, and Mario is at the very back of this group, so he'll have a little bit of space to slow up and get himself a nice clear lap.
Yeah, and it might be a spot for that track record once again. So we'll see as we now get all of our Group B competitors out on track, everyone getting things warmed up, ready to go. And yeah, I'm really excited for this group. I know Group A gets a lot of attention, but to me, watching development and watching drivers move up through the ranks and move up into different run groups, and potentially start competing with drivers that are in a completely different class than what they're at, to me makes really exciting racing. And when it comes to time attack, you're always looking at how the lap times are starting to fall, but also just looking at driver development throughout a weekend can be exciting. Picking a driver, watching them, and just kind of keeping track of where their lap times are. That's a big thing I like doing at grassroots events.
Well, one of the cars that has had an interesting weekend so far is the Mike Burrows driven Ferrari 244 GTK. Now, this car had a transmission problem yesterday. It turns out that they've had a number of transmission issues, and they thought they were done for the weekend. And Jonathan Grace told me later that they weren't done. They found a transmission. They had it sent here late last night. And not only did Jonathan Grace tell me about that story, he was in there operating the engine hoist to help them pull the K20 out of the car. So
saw that.
Our pit reporter was in on it, and let's get a little update from Jonathan Grace on the Mike Burrows StanceWorks 244 GTK.
Mike, the last time we talked, it looked like you were going to be done not only for the weekend, but potentially the year. And all of a sudden, we come out this morning.
We are back.
You are back, indeed. How were you back? How did this all come together? I know you all in the team were burning the midnight oil yesterday, making a change and putting presumably a new gearbox in here. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah, all of my friends kind of peer pressured me into like, hey, we got to find a solution. We know we can find a gearbox. A friend down in LA had one sitting there. Another friend was coming up, so we said, hey, put it in your car, bring it up. And we thrashed all night long. I haven't slept yet, so I'm going to be rusty, but the car seems to work. We just did our the redemption lap, not redemption, I can't think of the word, but our hardship lap's what I was looking for. So car seems like it's happy enough. It did the things that it's supposed to do, so hopefully we can put a flyer in today.
And it seemed like kind of a paddock effort as well. You had a hoist in here getting the engine out last night. This is not the original garage stall that you're in. You're over by the Falcon tent. Talk us through who helped you out this weekend as well to make this possible.
Honestly, so many people came together to lend a hand. You were even there helping us pull the engine out at one point. I mean, it was all hands on deck. We had guys bringing tools, engine hoists, all of it. And yeah, it was just literally an all-night thrash to pull the entire driveline out of the car because the engine, transmission, they both have to come out together, as well as everything else in the engine bay. So it was a long push to get it done. The easy part was getting it out. Putting it all back together was probably twice as long and being tired. But it's working. I'm excited. I couldn't ask for anything else. So.
I know you said you haven't slept. What time did you finally finish the job and get it fired?
We fired it up for the first time probably about an hour ago. So we had enough time to fire it up, make sure it ran. We had to recalibrate some stuff for the new gearbox, let it warm up. I suited up, and we just did our hardship lap. So.
Well, we could hear it going by in the hardship lap. It was purring along. So I think I speak for everybody saying we are so stoked that the 244 is back on track.
Thank you immensely. We're excited too.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Jonathan. What a great piece there. Just fired up about an hour ago. That is crazy. And, you know, the resilience of GRIDLIFE competitors runs pretty deep. That's a great story and really cool car. They've got an F40 project they're working on as well. They just are building some really cool things. As I understand it, it's a Ferrari-based V12 that's going to go in that car. So
incredible. And anytime we get these unique builds, it's just another thing to show how amazing racing is. You can do something incredible. As we take a look here, this K-Tune Civic, this another just incredible build to show what Chris is able to do out there and the amount of time he's able to take out of some competitors. Like if you on paper, if you look at this, this doesn't make sense for how fast this car absolutely is.
Yeah, Chris Boersma's best time of the weekend, a 1:34.277. He had a bit of an issue at the tail end of last night's session, but looks like things are sorted. P3 in the session so far. Azimuth Mohammed in the Z06 does a 1:34.5, although he has gone a little quicker than that so far. Boersma does a 33. That'll put him up to the top of track mod for now, as Mario Moroni heads up the hill towards the corkscrew in that Falcon Club TR car. He's got Mike Burrows in behind him at the moment as they trek towards the corkscrew.
As you alluded to, maybe the Group B, Group A are able to find a bit more time that the lower groups weren't able to. Whoa, and a big high center there for Moroni. That was wild. That's what maybe I think he heard us talk about the track limits thing and went, okay, well here we go. Let's try it.
Pave the track. I will use all of it, please and thank you. And the championship scenario for Moroni once again is he has to win this event and get a track record to really give himself the best chance at locking up a championship at pit race. It's going to come down to what happens with his other competitors. There's no scenario where he walks out of here safe no matter what he does. So he's come all the way to California to hopefully just have a slam dunk event. I'm just not sure that that's going to be easy to do. A 1:39.6, still about a second and a half off the best of the weekend for him.
Yeah, so a little bit more room to work, but we're starting to see a few more times pop in here. Sky Chan sitting fourth overall with a 1:34.258. That beautiful, beautiful plum purple. I don't know if that's the actual name of BMW, but I'll take it.
Yeah, the other thing keeping an eye on as we watch the street mod field start to fill out again. Ope Oladipo at the top of the step right now, 1:32.257. That's a pretty solid lap there by him. But Street GT is also a pretty fun fight to watch. Charles Canal and Mark Kilgore, they're just about 75 thousandths of a second apart. They're both on track right now as Ravi Mirage goes to third quick.
Yeah, and Boersma, best time so far, 1:32.9. Yeah, so making some big improvements there, and yeah, they're finding pace in this track right now.
Yeah, and a 1:32.9 will put them just outside of the podium sprint. They'd be 6th right now. They need to catch Cody Bulkley's 132.2 to be in that conversation for tomorrow's podium sprint event. And just the level of competition in that class this weekend is crazy high. 18 cars in track mod, another huge group this weekend.
Yeah, it's the fact that the running orders are getting this big is it's a great problem to have. We're starting to run out of parking room here in the paddock to show just how many competitors wanted to come out here and drive. So another amazing class. I mean, basically every class out here right now has something incredible to keep your eye on.
Here is one of our C6 Corvettes. That's the 408 car that is on course right now in Group B. That's Carlo Uribe, the 137.865, the best that he's done so far. And I think he's still got a little time to chase to get back to that, only a 146.7 so far. Heading down the hill there through Rainy Curve and back around to turn 10. And Steven Scheifer again in that GR Super. You see him second on the timing and scoring for Street Mod. He was second place in the class last year. And though there's a couple cars that are likely to pip him in Group A, just goes to show you how competitive this class and this series have gotten in just a year's time, with California really showing up with a lot of drivers that are native to the area, native to the West Coast, and bringing the heat to some of our competitors that have traveled across the country to be here. Whoa. Sean Bassett, a big wiggle in the 269 Datsun. That was a big moment.
That was a big moment. Able to power through and able to get through the rest of that. Saw that Mirage there picking up best times so far for them at 134, and a couple other drivers getting those lap times in, but not able to better the time that they've set previously. So we're starting to plateau just a little bit in this session, and a couple of drivers able to potentially get one more really good flyer in before we wrap this up. So I expect to see kind of a last-ditch effort in our coolest session that we're going to see today.
Yeah, Sean Bassett picks up a little time there. That's a good lap for him. His best was a 38.1, so he's still a little off of that. But you know who has picked up an Unlimited is Joshua Briggs. It's that Tan MX-5 out there. About 2.8 seconds faster than his best lap. Big slide for the BMW behind him, the E92. But Briggs was also working on a sequential transmission last night. They were just struggling with the car stuck in gear. So they've had that thing, body panels coming off of it last night, under trays coming off of it to get that car replaced and repaired. And it's at the top of Unlimited for now.
Yeah, we obviously, once we get into to our Group A, things will get a little bit spicier. A lot of cool stories coming into that session.
Mark Kilgore, ooh, big wiggle for the Street Mod. Yeah, I didn't get a look at the number on the side of this car. That was a huge wiggle. This car is looking a little frantic, I have to say, as this is Bruce Thomas in the 747. His best lap time of the weekend so far was a 37.792.
Yeah, suspension looking pretty soft. That car is moving around quite a lot, under braking and through the corners. So see if he's come off the throttle just a little bit, coming through the corkscrew, a little bit more of a coast through that section. So maybe losing a little bit of nerve after a couple of crazy corners earlier on, and you can already see how that suspension working in the BMW.
Yeah, it looks like he might have bailed out at this point. But I was going to bring attention also to Street GT once again. Mark Kilgore is within a 10th of his best time of the weekend in Street GT. So that battle continues to get real hot as we close in on the tail end of Group B here in Track Battle Q4 this morning. Looks like 747 of Thomas is going to head back around once again. I thought he might be cooling things down, but look at one of those NB generation MX-5s, the 237 car. And the 237,
Chris Watson.
Thank you.
Yeah, Street Mod rear-wheel drive.
Well, we've seen Watson before in GridLife track battles, so.
Big wing, lots of end plate on that car, so hoping that keeps things pretty settled. Not a ton of angle in the rear wing on it, so not super concerned about getting a lot of that downforce. Maybe just a bit more stability into a few of these corners with those end plates.
Mark Kilgore, 135.267. That's a new best for him. And for Street GT, I think he is now going to be safely leading it by 0.8 of a second. So Mark Kilgore doing well there. I don't think that's quite the record. I think we're looking at a 34 for a Street GT record here this this weekend, but Kilgore going to put himself as the top seed against Charles Cunau, who he's battling in another M4.
Now, do you keep fighting for that track record at that point, or are you just kind of happy with where things are at? Oh, Miata getting a little squirrely there coming to that last section.
At a 35.2, I'm pretty happy if I'm Mark Kilgore. The car that he's trying to beat, my understanding, is Andy Vogel. You see there, a 133.239 is what he's got to chase to beat the record. I don't know if Kilgore's got that in this car. He's be battling a C8 Corvette, and there's so much fundamentally different between those two cars that I would be really impressed if he could come out on top and snag that record. But either way, he's the top seed in podium sprint as it stands.
Yeah, so not a bad spot to be in, and you don't necessarily want to endanger the vehicle by trying to push for a record that seems to be maybe a bit further out of reach than what you want it to be. So maybe get a few more laps in on this one, but feeling fairly comfortable, and unless something crazy ends up changing, that might be where he's more or less locked in before sprint. I don't want to call it too early. Lots of things can happen, and there are often times where drivers are holding things back for the last couple of sessions just to try and see what they're able to pull off.
He's pitting in, and here's a look at the 730. This is a Porsche 911, Spencer Kimball. I don't think we've talked about Spencer yet this weekend. And Track Mod, a great playground for Porsche machinery. And I've always been a fan of Porsches, and I think as far, big wiggle there in the corkscrew. I think they're just a very reliable, high-performance platform. If you've got the coin to get the one that you need for the class that you're in, I think they're really great platforms with a lot of aftermarket support, and they're very reliable platforms. I really haven't seen a lot of issues with them. Knock on wood for everybody with a Porsche here this weekend.
But everybody just cringed.
Yeah, I know. Commentator curse, classic Kyle, but. But Spencer Kimball pulling in, and again, he's P4 in this session. His best lap time of the weekend, a 35.4, so he's done 2 seconds quicker than that this morning.
Yeah, I mean, right out of the box, they're incredible vehicles, and it doesn't take a lot to unlock a few extra horsepower here and there. I mean, they're going to be limited by things like emissions, and depending on the package, some comfortability in driving. So if it's just like, we're not worried about having a nice, comfortable ride in this. We just want the track time. So with a little bit of work, that suspension tuning, and as you indicated, there's so many aftermarket options for them now, and I really feel like we're in such an amazing era when it comes to being a Porsche fan. It's come back around, and unfortunately they're not coming down in price by any means.
No. Asbath Mohammed looked like he was really deep on the brakes there, getting by some traffic on a cool down lap there, so heading up towards turn 6. There's Mohammed in that Corvette Z06, a 133.629. I don't know that he's done any faster than that this weekend. He has not, so that's about a half-second pickup for Mohammed. He's pulling double duty in Eibach GLTC in a very different K24 MR2. So,
yeah, it caught me off guard there for a moment. So that's not a lot of time in between those sessions either to be jumping between the two vehicles. So probably someone's warming up the Corvette while the MR2 is coming in off pit lane and right back into the next seat.
Down a gear, nice smooth DCT gearbox that just blips, and that helps a lot. There's always the battle about the manuals versus the paddle gears, Jacob, but again, if you're in a class like Track Mod, having a DCT or a sequential really helps. Less complicated footwork, you just bang through the gears, you can't really make a mistake with it, but with especially aftermarket sequentials, reliability it can sometimes be a concern. There's a great discussion about this on a couple of track battle related or time attack related podcasts about the motorsports sequential gearboxes that aren't necessarily designed to do the time attack thing.
Right.
They're designed to be endurance raced, and sometimes the loads that you're putting through them in these short durations are pretty rough on them versus sort of detuned outputs, things that you'd see in, for example, an LMP3. Those cars are, sequential gearboxes that you'll put 8, 10, 12 hours on in a single race, but you're not necessarily putting 1,200 horsepower through it, right? It's an even 450 or what have you. So when you got a car from factory that has a transmission like that, they tend to be pretty reliable until you start really feeding them boatloads of power.
Well, and yeah, they're meant to be to run to 200,000 miles or whatever their service interval ends up being, hopefully 200,000 miles or more. So yeah, they're built for that longevity, but they're also not being abused day to day like you're getting here. So you can put on, not every mile is equal when it comes to the wear of a vehicle.
LS3 BRZ, this is Ravi Mirage, and that's got a BMW DCT in it.
Yeah.
So taking one of those OEM gearboxes and shoving it in a very platform that's not designed for, we'll say. But again, we've seen that swap in a couple different cars on our side of the Mississippi as well. One that comes to mind is Andy Smedegaard's swap of the BMW DCT into Super K, a green S2000 driven by Alex Moss.
Well, as they become more available, and as those vehicles come up on auctions and things of those lines, as soon as it becomes relatively affordable, where you're not having to buy a brand new vehicle and pull a brand new transmission out of it just to try and adapt something, that's when you start to see it come in more. So you'll get a few drivers that want to bring that to the forefront, and they want to be at the absolute cutting edge of the technology. So we see the checkered flag going up there, and but then that trickle down happens, and a lot of the times you're going to see it at the very top level of racing, and then after a while it starts to come down. Look at the work with carbon fiber in F1, and how now we've kind of lower end factory vehicles have carbon fiber bits on them just coming off the production line. So it's the very same thing when it comes to racing as well. Develop it at the front end of things, and it will trickle down to the back of the pack, and you start to move through the development that way, and somebody just moves on to the next thing. So DCT to me is very much a big part of that.
So Mark Kilgore coming back around. A checkered flag is out here on Group B. So trundling down the hill here and coming back around to pit back in. It'll be Group A on track next for our GridLife Track Battle Championship Heat number 4. So here comes all the Group A entries, and again, full of unlimited, super unlimited, track mod, street mod. There is just a battleground of cars here about to take to the racetrack. Keep our eyes on the track mod record. Again, Callan Spence has just continued to push the limit there and reset that a couple of times. That green and yellow Lotus that should be at the front of the shot. We'll have more on him here in just a moment. Jackie Ding on track. You see Jeremiah Burton in the Catfish Camaro Trans Am car, Cal Fortner in the Al's Auto Body Mercedes AMG GTS, and Luca Barberis, who just with one fell swoop in street mod just blew away the previous track records. That was an unbelievable moment yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues on. As now we get definitely the quickest group that we're going to see here this weekend out on track at what might be, and hopefully will be our fastest session. Although, yeah, it's just been interesting. We did see a few people setting personal records in Group B, and hopefully that continues on through Group A. So a few more of them just getting out on track with that really, really interesting pit exit. You don't see a ton of tracks where you've got that coming around all the way around the corner to feed back out off, and they try to tie it into that straightaway. But here, just being a little bit different at Laguna Seca and catching that tight inside at the Andretti hairpin to come off pit road.
So we got a lot of things to follow here in this Group A session. Mike Dussault at the very pointy end. There's Callan Spence in the Lotus. That's a 2GR motor in that car, which is a V6 that the base of that engine is in things like the Toyota Camry, the Toyota Sienna. It's a 3.5-liter V6, but in several Lotus models, that is the basis for the power plant. It's a Toyota-based V6 engine. And so I think one of the things that we'll talk about a little bit later is how you generate that much power in an engine like that, and how reliable it can be. Of course, Lotus worked with Toyota for many years building those cars. Even the Elise also with a Toyota-based engine, and tuning, I believe, from Yamaha as well in those cars. So they get those real high revs. It's just really neat cars. But you see also on track, there's Cody Vaschultz in one of the Pikes Peak hill climb cars that we have here this weekend, along with Dussault's car. The super unlimited Jeremiah Burton Catfish Camaro, Luca Barberis, Gabe Zamora, and so many more plunging down the hill.
Yeah, it's already seeing drivers finding some interesting spots to get those tires warmed up, throwing things a little bit sideways is more or less alluding to our drift sessions, which will be coming up a little bit later on. But yeah, doing a great job now. You can see them starting to spread out as drivers getting ready for their flyers, taking a bit of time to make sure they got that fresh air. And now we start to get some times rolling in as drivers putting down the pace, and it'll get very, very interesting as we continue on through the rest of the session.
So laps beginning here, and see also the blue and orange car as well. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But this is Callan Spence, broke the track mod record yesterday, and I picked up a little bit of a story on this driver behind the wheel of this car. And young Callan Spence in his early 20s here, two-time survivor of cancer, and he had a synovial sarcoma, which is a rare form of cancer that attacks soft tissues, and survived it twice. And here he is driving this this green and yellow Lotus with Tumor Glow on the front, a new partner for them. And really cool story, and really fell in love with track day driving down at Circuit of the Americas, running in HPDEs with a Corvette, and just completely fell in love with it. And ever since, he's found so much pace. Ran some Spec Miata for a while, but this Lotus, see the wiggle there, makes over 1,000 horsepower.
This is wild lap coming in here.
Yeah, and you can see, you can learn more about the foundation that was started by his parents at www.synovialsarcoma.org, and there's some great stories there about how they're helping the mission. But here he comes, throttling up on the front straightaway here, and let's see what lap 1 looks like for Spence. A 1:26.381, and I'm pretty sure that by a fair margin, yeah, by over 1.2 seconds, that is a new track record again this morning.
Wow, that's wild. Just coming out of the gate and absolutely blowing up that time. That is a massive margin to be able to pick that up, and that is going to be incredibly difficult for anybody else to beat. He is on one this morning.
Jeremiah Burton up to second in Super Unlimited. You see Bailey Woods in that blue and pink car I was talking about a moment ago, a 1:38.29. Coming down the hill here is the 219 track mod car, and that is Alex Bernstein in a BMW M3. Cal Fortner jumped up to third for a moment, but Anderson in the 681 just jumped up to the top. That is 691 rather. That's where is he? That is Kai Anderson in the 661 in a Chevrolet Corvette goes to the top, and that's a really fast lap, a 31.8.
Yeah, for street mod, that's definitely picking things up pretty good. The action is getting pretty hot out here on track. Drivers looking for those flyers. Everybody's being pretty tidy out there, getting out of the way. But there's some jockeying going on very, very early to get the best spot on track right now to try and set some more records.
Yeah, Mike Dussault picked up a big bunch too. 1:26.171 for Dussault in the 1967 Camaro. Ryan Redukel, and look at that, a 1:25.403 for Dussault. Again, that's another big pickup. So 2 seconds faster than his time yesterday as a yellow flag waves there at the corkscrew.
Yeah, seeing a lot of dust kicking up in that section, so maybe somebody coming a little bit too hot into that iconic part of the track and kicking the dust up is seeing some of that dirt being pulled out on track. That might play havoc for a few drivers coming through that section a little bit later on. I'm not sure if we caught on track exactly what went down there, but either way, hopefully that yellow comes in fairly soon, but it looks like Sector 2 overall having that yellow up on track.
Yeah, and again, the yellow's still waving there, and from my understanding, we were told by the broadcast team that it was Jackie Ding that had gone off over there. No look at it, and I would imagine driver's right on the corkscrew, but again, we don't have a good look at it, so.
We're seeing a yellow now through Sector 1 as well.
I wonder if we haven't gone full course just yet.
No, but two different spots. Now, I believe that Miata was off a little bit earlier on. I mean, if it was a wave by, it was a pretty extreme one, sitting pretty far to the track left coming up the hill. So we already know that a Corvette can coast down. I don't know if that's the same case there for the Miata, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at around the racetrack. I also see a yellow at turn 5, so I think we have gone full course yellow.
Yeah, seen a lot of cars coming in now. I didn't see a black flag out there, but yeah, Sector 1 and 3 both on it. So it's getting spicy out there for this Group A session.
Yeah, and again, we saw Group A yesterday. Just the amount of push that you have to do in these cars to extract all the pace out of it. You have to push so hard. And in places like the corkscrew, again, the track drops away at the top of the hill, so pretty easy to get the braking wrong there or drop a tire. And of course, that's assuming that you didn't have some sort of mechanical issue as well. So we'll get you an update when we can. But for now, full course yellow here for Group A for Track Battle Q4, Jacob. But again, ripe with records here in that session, especially that track mod record, Callan Spence, again, obliterating his own best time from yesterday.
Well, and Callan was pretty smart with that, getting that lap in really early, maybe having an indication that everyone's going to be pushing hard in this session. So let's just try and get that time out as quick as we can, get our warm-up done, blast that track record, and then if there is a problem, at least we're ahead of that. And it's played out really well for him. So a veteran and very smart move, trying to get that lap record in as quick as he could.
You notice there at turn 6 on the exit, all the tire marks to the inside.
Yeah.
There's a couple places I also think about the Road America kink. How you go through it, you can sort of see all the tire marks that have gone to one side because of how challenging the corner is. There's a number of places on this racetrack that will bite you, and it's an old-fashioned racetrack. Of course, a lot of modern safety amenities, a new runoff that was put in a handful of years ago, but with those modern amenities, it doesn't make it foolproof. If you make a mistake or you have a part failure, you can go off, and we've seen a couple drivers have issues here this weekend, but hopefully everything's okay. We haven't seen a look at it just yet. We'll get you an update when we can, but cars are headed back down around to the racetrack into pit lane, and I don't know if we'll get another look at a run here. It looks like we have a few more minutes before drift is scheduled to go out at about 11:20 local time. So I'm not sure.
Might get one.
Yeah, depending on how much they've got to do up there, we could get one more lap.
That would be interesting. Yeah. Be a little bit of a shootout for that last lap. I'm all right with that. If that comes up on the schedule, I'm pretty happy with that. And just one shot to get it done. That's kind of what we're always looking for. So a double yellow and a white out there. My flag knowledge is not amazing. What's that the indicator
so
for?
Double yellow is a full course yellow indication. So a single waving yellow indicates that there's an incident at a particular corner. A double yellow is a full course yellow, which means the track is under caution. There will still be a single waving right ahead of the incident so that drivers know where on the course the incident is. And then if you see a white flag that is just held, like they are on the entrance to the corkscrew, that signifies that there is a slow-moving vehicle or a safety vehicle. If you see it at the main flag stand and it is waving, that signifies the final lap of a race, which we don't obviously have here in the Track Battle Championship. So sort of a dual-meaning flag there. The pace car, the time attack pace car, is out on track, and looks like we're going to send cars around. That's good news. That means that we don't have any sort of barrier repair or anything to worry about. So they'll trundle around behind the time attack pace car, which will help them get things back up to temp before they'll get them another lap or two on course.
Okay, weird question for you. What is the most obscure flag that we have? Is there one that comes out you're like, oh, I haven't seen that one in a while?
So there's I don't think we have them here, but there are a couple racetracks around the country that have unique flags. I think of one at Lime Rock Park, and there's a great clip in one of our documentaries that Alex Freeman did for us last year on Lena Chin. And there's a look at Jackie Ding, by the way. Again, that's tough to see. But there's a deer flag. And there's a bear flag also.
Oh, for like actual deer and
bears.
Does it just have a deer on the flag?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But again, looking at how Jackie has gone in there, again, I think I see the splitter off that car. It has gone into the wall just enough to displace the tire bundles, but it's hard to tell how hard it went in. And again, hoping Jackie's all right, but it doesn't look super huge. But it must have just dug in the gravel there.
Yeah, tough. And especially if you're locking the brakes up, you can kind of build yourself a bit of a divot, and a lot of these track tires are not very good with off-road, so you want to try and keep the momentum going to be able to drive out of it, but nowhere really to go on that one, and it looks like Jackie tried to get it in reverse and dig that car back out, but not an easy thing to do. That gravel can get pretty loose, especially if he slid into it.
Yeah, and again, just trying to get an idea of how the speed that he carried in, and you see where he went off right at the entrance of the corner there, and looks like he kind of slid across the road.
It looks like there's a bit of an arc going into that section, which is interesting. So I'm wondering if he kind of understeered coming into the corner.
So what we're hearing, because it sounds like the truck saw it, it sounds like he got the inside corner cut curb and bounced off of that and went straight. So I imagine that he could have broken some suspension component after that. So you see that yellow curb on the inside, kind of near where the tow truck is.
Oh, okay.
That thing's about a foot tall. It is not kind to race cars.
That's a weird angle to go in with that. He must have really came at it and attacked it, because it seems like he's maybe a little bit offset from it, if you're drawing a straight line out to it. So I'm not saying the truck is wrong. That's just he came at that really quick then. So I'm wondering if there was some other issue that led up to that point. But that's not what you want to see. And Yeah, man, hopefully there's no major issues there for Jackie Ding.
Yeah.
It really needs this weekend.
It sounded like it was pretty fast, but again, we talked about the safety things that WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca has set up here, and you'll note around a lot of this racetrack there are tire bundles, and tires, while they're sort of an old school safety method, they're actually extremely effective at absorbing impact. Now, you see the right front fender there broke in on Jackie's car, and maybe some suspension issues as well, but those tires, they absorb the impact. They do a lot of bodywork damage, but they generally keep a lot of, that car, yeah, it's definitely had some.
Oh yeah, look at the fender, front right fender looks like it's flared out as well. So, yeah, Jackie always kind of at the forefront of the aero and design and production side of things, but hopefully, I don't know if he's got the spare parts for all of that. That is tough, and we've seen a lot of little bits and potentially some fluid on the front end where that vehicle was sat. So this I don't want to say a weekend ender, but potentially a very long night tonight and a long day today to get things back up and running if at all possible.
So with that, Track Battle Q4, I think is, well, I don't know. I don't want to jump too fast here. I thought about it, but they do have cars lined up on pit exit. So they have cars lined up, and again, it's possible that they could send them back out, and I don't want to miss it. So I was about ready to read you results here for Q4, Jacob, but we might have to stick around another minute.
Got a little wave there from a few of our track staff, and a big thank you to all the track workers, media, volunteers, and people at the track for making this happen. There's a lot of attention that gets put on the race car drivers who do give up large portions of their lives just to keep us entertained and basically race for some time. But for everybody that volunteers or is paid, who's making a living out of this, thank you so much for your time and for being here with us, and for everybody at home for hanging out and watching and in the chat and keeping us accountable and informed on basically everything that we say.
Well, one of the drivers that we haven't gotten a great look at yet in this session is Ryan Redukel, who had a busy night last night replacing an engine in his MX-5 Miata, and Jonathan Grace caught up to tell us more about it.
Well, Ryan Redukel, there's a lot of work going on behind us. Tell us a little bit about it, because you're swapping engines pretty early in the weekend.
Yeah, we made one lap and put in the backup motor in it. We showed up with a new untested engine, and it was probably not the best thing to do, but the extra horsepower is nice, so it didn't work, and lost the remain seal, so we're putting Old Faithful back in it and going to give her a go here shortly.
How much runtime is on Old Faithful here?
It's got about 6-8 weekends on it, so we ran it first here last year at GRIDLIFE, so that was the debut of it, and then we've ran a few events with it, so I know that motor it's solid. So
we know track time at GRIDLIFE events is plentiful, but it's also precious. When can we expect you back out?
45 minutes.
We'll start the timer. Good luck with the engine change.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Ryan.
All right, man.
Thanks, Jonathan. And again, so many drivers dealing with issues last night and working through the evening to get their cars ready to go. Again, another look at Jackie Ding's BMW M2 from PhD Racing. Unfortunate to see the right front corner of that car has significant damage, Jacob, and that's not what we want to see.
No, and I mean, obviously things are broken as they pulled that car backwards. That wheel would have kind of caught and pulled itself forward, but getting some bigger equipment out on track, which is always an indicator of how hard that hit is. We're having to move some things back, so that's a big one.
Yeah, I got sent a photo from Kendra Smith, who is hanging out with us, and Jacob, just so you can see, that car went in there pretty hard. So.
Yeah, lifting the back end of the car up upon impact. Obviously, people not able to see it, but yeah, that's an incredible photo for an unfortunate situation.
Hope Jackie's all right. I'm sure we'll get an update from him a little bit later. But car going on the rollback now. Under a slight delay here for Track Battle Q4 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Again, previewing the day, the first couple of groups in this session didn't really improve like we talked about. But Group A, we saw a lot go down in just a minute. And we're told that they might get one more lap.
Okay.
So that's why we're not cutting away to get ready for our drift show just yet, Jacob, because there is the potential that they go out for one more go. Oh, bad. That's not looking good, Jacob, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's control arms. Looks like the strut is still hanging on there barely, but I mean, you're looking at brake lines, you're looking at control arms, tie rods, pretty much everything, and whatever is hanging on is not going to be able to be used again. So for Jackie, that is a full right replacement, if not more. as more little bits and bobs are falling out from underneath that car. Tough go, but that's trying to find the absolute limit of a vehicle, and Jackie knew he had to come into this weekend and do incredible things, and now it is up to his team and his mechanics to get that car back out if at all possible.
Yeah, unfortunate. Well, under 5 minutes, hopefully, to get one more lap here for Track Battle Group A. That's what John Raymond, our motorsports director, has just let me know. That's what they're hoping for.
Yep.
But pending the rest of the cleanup there at the top of the corkscrew. But I know it's a little dreary looking out there with the clouds, but we avoided that marine layer that comes in the morning. Jacob, that's great news. We were pretty well on schedule. We should stay hopefully on schedule for the rest of the day. But we've got a great day of action still upcoming. And for those that have been here this weekend that are waiting for the GridLife Rush Series, they're going to get some action here and not too long from now. It'll be a drift session in a couple minutes, followed by the GridLife Rush Series qualifying, where we're going to set the grid for the first of 4 races this weekend. Then we're going to have our lunch break. We'll be back with our first race of the weekend, a multi-class race for Eibach GLTC and GRIDLIFE GT. And then we go rush racing after that, another track battle heat, more drift, and then another GRIDLIFE GT and TC race, more drift, and then rush race 2 to end the day. So lots upcoming. If you tuned in yesterday and saw, a couple of track battle sessions and you were hoping for more, well, we've got more on tap today.
Yeah, it's a busy day. It's a very, very busy day. And then as soon as the action goes cold on track, it heats up at Party Central. So it's going to be a long one for us, but a fantastic one. And then we're wrapping things up tomorrow with the races that really, really matter. I mean, all of them really do all the way through this. But as we get into to some of our final laps of the weekend and close things out, but for right now, it's just all eyes on track, as now we see Jackie Ding getting off of track on that flatbed, and I'm sure the team back at the pits are gearing up and getting ready to see what they're able to do with that vehicle.
Yeah, and Jackie's whole thing the last couple of years with PhD Racing has been... oh boy.
Yeah, you caught that too. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jackie's whole thing with PhD Racing has been taking a chassis like the GR Supra, for example, just making a whole bunch of aftermarket parts for it, typically in the aero department, but just developing a package that other drivers can do to make their cars high performance on the racetrack. And did that with the Supra, and now working on the M2, but that's a big one, unfortunately, for him. So back to the paddock area, and again, we're hoping for one more flying lap, so it'll be an out and a green and then a checker. So if you got to find space on this out lap, Jacob, and you're only going to get one go at this, and I imagine that some of the drivers that feel like they already got enough out of this session are just going to go, they're going to go back to the paddock and be done. If you feel like you could have gotten a little more, you're lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I caught at least, we got 5-6 cars a little more further back, just at a shot behind that billboard. But yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. I expect that first lap, everyone to really spread out, pace themselves, find a good spot of open air, and then once that green hits, we're gonna get some really fast action, some crazy flyers coming out of these drivers, and see if you can see a few fans getting everything all locked up there.
I just grabbed Jacob's talkback button. I reached across the table and slammed it.
I'm like, what am I saying? You're muting me.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the last lap of Track Battle Group A Q4 in just a moment.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca for GridLife Track Battle Q4 here on a Saturday morning as we're working heat 4 of 6 in our Track Battle Championship. We've got Track Battle Podium Sprint tomorrow where we will sort out our podiums. We're going to get one more lap for Group A here, and I did get an update that Jackie Ding is okay after that accident, so that's great to hear. And again, unfortunate incident, bringing out a yellow before we finished up this 4th of 6 heats. One lap is all this group is going to get, Jacob, so you better go fast. I think Luca Barberis in that GR Super pointy end there, and then Cal Fortner in the Mercedes-AMG GTS. I think those are the drivers to watch here on this quick lap.
Yeah, for sure. Cal might be looking for a bit of a pass there on Jeremiah. We'll see, trying to maybe lock that in a little bit early on. I'm not sure if Burton's able to kind of keep up with the pace that I think Cal's about to throw down. Cal is a great driver in these situations as well. He's got the tenacity that when it comes down to that final shootout lap, he just goes for it, and that's phenomenal, especially in a car of that cost and caliber to be able to do that. But yeah, I think you got that spot on, that Cal Fortner might be one of the big drivers to focus on. But either way, keep an eye on that left side of your screen, take a look at those fastest laps, and we'll do our best to keep up with what's going to be a pretty hectic few minutes here.
Yeah, so for Barberis, it needs to be to 131.001. So if he gets in the 130s, that's going to be a pickup for him. Cal Fortner currently scored 2nd in Street Mod. I think he's going to be 3rd now because of the lap Anderson did a little earlier. Fortner's best time is a 132.6. So he's coming all the way from Indiana. And again, the Al's auto body on the side of the car. Here we go, green flag, and we might get one. I've been told if they have time, they'll try to get him one more beyond that. But across the stripe, here comes Cal Fortner in that number 14 Mercedes-AMG GTS. Sparks flying from the rumble blocks, and he's got a little bit of traffic. I think this is going to kind of mess his lap up there. I don't think he got a big enough gap. Again, that time attack safety car, you don't have to bunch up behind it. So that's going to throw his lap off here a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought he might have tried to get that pass in really early, just knowing the pace that he's putting down. And it's nothing against Jeremiah Burton. It's just they're kind of doing two different things this weekend. So it is what it is. That's where things are lined up. Cal Fortner is still going to get a few more sessions, and we'll see what he's still able to do on this lap. He's going to probably put down a pretty competitive time, but so I'm going for that wide dive into the Andretti hairpin and not really able to get the timing correct.
Throttling up to turn 6. And he's going to hope that he doesn't see a checker next time by. Maybe get one more go. Love the sparks flying out from under that car. It's very photogenic, isn't it, with that livery? And of course, you don't see a lot of Mercedes-AMG GT street cars. Of course, we've seen a couple GT3 spec machines here in Track Battle in the past.
Yeah, and that GTR of Storer getting a little bit hairy there under braking. That car kind of just getting a little wobbly as he's coming through it. So we'll see if we get that checkered out on this. And if not, I would expect to see Cal Fortner flash in the headlights, something, trying to get Burton out of the way so he can get that absolute flyer in. Should have all the fuel load for it. I don't think he's going to hedge his bets and keep that way down. So we will see. I do see a checkered out there.
Oh, man. So checkered flag. Luca Barberis comes across the stripe. Is it going to be a pickup that time? It is a 130.379. That is a new track record in Street Mod.
Wow.
By 0.7 of a second.
See, there was pace left in this track. There definitely was pace left in this track.
Wow. Barberis in the GR Super, his first year in Street Mod, coming over from an Evo in the street class, just reset the track record in the rear-wheel drive subcategory. And again, that'll be the overall Street Mod record as well. That is a ridiculous lap.
That's a crazy pickup.
That's super, super fast. There's the 712 coming across the line there. Another GR Supra, but Luca Barberis, that will absolutely qualify him in for the podium sprint, no doubt. And he's absolutely the one to beat by the looks of qualifying so far. Yeah. That was incredible.
That was nuts. It makes me wonder though, could there be again some more time to pick up? Maybe not for him. I think he's kind of found the limits of what he's able to do with this track and that setup, but I hope he proves me wrong. It does show though that there was some left on the table. We saw 2 records broken in this session pretty handily as well. 7/10 for one and a second and a half for our Unlimited. So pretty wild.
Let's have a look at our results here. Track Battle Club SC. Mike Jansen broke the track record by 0.1 of a second earlier. Sam Dooling now has a little bit of chasing to do in that category. category. In Falcon Club TR, I don't think we quite saw a track record pace out of Mario Moroni, but really, really close. 137.8 was his best I thought we saw earlier in the weekend. Alexis Fregoso closing in, Jerry Ramirez in third. Now moving up to street class, it's been Joshua Halka and Rafael Guerrero up into second place in that heat, with Willem Dries right there in the mix in the Elantra N. In street GT, it was a battle between Mark Kilgore and Charles Canal. Mark Kilgore not breaking the record, but vaulting himself to the top seed, a podium sprint. And then just now in street mod, it was the unbelievable lap by Luca Barbera, so 130.379 over Kai Anderson and Opio Oladipo to put himself up on top. And then in track mod, Callan Spence, Jacob, just obliterating the field there with that lap in the 2GR Lotus.
Yeah. I mean, that was just incredible, and that's one of those laps you come back from the pits. You already know. You don't need to look at any timers. You're already fully aware of how great that was. And Bailey Woods second right now with the 128.831, and Gabe Zamora with 131. So a little bit further back on that pace, but not too bad. And then obviously Jackie Ding still sitting with a great time, fourth right now. Hopefully maybe able to hold on to that, but either way, got to get that car repaired to get back out to it. And Chris Boersma hanging into that last spot as of right now. A couple sessions still left, but will they be able to swap around some of those times?
And then in Unlimited, we saw, as we see just the tail end here of the track battle stuff here. Again, Anthony Gardonapo, Josh Powers, Damon Hattori in that C2 Corvette. And in the Unlimited category, we've got Mike Dussault, Ryan Radugal, and Leaf Storer in that GTR up at the top. Josh Briggs back out there, 3-second BB, Sean Bassett and Tom Tang, the rest of your top six. That'll do it here for the track battle session. Let's have a quick look back on our highlights here from the Grid Life Track Battle qualifying 4 before we get into some Grid Life Drift coverage to wrap up our morning. After we will have the Grid Life Rush Series qualifying up next. But here's a look at Cody Powelson in the Striker. There's a look at Courtney Warren back on track in her Honda Fit. Sam Dooling went for a ride earlier this morning. Jacob just a little off, but Mike Jansen, new track record.
Yeah, and a big wave out to the camera there, and it was just a nuts set of events. We can start to see how aggressive the setup in a few of these cars, more sparks than we've seen in any other session, is now we get some eyes out on drift. There's a few more cars. It looks like Justin Pollock back out there. I'm not sure who's in the older Falcon, but
we'll be right back with Grid Life Drift here from Grid Life Laguna. And welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Grid Life Drift out on track. And good to have everybody back as we get ready to go on course here with Grid Life Laguna Festival as we get ready to go for our next portion of the day. It's going to be Grid Life Drift, the first time that we've had them on track here this morning. And again, it's cloudy enough, but we're going to make some more clouds here, Jake Gettins.
Yeah, I got a quick shot there. Chris Forsberg out in the Ultimaniac. So it was a four-seater Ultima. They got that car back up and running late last night. Ran into some crazy, strange issues, but ultimately car back out on track, and can just see all the smoke that they're able to produce right now. Talked to a couple drivers about how tire wear is. They did say you can do one lap on a set of tires if you do basically the whole track. Pretty tough though. Most of them electing to skip a few sections just to be able to go out and put on a good show for the fans. So that's kind of what they're aiming for here. They see a big group of fans. They see everyone getting excited. That's where they're going to be throwing down and doing some of the craziest stuff you've ever seen. There's Odie Bakshi's back out in the, I believe that it's the S13 for that setup. So he's brought two cars out here, his S13, his S14, trying a couple of different things, but either way, Odie Bakshi is known as a very, very intense driver and an incredible suspension wizard when it comes to drifting, owning Field Suspension, which is probably one of the leading brands when it comes to suspension, when it comes to drifting in particular, and he's just a setup king, so doing a great job there, getting crazy over top. I don't know if that is Odie, because I think I saw both of his vehicles out there, so
visibility poor.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, though, in drifting. They're pretty good at seeing through the smoke. So it's just another day of the office.
Oh, watch that curb. Ooh, that's going to hurt. the suspension there. Whoa, look out. Larry Balin on the chase car there.
Oh, man.
Stalled at the corkscrew. That's not a great place to be stuck.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough one. Hopefully get some yellow flags out on that section as we take a look down. Few more vehicles, very, very unique with the Audi. Audi's not really known in drifting, which I think is kind of shocking. A little bit harder to set up, obviously something that's coming off that all-wheel drive and having to disconnect the front drive to get back out there. Now we see Dylan Hughes. We saw Zendara Kennedy out just before there. There she is in that Boss S13. Driver was in pro spec, taking a bit of time off, going around doing some drift demos and having a good time. Beautiful car. I do love the Boss kit. I know it's a little divisive between some people, but to me, you just see so many S13s. Let's do something that's a little obscure.
I feel like you got a lot of choice with those chassis to make it your own visually. So whatever way you can be making it unique. I wanted to also point out that just a moment ago, Jacob, for the first time I think ever on a GridLife broadcast, we had a 4-digit number of viewers for a live stream on the GridLife YouTube channel. So big thanks to everyone for joining us here today. If you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please ensure to do that. We've got plenty more coming your way. And this is not the last live stream for the year. Subscribe now and make sure you don't miss tomorrow's stream, first of all, but also the stream at Pit Race International Complex coming up in October for our season finale. We'll do a live stream there as well. So make sure that you join us here as Drift continues. But yeah, a lot of S chassis out there and so many different ways to skin the cat, so to speak.
Yeah, Farouk Kouai out there right now. That's who we got the camera on at this point. Swapping back over to the pink livery driver that's, I mean, he's been around for what feels like forever. He's got an interesting drift Porsche that is in the works. If you're here, you can go check that out. Not done, just getting everything mocked up, but having a good time. And I don't know, who's out there in the Hyundai?
That would be GridLife CEO Michael Hershen.
Oh, okay, he just decided he's going to go out and have some fun. Huh?
Hurricane out there having fun.
Hurricane, yeah. He's definitely a wild man, that's for sure. So having a bit of a blast behind the yellow Corvette. Not entirely sure who's piloting that one this weekend. But the great thing, we talked about how great the Corvettes are out on grip racing. When it comes to drifting, out of the box, they're ready to go. They will absolutely do this. Obviously, getting a hydro in, a handbrake, an e-brake, whatever you want to call it, make things a lot easier. But realistically, you can take that front suspension, either get some cut knuckles or get into a full angle kit. But you can drift those right out of the box, and they're a great drift car.
Wonder if we've got Gray sitting in the passenger seat, and that is our GridLife designer, but he also does, and I think he is in there, he does some of our video as well. If you ever see some of the VHS style video, that's Gray's work, and I think he's planning on putting a Super 8 camera on the front of one of these cars sometime soon, if it's not already this weekend. So.
It's getting harder and harder to get your hands on Super 8 film. I tried actually not that long ago, so it's kind of top of mind, and there is Chris Forsberg out in the Ultimaniac, 3-time Formula Drift champion, and just absolute wild man. One of the only drivers left in FD that has been there since day one, coming through Drift Alliance. And if you want to see some cool stuff, you can go back and check out some of those old videos from the Drift Alliance days, throwback from like Network A and things like that.
The Ultimaniac is a party car. I mean, we talk about cars that are built specifically to introduce people to the concept of drift. Well, that's got 4 seats in it, and it also has a dash, another digital dash in the rear seats, so that the people that are hanging out behind Chris can watch all the data on the dashboard, the gear, the wheel speeds and things like that. Super cool. Yeah, so really neat car to have around. We've seen it in a couple different liveries now over the years.
Yeah, he's running through now, most notably swapping over to that XComp livery. So XComp, a name that's really getting big in drifting really quick. Not in FD, wouldn't be shocked if they make that jump, but aiming more on the party side of things. When it comes to high-level competition, we are looking for some lower treadwear. 200 treadwear is usually what we're going for in the US. And then as we get into the party stuff, 300 treadwear, totally fine, because you're looking for longevity. You want to spend your time out drifting, not back of the pit swapping tires. So it's
is that a Holden out there? Sorry.
No, I believe Pontiac GT.
Oh, Pontiac. I was going to say. I mean, look,
kind of a Holden.
It wouldn't be surprising.
I've seen a few Holdens pop up here and there. That's for sure. Josh Reynolds used to run a Holden Ute back in Pro 2.
Love that.
Yeah. So it was good. I was out at another festival not that long ago and saw a few of those. There's Dayo Shihara, legend of both grip and drift, and just one of the nicest human beings you're ever going to meet.
Yeah, love chatting with Di, and we talked about his racing experience yesterday, some SROTC in a Honda Civic Type R a couple years ago, but again, his drifting experience runs deep, and he's one of those drivers that is always at a Grid Life event. And you're taking a closer look at this guy.
Yeah, Donut Media car, so I believe that's Adam Napick out there, and yeah, the car's seen some better days, seen a little bit of damage, but another great competitor coming out of the Pro Spec Series, which is one down underneath of Pro. They are considered a spec car, but there's only a few things that are spec with them, most notably running a 255 tire all by the same brand. So that's really the differentiator. I know in a lot of the racing we've got here, it is tire width by weight. We run the same thing at the Pro level, but at Pro Spec, there's a minimum weight that you have to be above, and everybody runs those 255s. And makes for great drifting. Arguably, the Pro Spec season is up this year, but it was probably the best Pro Spec season we've ever had. It was incredible. Came down to the last few runs. We see a yellow flag for a yellow Corvette.
There you go. Nice and simple, but you mentioned the Corvette and how easy they are to start building them as drift cars. And this is why we see them in almost every class in Grid Life, because they're just the base Lego kit upon which you make your build. And the same thing was true of the MX-5 Miata, but if you're looking to drift, this is a much better starting platform for that application where you need to generate some torque, get those wheels spinning.
I mean, it depends on who you ask. There is a very strong vein of drifting that is like low horsepower, things like Miatas, AE86s, low horsepower cars, small wheelbase. Learn how to drive in that, because if you can drift a short wheelbase, low power car, everything else seems easy. You learn to use the momentum of the vehicle a lot more, but it's tough. Those cars are not cheap anymore. They're getting harder to find, and we're finding now drivers and starters are jumping right into 350Zs, G35s. Tough to find a cheap S13 anymore. So, but I mean, really, the 8.6, the BRZ, the FRS, they're kind of another great starting point now.
Yeah, a great starting point. Again, chassis balance and a little bit of wheel speed, especially depending on the tire width that you've got set up here. But I also love we talked a lot yesterday about Grid Life Drift and how it's not competitive. There's no winners, except unless you consider everyone a winner, because they're out there having fun, going out there doing tandems with their buddies. But tell me about the elevation change in the corkscrew. Does that make running tandems trickier than a track that's flat, where you've got sort of a more constant grip level on the car?
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit trickier. And going downhill, because within drifting, what you're looking for is a rear wheel speed percentage above front wheel speed. So as you're going downhill, there's natural momentum. So when we talked a little bit earlier in the broadcast about going up the corkscrew, that is a lot more fun, because it's a bit easier to maintain that rear wheel speed percentage over the front wheel speed. You see one of Chris Forsberg's crew guys driving one of his party cars there off to the right. So downhill drifting is not something that we get into a ton. If you go back to the kind of the roots of drifting back in the mountains of Japan, you'll see it a little bit more there. But when it comes to competitive drifting, really, in my mind, there's only two kind of spots within FD where you're going to get that. Part of Utah and Road Atlanta, where you're coming out of the keyhole and back down the hill. So to me, uphill drifting, a little bit more exciting. Downhill, you're having to use a lot of left foot braking to hold the car back to do that. So. Ooh, that Mercedes really trying some crazy stuff
Backy?
there.
No.
Yeah,
Gave it a try.
Trying something a little bit different, but hopefully get that car back up and running again. There we go.
That time it got started a little quicker.
Yeah. Ooh, and Odie Boxy's coming in real hot.
Locking the front tires that time.
Yeah.
Love this car. I mean, this reminds me a lot of like DTM cars.
Yeah.
From the 80s.
And what's cool too is because drifting in the grand scheme of motorsports is fairly new, 23, 24, maybe 25 years, depending on how you want to jump that off in the U.S. That fun side note, project I've been working on has been the history of drifting within America.
Sure.
And found some roots back to Hawaii pretty early on, which was kind of fascinating for me. But going back to it, this is such a cool build. Love this. Another originally from Ukraine, but a Canadian driver, and another vehicle with multiple seats to get you out there. It's a little slower. It's pretty heavy, but it still goes sideways.
Well, you know what's really cool about this is it also took Skip Barber for a ride at Lime Rock Park a couple of months ago. And if you're not familiar with Skip Barber, he is one of the most famous names in motorsport here in North America. Established the Skip Barber Racing School, which has brought up a number of drivers that have won Rolex 24s and Indy 500s and Daytona 500s and things of the sort. Skip Barber's still heavily involved with Lime Rock Park, and and for the first time in over 20 years allowed someone else to drive him around a racetrack. And it was really cool to watch him go for a ride. He was only planning on going for a lap, and they came back to pit lane. He said, let's do it again.
That's incredible.
Super cool.
Yeah, we're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of big names in racing put some interest in drifting. Mick Schumacher most recently bought an HGK car. That's been massive. We saw Max Verstappen not that long ago with Mad Mike Wadette doing a drift challenge. Amazing how quick Max was able to adapt to that. That was a big moment within the drifting community. And most notably recently, David Coulthard got to go out in a drift car in Poland. So it's just we're getting in there. People see it, they think it's cool. You know, a lot of the traditional grip racers might kind of poo-poo it from time to time, but then they get into one and they're like, man, these things are they're pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point about the traditional motorsports community getting wrapped up into this. Drifting is relatively new to North American motorsport, at least at this high of a level when you talk about things like FD here in the States. And I think what's really cool is that it's just a different way to explore the hobby of cars and racing and motorsport. And, you know, though it's not necessarily judged in the same way, because right now you've got the line angle style method, Jacob, but you were actually showing me some really interesting data yesterday for just technology to push drifting even further forward into the future. So I know there's more cool things coming, and how scoring works even.
Yeah. So most notably, a company called Race Data Labs and what is known as the Wally system. They're based out of Australia, so Wallaby Wally. Great branding on that. They're doing some incredible things with the way they're able to track telemetry and able to swap out those sensors. And we immediately got into a discussion about how that could potentially work within road racing as well.
Yeah, and I was actually really curious. You know, David Calzada's here from Fire Laps, and we've got those really cool speed traps and things. And I was thinking, you know, what if we put a fire link in some of these drift cars here, just to get entry speeds and G-forces and things like that?
I think you would be fascinated by the G-forces that are in a drift car and how sustained they are, and just the way that those vehicles are able to handle, and how we've been able to adapt things from drag racing, road racing, rally, and time attack, and put them into a drift car, because we've had to do it. We got to steal from other places to build this sport, so it's just how it goes.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from our first drift session of the day here at GridLife Laguna. Things are already getting spicy, and though the marine layer has stayed away, we added some more clouds to the sky here in Monterey, California. The fans going to head down and get ready for lunchtime here, but we're not quite ready to do that. We've got GridLife Rush Series qualifying in just a moment's time. So fans all looking around, exploring the sights of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, just absolutely packed in here, and it's such a cool spot. If you have the opportunity, head up to the corkscrew, watch drifting up there, because they'll absolutely send it into that first corner. Now we get those highlights. There's Dylan Hughes coming up, and once again another Audi. I want to see more Audis. This is my indication, everybody. Let's get that. Zendara Kennedy coming down the hill, doing a great job in that boss, and there is Daiyoshi Hara. Big livery on that car, and he's trying to extend that corner to the best of his ability, using a little bit of everything to try and push that all the way out. And Justin Pollock, one of the craziest drivers we've seen in drifting history, period. You will see a 360 out of him at some point in time. Kind of made that note for Kugai out there, and that as you said, that the Mercedes, kind of a throwback to a different time of racing, and you'll see a lot of that in drifting.
GridLife Drift complete here. GridLife Rush Series qualifying up next.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Rush Series finishes its championship here this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. This is our Battledrome here this weekend. 2.238 miles and 11 corners around here. It is very, very fast, about 1 minute and 34-second laps in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series SR. The GRIDLIFE Rush SR, the SR machine is from Rush Auto Works, about 150 horsepower out of a motorcycle engine, a GSX 1000cc motorcycle engine. They're very lightweight, have a little bit of downforce in here today for Rush Series qualifying. We set the grid for our first race of the weekend, which will be just after lunch, and we have a lot to learn and a lot to see here this morning as they set that grid for later.
Yeah, caught a little bit of practice. Everybody was looking pretty neat and tidy. Didn't see any big offs, no big body damage or parts dangling off in the pits earlier on, but this is going to be big. This is their last qualifying for the year. Everything is wrapping up this weekend, so it's big. It's just really big for these drivers. A few of them arriving a bit late and not getting all the practice in yesterday. So we'll see how that plays into effect for a few drivers that have never driven this track before.
We've got a 40-car field here this weekend as well. Believe it or not, it's not even the biggest field we've had so far this year. We had 45 plus at Road America for our GRIDLIFE Summer Apex Festival earlier in the year. And these cars start around $45,000. If you're looking for an all-inclusive complete package to go racing, there's really no better place to start with the performance level these cars have. They're paddle-shifted cars, pneumatic gearbox, so you can pound through the gears. And they, again, running on small 15-inch tires. So, again, I think there actually might be 13-inch tires on these cars. Excuse me for that mistake there. But they certainly have a lot of grip, a little bit of aero. They're open cockpits. You get the wind in your hair helmet, I suppose.
Yeah. If you want, hey, just open the visor up. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's what you're here for.
A lot of drivers on the course here getting used to the traffic that they're going to deal with. We had so much fun with this series here last year. It got elbows out a lot last season, but this is where it all began. In 2023, the first time here for GRIDLIFE. It was the first time that the GRIDLIFE Rush Series competed. Back then, we just called it the Rush SR Championship because these are the Rush SR machines. Of course, they are also working on a new car called the Rush SRX that is a turbocharged variant, has DRS and push to pass. We saw them on debut at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier this year. But we're focusing on the SR for the rest of the season, and a number of names returning to battle here this time around. And it's been a full calendar year since we've seen Cole Gamma and Alex Chang and a whole bunch of other drivers that are going to go to battle against our championship leaders. Ryan Leach, Andy Vogel, Bryce Mersberger is here. And Ellis Spezia is also here, a driver that has a ton of experience, has done some electric rallycross as of late as well. So jumping in this car, just something a little different. Why not?
Yeah, there's so many stories here with the grid that's this big. But what's interesting is we've got a pretty great top five that's going on right now that you more or less indicated. But that mid-pack moves around so much throughout this year. So you always want to focus on things that are going on up front. Obviously, Ryan Leach having an incredible season, sitting with 431 points, 14 wins, 18 podiums. Like that is an insane season to have. And for Andy Vogel, just behind him, 335 points, 10 podiums, 17 top five. So incredibly consistent. But yeah, that mid-pack is just wild. And you're going to see a lot of dives, a lot of late braking in this. And because everything is spec, it just basically comes down to how much you're willing to risk to go for a pass.
Yeah, and Ryan Leach, you mentioned 14 wins on the season. 12 of those were the first 12 races of the year. And Jonathan Grace caught up with Ryan Leach earlier today to talk about his championship hopes.
Ryan Leach, one of our Rush competitors in the 56, just got off track from warm-up. You literally just pulled the helmet off. Not a ton of track time, but these warm-ups are valuable. What do you learn in a quick 15-minute session like this?
Well, yesterday we hardly got any laps at all because there were some issues on track, cars braking and whatnot. So I think this morning was really important. I got like 3 decent laps in, and just trying to figure out where the track is. You know, the track changes a lot here with the temperature. So right now I think we have the setup pretty good. I'm not going to change anything. We're going to throw on our stickers and go out there for quali. But it will change through the day, so we're going to have to make adjustments to kind of keep up with the track.
What are some of those adjustments you're going to make? It's cooler than it likely will be later in the day for qualifying. What do you learn and what do you change?
We mainly mess with the bar, so it's all going to be bar adjustments. Can't tell you exactly what that's going to be, but yeah, we're going to mess with the bar a little bit.
Well, best of luck in qualifying today.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, Jonathan. Ryan Leach leading the championship by a fair margin, but not leading qualifying at the moment. Jalen Batley just went to the top of the board. He was a driver that was right up front at our Chicagoland event at Audubon Country Club a couple of weeks ago, and he's learned a lot up at the front. And the driver he was chasing was Bryce Mersberger, who sits third right now. So those drivers were participating in events that Leach and Vogel and some of the other championship contenders weren't competing at. It was a non-points event, but they learned a lot, and they're taking the fight to Leach right now.
Yeah, and Batley, I mean, he's a young driver, so he's got a lot more that he's willing to risk. You find oftentimes the younger the driver, they don't have the mechanical sympathy that somebody who's maybe put a lot more time or wrench into it, but doing a great job and really wanting to crack into that top 10. So we'll see if he's able to do that this weekend. You can already tell. Look at the passing going on. This is definitely a spicy session as every driver trying to jockey for whatever that they're able to. There's the number 30 there, Villas, and yeah, pretty competitive all the way through the year, but looking for that breakthrough result.
Great lap there for Ryerson Whistle in the number 67. By the way, if you're talking about racing names, I don't think you can do much better than Ryerson Whistle. That's awesome. I chatted with him when we took his picture for the broadcast just the other day. He's really excited to be joining us here this weekend. Mersberger pushed down to about 6th spot, and Beaupre in the 45 car, also a new name to the GridLife Rush Series Championship. He's never raced with us before. Blair Hosey, one of the founders of Rush Auto Works, in 8th place. We'll look at Mersberger up to 3rd, and Nico Pratz to the top of the board in the number 7. Another driver we've seen contend. This is incredibly tight at the top at the moment. I'm really excited to see how this plays out in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's jumping around pretty quick. Just saw Reed with the personal best, but yeah, Brad's up front. I mean, that's a great time as we talked about how tight this pack is. Look at the times, and Hosey jumping up into 4th, 134.898. So just 4/10 off. Wow, that is a big one.
My spine felt that one.
Yeah, Andy Vogel getting a little crazy through the corkscrew.
Yeah.
And I get why this is such a crazy, and why everybody was waiting for this.
Yeah, and he's pushing really, really hard. He's second to the championship. It is going to be a lot of points he's got to make up if he wants a hope at it. But Jonathan Grace caught up with Andy Vogel to talk to him about how he's going to find speed to beat that number 56.
Well, Andy Vogel, another one of our Rush competitors, one of the many turn-in concept cars here under this tent here. Yep. Just got off track from the warm-up. It's cooler than we'll see it later in the day, but what'd you learn in a couple minutes?
Yeah, we actually learned a lot in this warm-up. Yesterday we were having a bunch of issues with the car. We had a starter fail, and then we had a brake pedal go into the floor. So I think I had a total of 4 laps yesterday that were actually like laps, and those were all in traffic, so we didn't really get to learn a lot yesterday. This morning we kind of took a guesstimation at what we thought the car needed, and I think we're in a really good spot. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day and see how it turns out.
How confident are you heading into qualifying?
Pretty confident. I know we'll be up there with, there's 5-6 guys that are really, really fast around here. They're fast everywhere. Ryan, James, Blair, Bryce, and Nico. Those guys are always hard to beat, but I'm sure we'll be within a couple tenths of each other, and it'll be. I'm feeling confident that I'll be within that mix.
Well, best of luck later today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Andy Vogel just jumped up into 7th place, but the full course yellow is out. So you see the double yellows there for some kind of incident on course. Again, I haven't seen what or where.
Yeah, not sure. And Leach does take top qualifying as of right now. So number 1 in the championship, number 1 in qualifying at this point. Not seeing if we got that green flag waving, although I'm seeing some lap times looking pretty good. And Jalen having another great run there, bumping up a little bit more into our qualifying section.
Yeah, the Batley versus Mersberger fight is going to continue this weekend as they went back and forth. And if you're interested in seeing how things panned out at Chicagoland a couple of weeks ago, those videos are available on the GridLife YouTube channel. Just go to the videos tab and you don't have to scroll too far to find them. And it was those two all weekend long that went back and forth. I see a safety truck there looking like it's going to try to drive up towards turn 10, but I don't see anything or anyone off course. We'll update you when we can find out what the yellow is for. But again, we do this full course yellow procedure instead of bringing everyone back to pit lane or doing a red or a black flag. So this allows cars to keep moving, get some spacing, but again, it's going to come down to racecraft. We've seen 4 and 5 wide entries into turn 2 down there at the Andretti hairpin, Jacob. So the race 1 start after lunch. Oh man, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, that is going to be fantastic to get into that. So taking a look at a few other times, not seeing anything too crazy. I know I caught up with TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton before the day started, and a little bit of smack talk going on between the two drifters. So
well, who's leading right now between those two? It looks like
Hunt, I believe, is up front. I don't know if Hamilton quite got the flyer in that he was hoping for.
I saw Hamilton in the 20s. TJ's 14th.
So they're 9 and 10 right now in the standings, and yeah, they're both running Sunoco's. A little bit of a teammates, but your biggest competitor is always going to be your teammate.
That number 11 car is Alex Chang, a driver that, if you recall, in 2024 at Road America was involved in a 3-wide battle to the checkers, where the margin of victory was just 26 thousandths of a second between Ryan Leach, Alex Chang, and Nico Bratz. And here is Bratz in second, and you see the number 11. He was up in the top 10, but he's been shifted down to 18th now. It's been a full year since he's competed with us in this championship, but I doubt it's been a full year since he's been in this car. So I fully expect him to get a better lap if and when we get that green flag. If he doesn't get a green, that's going to be a bummer. You see a little left rear suspension down on one of those cars. Can't quite get the number on it, but that was the reason for a full course yellow.
Yeah, able to get it off track pretty quickly, so must not have been far off of 11. But that's literally a tough break, and it was strange break to have considering. But we should be getting things rocking here pretty soon, as we see a few competitors deciding to stretch things out a bit, try and find that clean air once again. I mean, could go for a bit of a draft, considering you've got everything's the same other than the bars that we got a little bit of an indication on. Drivers playing with that. Leach not willing to give up anything as to what he's running, so he might get some indication as to the car setup, but with the tiny suspension throw that they have here, it'd be pretty tough for you and I to be able to diagnose what kind of bar setup they've got in these vehicles.
So unlike our other wheel-to-wheel championships in Grid Life, this is what you would call a spec series. All the cars are the same, so you can make some adjustments, and there's different spring packages and things, but when you look at the car as a whole, the only real adjustment you're going to make, depending on a big or a small track, is going to be your sprocket. You can change the teeth on the sprocket and get a little extra straight line speed at a place like Road America, and you're going to do about 140-ish at the top end in that configuration, probably a little less than that with the sprocket change. You'd probably run the slower top speed of the two here, because you want nice close gear ratios. You don't need a crazy top speed here, but I'll bet in the high 120s to 130 mark going down into the Andretti hairpin. But again, with that spec formula, that leaves the driver fully in control. But in spec racing, Jacob, and knowing this from things like Toyota GR Cup or Global MX-5, finding every little advantage you can helps a lot. There's a look at TJ Hunt, by the way, one of the Team Rapscallion cars. You got to look at things like rolling resistance and where mechanical drag is. How much oil do you have? Because you can get away with a little less oil. You got a little less drag in the motor, right? So you have to kind of figure out things like that, because when the cars are otherwise the same, every tiny advantage magnifies.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've heard conversations about that, even just with viscosity and being like, hey, we can, could we run a 0-20 and then we're going to cut down on that? And when you get into like go-kart, it gets even crazier. Guys running like vented fuel caps to make sure that the fuel flow is good enough.
You mentioned TJ Hunt, Nate Hamilton from Team Rapscallion. There they are. Hamilton's in the yellow car. TJ Hunt just ahead of him.
Yeah, they were joking that normally Nate is the one leading, so that way TJ can steal notes from him. So they're, good friends coming off the drifting community, making their debut in this, and I love to see it as now we get that green flag going. We're going to get some heaters in. It looks like we got a couple of cars, both those Rapscallion cars, it looks like, heading into the pits. That's going to be interesting.
A little surprised that the 144 didn't stay out on the racetrack, at least Nate Hamilton. I think TJ Hunt top 15. I think he's probably okay with that, but Hamilton down in 23rd, they would have liked a little bit more. Did they get a good enough run up to the start line? That's the other critical thing. Probably less than 5 minutes remaining in this session, so you got to go. There's the 77 of Jake Sanders. He's come a long way across the country. We saw him out at Road America as well. Yeah, a little bit of a line of cars here. Sorry, Jacob, that I don't know that they've gotten the memo that they can go just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're on a pretty crazy pace. They're not, they're not spacing themselves out either. So should be interesting. I've seen a few more lighting off as we're looking over 4 and 5. But yeah, pretty tight pack coming through the corkscrew.
I think they got the hint now because the yellows have been dropped over there. So there's Sanders plunging down the hill. The next couple of cars coming over the top of that crest. And again, see Ryan Leach at the top of the order. He's the championship leader. Nico Bratz, James French, a driver from Wisconsin who has experience in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, running prototype challenge machinery. Jalen Batley, Bryce Mersberger, your top 5. Then you've got Hosey, Volkel Gamma, Kyle, and Ryerson Whistle, your top 10.
Loving that name, huh?
I love it.
There are names that are just made for racing. We've got a Jerry Johnson in Prospect. It's perfect. Oh, it's just, yeah, you gotta, when you got the same sounds, first and last name, it's always going to be a good time.
Looks like TJ just rolled through the pit lane and came right back out the other side. So he's going to be back on track here on an out lap and hoping he can avoid getting the checker flag next time by so he can put one more flyer in. You see all the yellow on the timing and scoring. That means that a driver has not improved. If you see a green flash, that's a personal pickup. And if you see the purple, that's Ryan Leach. That means that's fastest of the session.
Look at these drivers using every little bit of track to try and gain a bit of an advantage going far left before going into the corkscrew. And we'll see as they come through our corkscrew section here. Looks like Sebastian was leading TJ for a moment, then fell back in behind, so they're kind of jockeying for position and on pretty similar pace.
It's the 45 car.
Yeah, Sebastian Beaupre.
Yeah, and that's a name, I recognize that name from somewhere. And I would like to find out where it came from because
yeah, looking through some of the results, he's been pretty consistent most of the season, just not having a breakthrough event at this point. But getting that bit of pass done is now we're taking a look. 35. I actually don't have a name down for that one. A few later entries after I printed it on my registration paperwork, but that's fine. Happy to fill in and learn more about these drivers. We can have view coming up over the hill.
I've definitely heard Beaupre's name before. I'm trying to think of where he has come from as far as there's a speed skater that has the same name. I don't think that's the one.
I mean, hey, once you get addicted to speed, it doesn't matter what you're getting it in.
He's done something somewhere. I have to say that I'm not sure if it was some Spec MX-5 or something like that. But either way, I'll get an update on you for that. Checkered flag is out, and coming back around after that full course yellow, reduce the length of the session just a little bit. Lots of yellow on the timing and scoring, not a ton of green here at the moment.
Yeah, nobody able to really get locked in, so we're getting, looks like Hosey able to pick up a little bit of pace there, but we're talking about a few tenths all the way through almost into our top 10 completely. So pretty tight pack racing that we've got going on right now. Get a little bit sketchy. One of the drivers there coming out of 11. So everybody just trying to find whatever pace, but all of them now staring down that checkered flag, knowing whatever effort they've put in is what they're going to be. It's what they're using for the rest of the weekend in a lot of cases.
So the car's rolling back around. There's Hassan Ahmed, another driver that we saw at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier this year. He's crawling around on a cool-down lap here with the checkered flag out. And with the checkered out here on the Rush Series qualifying, it's going to put Ryan Leach in second. James French just went to the top. Did we catch that? Look, here's a look. James French to the top of the board. Wow. In the results here for Rush qualifying at the very last minute, a 33.73. Then Ryan Leach, Nico Bratz, Jalen Batley, and Bryce Mersberger, your top 10. Or top 5, rather.
Yeah, what a crazy dive into the last minute there from French and upsetting our leader, Ryan Leach, just a little bit. So just shows, use every single second you got of the track and all the way, throttle down all the way to checkered, literally at the end of the session.
Omar Kayal down in 10th. Ryerson Whistle got bumped to 11th. Brent DeGiacomo, Alex Chang, Sebastian Beaupre, John Robinson, then Kim Ahmed, TJ Hunt, Ryan Kircher, and Bradley Vincent, the top 20. And then Vila Saldana, Gage Hughes, Kyle Melnick. Kyle Melnick, another name that was here in 2023. Nate Hamilton down at 24th. And a number of others that have joined us all season long, like Sam Reed, Matt Wilson, and Ethan Hardesty. And then wrapping up our 40-car field, we see Logan Frost there, 32nd, Michael Schneider, Josh Lauman, J.D. Kroll, and John Babbitt at the tail end of the field. Let's have a look here at our highlights for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying. It was pretty fierce at the very tail and the beginning, but a yellow flag in the middle of it sort of hampered the session. At the start of the session, though, it was Ryan Leach that put himself right on top. The black and blue car right in trail was James French. He would eventually go on to beat Ryan Leach, but Leach again with 14 wins on the season. Running from this guy, Andy Volkel, and he's going to be running from the chiropractor after that session. That was a big hit down the hill, Jacob.
Yeah, you can even see with the head bouncing around just how much that hurt. And then we get into, I mean, definitely a Rush with a Rush logo up front. I'm all right with that. And yeah, just some crazy racing going on. We saw Nate Hamilton going in a little bit earlier on. TJ Hunt coming through, maybe not getting the positioning that he wants. Looking in on our 77, Jake Sanders doing a pretty decent job running solidly in the top half of his competitors. But yeah, for right now, that qualifying session got pretty crazy. I don't know if we ever got a shot of what that incident was a little bit earlier on that caused our yellow all the way through, but it was a great time.
Lunchtime up next. We'll see you in an hour for GLGT.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards out of turn 1.
The car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. It's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curve. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
sorry about that. It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen, Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150 and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice,
yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
done and is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wallbum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Wallbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel-to-wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, spec me on it, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last 6 laps were all 148s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Lou. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think anywhere. I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston. Or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dane
now.
just keep holding it together. Can you hold it around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
all punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so, like, you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it. You know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1. Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for. Matan, an early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Cattill, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
And we'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnuson gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnuson push by Luke?
Through the first corner.
Eric Magnuson pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnuson with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnuson.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GridLife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous weekend, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in the weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hole next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1, Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matam, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnussen, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing an S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena, you know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnussen takes advantage going into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking. It's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Matan here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who've come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena!
Woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
It was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger, where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy.
Oh, I want to be here all the time. Right? It feels great.
It feels good.
Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but no problem. Last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah. Kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
Let's see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
These are the Valley GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the false grid. For Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we
Welcome to day 2 here at the GRIDLIFE Festival at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Friday, yesterday, saw the opening of track action. People starting to set quick lap times, and in track battle time attack, they certainly did. In track mod, street, Club TR, and Club SC, we had records broken, and everyone's going to be looking to dial in some quicker times here today. Today, we're also going to see qualifying action for our racing categories. That's the rush cars. That's IBOC, GLTC, and GLGT. That all happens today around one of the best racetracks in the country. Founded in 1957, this 2.24 mile road course is one of the most iconic racing venues anywhere in America. Let's take a look around where the competitors will be racing today.
The magnificent Pacific coast of California. Today, we move inland over the majestic hills into the internationally known Laguna Seca.
The corner behind me here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is one of the most famous corners on the planet. It's a 4-story drop that everybody always talks about whenever you come here. There are some corners globally that are just recognized by name. Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, and the Corkscrew. But sometimes it's the corners that are less talked about that are even more impressive. The original configuration took drivers through a very fast downhill left kink at turn 1, which cut through to what is now turn 5. It was an incredibly fast sequence with a huge compression, and speeds climbed over 150 miles an hour before the left-hander after the bridge at turn 6. The original track was 1.9 miles in length, but in order to satisfy MotoGP's minimum track length requirements, they added about 0.4 of a mile, including Andretti hairpin turns 3, 4, and 5, bringing the total length of the track up to about 2.24 miles in 1988. This is turn 6. It doesn't have a name or the global recognition of the corkscrew just up the hill. But what it does have is this huge compression here, this massive curb on the inside. It requires so much precision to get this just right. If you miss the apex by a foot, you're off by 20 feet at the exit. And if you get a little too tight to the apex, you hit this thing, this big nasty yellow curb, and this will send you for the ride of a lifetime here at Laguna Seca. The entrance to turn 6 is blind and incredibly fast under the bridge. And when you finally get to the corner, you hit the ground so hard in its compression as the banking falls away from you that the cars actually gouge the racetrack. There's lines drilled into the pavement here from cars slamming this lap after lap after lap. It's a true test of a car setup and a driver's bravery.
Over my shoulder, thousands of spectators are getting ready to watch the world's fastest sports cars as they blaze around this road course. 25 of the world's best drivers, 14,000 horsepower waiting to be let loose. The Laguna Seca Can-Am race is about to get underway.
One of the most historic road courses in North America, and maybe one of the most famous racetracks on the planet. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, 2.238 miles. And Jacob Gettins, it's 11 turns around here and a ton of elevation change to boot, but it all starts with that Andretti hairpin off to turns 3 and 4, added in 1988, then up to turn 5.
Yeah, and that's where things get crazy with that compression we talked about earlier on. But even still, number 5 sets you up so well, and getting a great exit out of that is going to mean you've got a ton of speed going into 6. And obviously what we saw a little bit earlier on, getting 6 perfect is crucial, getting through that straight and into the corkscrew that everybody knows and loves. And we've seen a lot of action between 6, 7, 8, and all the way into the downhill through that rainy curve at turn 9. Every single corner here this weekend has meant something to somebody, and unfortunately sometimes that means on the back of a trailer.
For the first time ever, we're combining GRIDLIFE GT and IBOC GLTC into one race group here for the first of 4 races this weekend. And IBOC GLTC got their own qualifying session a little earlier today, and it was the driver that defeated Matan Rosenberg last year in race number 3 that ended up scoring pole. And Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about his pole-sitting lap for IBOC GLTC.
Justin Ross, your pole sitter in IBOC GLTC. It's got to feel good. I know it was tight, but still pulled it off and you got the pole in the BMW.
Yeah, definitely. It feels nice to back it up from last year. Brought a slightly different car this year. Larry Moore unfortunately couldn't make it. He graciously let me borrow his car. So all feels good. Track definitely with the cloud cover felt way better than it did yesterday in practice for us. This is kind of more what we're used to testing in and driving in. So this all felt really good.
Well, ideal conditions and an ideal lap, and you've got the best starting position on the grid for the race.
Yep.
Thanks, Jonathan. And looking at the qualifying session, a lot of returning drivers like Anthony Dominici in the 173. Michael Hilo went for a big ride at the exit at turn 11. Dirt tracking in his LS 350Z. Big hop and a skip for the number 408 MX-5 Miata. And then some flames out of this RX-7, a 2-rotor, making some great noises, great sounds, great sights, then plunging down the hill. A lot of BMW M3s here this weekend battling, and some really interesting action. But let's head down to talk to Chris DeLucia, our pole sitter for GRIDLIFE GT.
Chris DeLucia, your pole sitter in GLGT. It looked like you put it all together. Track conditions look nice and ideal. How was the lap for you?
It felt really good. I mean, track today, we got like overcast and it's like 60 degrees, so the conditions are really, really well. Yeah, it's great because I honestly did like 2 hot laps. I'm just kind of driving around there, kind of get, warm the car up and get some space. But especially from where I came from yesterday, I put a new wing on the car and made the car start pushing like crazy. So I made a bunch of setup changes last night, and this track's really, really tough. I mean, I was rubbing in the back, I had to cut the quarter panel, I was rubbing in the front, the splitter's hitting, so I'm just glad that it kind of all came together and ended up getting pole.
There was no view like starting up front. Chris DeLucia is going to lead the grid to green for the racing action here.
Chris DeLucia all the way from New York on pole, but early on it was the Viking Performance Corvette of Colin King that went out and set the pace early. There's a look at the number 40 that Chris is driving, and he was set the pace on pretty early, but Jordan Wisely plunging down the hill over the gravel at the corkscrew. A great looking Porsche, an air-cooled Porsche. Tashovsky has that car in GridLife GT. 9 cars here, including a Lotus Exige. Some really unique entries here to this field, and we're really excited to watch it get underway at famous WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but it wasn't without a couple thrills and spills early on to set the grid for the race, and so that Lotus will start towards the tail of the field. But man, it looks like circuit legends out there are event at Lime Rock Park with some of the motorsports history on display. But at the end of the day, it was the E36 of Chris DeLucia that would go on top of the pole for GridLife GT here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, it was a great qualifying session and a lot of crazy action going on in GT. They had a bit more space to be able to run out on track. We saw drivers utilizing that space wherever they could.
Have a look down at the paddock. It is packed full for a first ever in GridLife competition. Welcome to GridLife Laguna Festival for the 3rd consecutive year, and the first time ever that we're combining GridLife GT and Eibach GLTC into one race. Multi-class racing. It's going to really mix things up again. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettins. We've got Jonathan Grace on pit lane, giving us some great insights and interviews throughout the weekend. But boy, it's been fun so far in practice and qualifying. A beautiful day. While the sun is out, it looks like at the weather station here. It's 72 air temp now. It's a little bit warmer than it was. A little bit of a breeze out of the northwest. The humidity has fallen slightly, but look at that radar bottom right. There are clouds in the sky here, or at least over the racetrack, but there is no precipitation on the way.
Yeah, looking real clean that way, and the temps have not really come up. Only sitting at 72 right now. I got the sweater back on. It's a bit of a breeze coming through as well, so track temps are pretty stable throughout the day and should probably stay this way well into our later sessions. So should be good for the drivers. No need to change setup all that much.
There's many people that are curious about how multi-class wheel-to-wheel racing is going to work here at GridLife. It's the first time that we've ever done it, at least on a broadcast capacity. We had Rush and SR and SRX share the racetrack at Road Atlanta earlier in the year. But the way this is going to work is they're going to get split starts. There will be 2 safety cars out on the racetrack. They're going to split them with the GLTC start coming basically out of turn 11 as the GT cars get the green. And then if we have a full course yellow where we have to regroup the field, they're going to be treated as one group. The lap times are not all that different, so we're not going to reset classes or resort the field. Nobody has in-car radios communicating with race control, Jacob, so we're going to treat it as one field once we take the green. Traffic will be on the minds of the leaders in GLGT, and for the Eibach GLTC cars catching the tail of GT, we're expecting that too. So you have to coexist on the racetrack, and remember that in Eibach GLTC and GridLife GT, contact is not allowed in any way.
Yeah, it's a big shuffle between those two, and looking through those times, it's going to get a little crazy out there, but we'll do our best to hold on to the results for you and let you know as things go on through every single lap. So it's going to be really interesting. I think that race start down to 1 will be very exciting for both classes.
Fans are packing in here around and up onto the corkscrew, watching the drift action and the racing action, but we have yet to actually throw a green flag for a race this weekend. This will be the first of many that we'll see, 8 total if you include the Rush Series, and of course the combined Eibach GLTC and GT races, 4 of each of these. We'll also have to consider that where you finish in race 1 will set the grid for race number 2. Now that will be where you finish in class, not overall. So again, we'll split the starts at each of these races. We're not going to order them by overall for the second race of the day. So bear with us. It's a lot like the WeatherTech Championship. If you're familiar with IMSA, it's going to look a lot like that once we take the green flag here later today. Fans in the grandstands around here at the racetrack over at turn 4. There's a look at that famous corkscrew 4-story plunge that's been there since the track was built in 1957 to shift over racing here after the Pebble Beach road races were disallowed on public roads. That was common in the 1950s. Think of places like Road America and Watkins Glen that had street racing in town. The U.S. government said no more of that, please. So they moved them all to permanent facilities, and that's why you see Road America, Watkins Glen, Lime Rock Park, Laguna Seca, and so many more tracks pop up in that 1950s period.
It's funny that we're starting to revert back in other series to road races again. We're shutting down streets and setting up courses, so history repeating itself, but either way, we are here at this beautiful facility, and now we're starting to see a few of our competitors roll out on track.
Well, Jacob, take me through the GRIDLIFE GT grid here to start off this race.
Yeah, first, topping it off, Chris DeLuca, second, Hans Horpedahl, getting into Max Levosky, and then Jordan Wisely, 3 and 4 respectively. 5 and 6 comes down to Anthony Scafuto and Rob Tchaikovsky for taking in 6, getting a 7 and 8, Stephen Bright, and 8th, Colin King, and then wrapping things up in 9th is going to be Charles Spence.
And starting on pole for IBOC GLTC will be Justin Ross in his BMW M3. Joe McGuigan in the 872 will be on the outside of that front row. Then Matan Rosenberg and Tony Rodriguez will be in row number 3. Michael Hilo will start alongside Anthony Zwain in the number 138. John Friesen in the 132, another one of those M3s out there, will start alongside Anthony Dominici. Christopher Rosales is in that beautiful yellow RX-7 shooting flames alongside the LS FRS of Peter Zhang. Jason Lapid in the 424 350Z and Abdul Osmani will start alongside each other in the next row, followed by Oscar Jackson and Asmaf Muhammad in that Turn-In Concepts MR2. Then it's Jonathan Lugod in the number 94 alongside Herrick Javier in the number 58. Daniel Geraldo in the Toyo Tires Lexus IS. Then Stephen Ellis will be the next car in line there as the cars make their way around the course into turn number 4. And again, getting a slow pace lap here, getting everybody gridded up. Again, a couple different pace cars are going to be on track, splitting this field. And when we get the green, it'll be green flag for GT first, and then IBOC GLTC, Jacob.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting, and hopefully everybody in GT gets a great start on it. We don't see any issues with that, and it doesn't mess up the leaders in TC behind them. But really, as GT comes into that first and second turn into the Andretti hairpin, it's going to get kind of interesting to see how they end up stacking up. And I mean, so far, contact has been pretty much non-existent, which is phenomenal. And hopefully we see that all the way through the rest of this race, as we can see drivers now getting themselves lined up, getting the tires warmed up, a little bit of scrubbing back and forth, trying to get some temps in. It did not really wake up the temperatures today, still sitting just in the low 70s, so a little chilly for some people, maybe not that chilly for others, but for right now, this is the temps we got, and the action is at hand.
Well, the other thing we'll have to keep an eye on as well is that the GRIDLIFE GT cars are all carrying Firelinks. Of course, Firelap's the official data provider for GRIDLIFE GT. We'll get a look at some live information, sector times, maximum and minimum corner speeds, speed trap at turn 6, and then, of course, some G-forces, both longitudinal and lateral, looking at braking forces and cornering forces here in the GRIDLIFE GT field.
Yeah, the more data we can get, the better, and we saw some crazy information coming out of that, whether that is, the G-force are getting around the corners, how they're breaking into some of the different sectors here, as well as a lot of different timing. We found out really early on that just because you are the fastest doesn't mean you are the fastest in every single sector. So that will hopefully lead to some good passing chances between a few of these vehicles, and a lot of different setup choices as well as vehicle choices in both grids.
On the timing and scoring tower, you're going to see purple numbers on the top half of the ticker and red numbers on the bottom. The purple is the GRIDLIFE GT field. The red is the IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. Here we go. Green flag and multi-class racing in GRIDLIFE is underway at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Hans Horpedahl out-dragging Chris DeLucia down to the Andretti hairpin to take the green flag. Scafuto and the Camaro defending. Colin King behind him had to replace a part after qualifying, so he dropped down the order a little ways. They make their way through the Andretti hairpin. All the while, the IBOC GLTC cars are coming to the green as well.
Yeah, we already got some crazy action. I think we saw 3 wide between our competitors coming out of 2, and now we get the green flag on TC, and who's going to get the drag race down to 1?
Oh boy, Matan Rosenberg going to the inside. That's not going to work. A little bit of a touch there to the inside of Justin Ross. 3 abreast into turn 1 as Rodriguez on the outside trying to make it work into the Andretti hairpin. They're still 3 abreast as the GT field stretches out. The TC cars still well underway into turn number 3 and 4. And I think we got through without incident. We have. That was spicy.
Yeah, and it looks like GT having a little bit of a shuffle, but nothing too crazy, as now TC see, starting to figure out what this grid is going to look like through our first lap. We're still seeing a lot of wheel-on-wheel. Saw a bit of brake smoke coming up, or wheel smoke coming up from somebody, because now we get a few hard chargers trying to take over that lead spot from McGuigan.
Yeah, down into turn 5 now and looking pretty aggressive into that corner, but we've got it strung out. Looked like Matan Rosenberg wasn't able to wrestle the lead away from the 272 of Ross. The 63 plunges down the hill now. The Nissan 350Z of Bright, Stephen Bright, and then look at this, the Toyo Tires, Lexus IS of Geraldo chasing Jonathan Lugod in that supercharged El Sol.
Yeah, this is a big shuffle through TC. We got such an extensive grid there. We can already see some of the passing going on into the corkscrew. Then we got 2 abreast all the way through there, and that Z getting a little bit wild coming through the exit on the corkscrew there. Our FDRX7 popping off flames as per usual. Yeah, this is tight racing all the way through every corner.
Yeah, Lugod on the outside of Geraldo there. Nice space left between each other. That's the expectation here in both Eibach GLTC and GRIDLIFE GT. You have to leave space for the car next to you to coexist. There's Peter Zhang right behind his teammate Azmat Muhammad in that orange and blue Turn-In Concepts MR2. Lap 1 complete. Horpadal leads GRIDLIFE GT, DeLucia second, and then Ross, McGuigan, Hilo, Rosenberg, your top 4 in Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, getting a big shuffle on the pointy end of GLTC pretty early on that first lap, and as we can tell with the pace starting to stretch out now, it's only going to shuffle a little bit more. Both of our Corvettes getting pretty wide. Track limits not something that we're getting into.
Inside of turn 6, that's tough math, and you can't make it stick there. He dove up the inside, had to bail out, but look at this. Max speed on lap 1, 117 miles an hour for Colin King, so he's got that thing tuned up and was quicker than Horpadal and DeLucia last time by as far as top speeds are concerned.
Yeah, pretty close, though. We're talking, I mean, a fraction of a mile there between King and Horpadal, so really it's that minimum speed. Horpadal dropping over a mile an hour, and that allows King to stretch things out just a little bit more.
And right behind, of course, we've got Scafuto in the 87. That's the Camaro, but Lisowski in that red Corvette, that's the number 76. That's dropped to 4th place now. And for the lead, Hans Horpadal has got DeLucia all over the back of him as they come up onto the front straightaway. Very different designs on how to go fast, C5N versus E36 BMW.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a bit of a dive there from DeLucia to see if he can. He's going a little bit wider in. Is he going to try and feed things in, catch the inside coming out of 2, as now we flip back to our TC coming through the corkscrew, and things lining up pretty nicely now.
There's Lugod chasing a couple of cars here as we go back up to the front of Eibach GLTC. You see the sector times there from the top 3. Each of those top 3 drivers best in one of the individual sectors. Here comes Matan Rosenberg trying to get by. I think that's McGuigan that he's trying to work his way by, and indeed it is. He's gotten by Hilo, and now McGuigan should put him up to 2nd place, I want to say now. Unless, yeah, that must be. Unless that was Friesen in the 132. No, it is. It was McGuigan there. So he's up to 2nd place in the Falcon and Eibach Chevrolet Corvette.
Interesting to see that Rob Tarkovsky down in last place now. Spence able to bump up that 911, dropping back pretty heavily. Had a pretty good start. So curious if maybe a corner went a little bit wrong there, dropping him further back in the pack.
Oh man, a lot of pressure on the front right now. 2 Corvettes making an E36 sandwich. DeLucia, big slide coming down the hill.
Man, and this shows you when we get into the wheels type of things, you're trying to look for every advantage that you can. You might take a corner a bit crazier just to try and see if you can get that advantage, and that's what we saw there.
DeLucia throttling up on Hans Horpadal. Where do you go now? Turn 11, braking duel here. We'll see who's better on the brakes.
Yeah, we've already seen that Horpadal in the Corvette able to get that front line or that straight line speed coming through this section. I'm not sure if DeLucia has got the exit he's looking for, but King now hunting him down, and we're getting a straight line speed race again with the Corvette and a BMW, but now King going for that pass.
Yeah, Colin King's going to go up to 2nd place following Hilo, now 4th place. He's got pressure from Friesen right behind him in the 132, and then the 19 car of Abdul Azmani, that's the green M3 chasing him down the hill. Rodriguez right behind, he's been mighty fast as well. A lot of BMW M3 E46 machinery here with rear wings. They look all very spec, even though they're pretty unique builds. They're on their own.
Yeah, it's crazy the stretch out that we're getting here, and now it looks like, yeah, King's still holding on to that spot. Now we see the rest of the TC group starting to come through, and probably see a few more changes in position here, but everyone kind of finding their pace for the rest of this race.
Have a look at that GLGT Firelink information. Chris DeLucia, 85 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour quicker than everybody else in that front three battle last time around. So that's where he's better, but losing on the straights. And he's got Lasovsky in that red Corvette now chasing him down, the C6 generation car.
Yeah, this is definitely a crazy set of battles here.
Right. Is that a C6 or C5?
Let's go with C6. I like it.
See, it looks like a C5, but maybe my mistake there. But down the hill there through Rainy Curve, watching the curb on the inside, and DeLucia just fighting an uphill battle, I think, on that front straightaway. Got a big rear wing on that thing. Might have a little too much downforce put in it.
Yeah, he's picking up a lot of pace throughout the corners, but you can see with that drag race he's had with 2 Corvettes now down the front straight, he's just not able to keep up.
Here's your championship runner-up right now, Matan Rosenberg, a long ways back from Justin Ross. You see that pink and blue M3 up the road. Rosenberg is 2 points behind Eric Catil in the championship. Catil did not make the trip out here, so all Rosenberg can do, a little smoke out the left front there on those Falcon RT 660s as he compressed the car. But all he can do is hope to win some races and potentially keep Catil at bay when they go to pit race. But he really would like to win. A second place all weekend long, I don't think is going to do what he needs.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Might be able to pick up some of the time in the front straight. We've seen just how fast the Corvettes, and not having that giant wing to drag him down like we see in some of the GT class. Maybe he can start to pick up a bit of time through there, but as of right now, it's looking like a pretty big gap to Ross.
Justin Ross just ran his best lap of the race, I think. So well done there. Rosenberg across the stripe now. McGuigan, Hilo, Friesen, your top 5. And again, I've been very impressed with Joe McGuigan in that silver M3 behind him, a name that I hadn't heard before because I don't think he's run with us before. A little bit of lap traffic for the GridLife GT leaders. And there's actually Horpedal now second. Looks like Colin King's gotten around for the race lead.
Yeah, wow. I mean, King really charging things up and doing an amazing job of coming through that field.
And look at the braking forces there on lap 4. Colin King out-braking Hans Horpedal, but DeLucia better on the brakes than both of them, just sitting there waiting and lurking in third place to see if Horpedal will come back to him. And this time, look at the cornering force. DeLucia, again, maybe just too much downforce put in this car, I think. He's maybe trading downforce for speed. King almost off the course at 11.
Yeah, for DeLucia, he's got to start making it up, and you're not going to do well through these drag race sections. So it's going to be some of the dives like into the hairpin where he's going to make that up, and maybe some of the quicker corners through 5 and 6 if he can keep doing what he's been doing and hope that there's some sort of mistake from King. He might be able to make up some of those places again.
Leaving the Andretti hairpin now in GridLife GT, it's been really these front 3, King, Horpedal, and DeLucia battling. Justin Ross has sort of lit the afterburners on Rosenberg. Wow, Hans Horpedal really sideways there, leaving turn 3 as the defense on full display here.
Yeah, but for DeLucia, that's exactly what you're hoping for, is that Horpedal has some sort of uncharacteristic mistake in a slower section where he's got that grip. We've seen the G-force, we've seen the braking he's able to get out of the car. So can he use that to his advantage, and can he just wait for some sort of mistake from Horpedal or potentially even King to be able to kind of dive back into the top 1 or 2 spots?
There's King leading the way through turn 6. One of our winners here in past Road America and recently at Autobahn Country Club.
Yeah, what a charge up from 8th place for King. That is incredible. So showing that qualifying wasn't where he was the strongest and didn't get the laps that he wanted, but now hopefully trying to stretch his legs as that gap continues. So this is going to be interesting, and that battle for 2nd and 3rd is really interesting as King is, I mean, he is really getting out there.
He is. I know Horpedal and DeLucia are battling for position. There's your leader in Eibach GLTC. And Justin Ross, a little wide there, no worries, no track limits being enforced this weekend. All the pavement is fair game, and he has just gone over Matan Rosenberg. But Rosenberg's been keeping pace with him now, about 2.3 seconds behind, and this race is not over yet by any stretch. So again, if you're Eric Catil, don't get your hopes up just yet. There's still some races left to go.
Well, I've seen a lot of drivers have interesting mistakes throughout this track, and as you get into some of these downhill, these compression sections, it doesn't take much. Just missing braking by 1/100 of a second can mean you're out in the gravel, and even, you know, you get a little bit relaxed out in the lead. Maybe you make a concession on a corner that you shouldn't, and next thing you know, you're finding yourself pointing the wrong way down the track.
Yeah, I see Justin Ross there, 2/10 slower than Rosenberg last, as far as their best lap is concerned. Using all the racetrack at the exit of 11. Rosenberg's going to do exactly that. McGuigan still hanging on to 3rd. Hilo in 4th. Friesen in 5th as they start a little bit deeper in the field there as they come up onto the front straightaway. and head down the hill towards the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a stretch, and Rosenberg's day is going to feel a little bit longer as he's seeing Ross continue that at a 2.5 second lead at this point in time, as now we flip back up to our uphill. And take a look at DeLucia there, still trying to fight to get around Horpedal.
Yeah, and he's keeping pace a little better. How about look here?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, up the inside at Rainy Curve, and he's still down on straight line speed, but making it work in the high downforce corners. And his min speed, the highest of the top three. Really cool to see on the data that all those things that we're saying about DeLucia's car being a better handling car, maybe not in a straight line as strong, but that's showing up here on the Firelink data.
Yeah, it's always great when the data makes us look good, isn't it? So, I mean, really, for DeLucia, he's got to pick his spot. Looked like he was going to go for it on the Rainy corner, backed out of it, thought he might have gone for a switchback at the next turn, but ultimately now he's got to hold back as Horpedal continues to stretch his legs and pick up around 8/10 on that straightaway. That's a big gap.
And lap traffic now. This is what we were talking about at the top of the show. The GridLife GT cars have caught some of the Eibach GLTC traffic, and Josh Fleur is one of those in the Subaru Outback just up the road. A really cool looking car. I see the kind of the neon yellow accents, but this is now the first test as Colin King took a look at him but didn't have overlap. The same rules apply. You can't dive bomb from 10 car lengths back. But look at how much that allowed DeLucia to close in on Horpedal there.
This is exactly what DeLucia was kind of hoping for. Oh no, we've seen a lot of smoke at the back.
And that's might be a motor for DeLucia. That's a huge plume of smoke. And he's off to the left, is going to go for the dirt immediately. And that is heartbreak for Chris DeLucia all the way from the state of New York. And he has found his way off course, which is as safe as a place as he can possibly be. And watch this coming up the straightaway just a moment ago.
I'm wondering if some of that pace that he was losing was that engine kind of indicating that things were not going well, and finally it lets go. Oh, that is absolutely gut-wrenching. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a lot of coolant smoke coming out of that, or water smoke, steam in this case. So hopefully nothing that's going to be absolutely detrimental, needing a new block, you know, fingers crossed, just a head gasket or something, but either way, that's going to be the end of his race.
So here's something we got to keep our eyes on as well, because Justin Ross is actually catching the back of the GridLife GT field. This is another thing that we were expecting to see. They're up the road. Trouble, there's another car that's found his way off track and into the concrete, and trying to get a look at where that is on course. I'm wondering, is that on the, where is this? This is on the front. Oh, sorry, this is right underneath us here. This is after the Andretti hairpin.
Okay. Yeah, car was backwards.
Wow, that's a weird spot to go off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really strange. I wonder, maybe dipped a wheel out a little bit too much, gets caught in it and spins back around. And I mean, we talked about this earlier on, facing the wrong way up the course, and not entirely sure what all went down for that driver.
And so, have we gotten the checkered? It looks like we have gotten the checkered, but again, that's a big hit, unfortunately. And look, that car has nosed in.
Car of John Friesen, I believe, in the 132. So, yeah, interesting how he slid in there, and just looking at the wheel marks, trying to figure out how this all went down. So we get a replay of it now.
So he was up underneath some traffic here. Oh, gets clipped by the CRX. And then it took out the rear suspension, and it just walked around on him from there.
Yeah, great work from the other competitors. Stay out of the way. Oh, that's he's going to feel that one a little bit later on. Laguna Seca biting back again.
Yeah, that's the 132 car of John Friesen. He was up inside the top 5 for most of the race. And that explains how he got it looped around backwards. Just the rear suspension looked like it took the hit there. And that's going to bring out the checker on our first race in GridLife GT and Eibach GLTC.
Another weekend just proving that anything can happen when it comes to racing. So whether it's a bit of contact coming in a little bit hot through the inside, or an engine just finally deciding enough is enough. But either way, we get a bit of a shakeup here through our ranks, as these drivers are going to be wrapping things up under the yellow. And a few drivers are going to need an assist getting off track.
Others saw that.
So that will end the race here with, it should be Colin King out in front of GridLife GT and Justin Ross in the Eibach GLTC race.
I mean, definitely an interesting Interesting pairing up now that we've got TC and GT both together. We saw a little bit of that traffic, maybe not as much as what we were maybe expecting.
Well, we'll actually get a chance to chalk with our winners here in just a moment's time. Colin King in the GRIDLIFE GT Viking Performance Corvette getting the job done, passing not only Chris DeLucia, who ended up having that engine issue, but also Hans Horpedal. And let's head down to Jonathan Grace, who's there with Colin King.
So our winner in race 1, Colin King, you made some moves in the first couple of laps. You were methodical with it, but you got the purple Corvette up to the front. How'd you do it?
Well, I mean, like, I got DQ'd during the qualifying, unfortunately, due to some confusion with the tech forms and all that, but got my way from the back all the way to the front. I knew the car could do it. We were making changes, working on it hard, and barely made it back here in time, and just glad I could get it done. So,
heck of a way to start the weekend with a win. Still a couple more to come. That's Colin King, your winner in GLGT, guys.
Thank you, Jonathan. And that was a great battle there by Colin King. Did a nice job. And of course, the driver that beat Matan Rosenberg last year did it again just now. That was the number 272 of Justin Ross. We're going to head down to Jonathan Grace one more time. And we'll chat with our IBOC GLTC winner here in just a moment. Here we go, Jonathan. What you got?
Justin Ross, your winner in IBOC GLTC, converted a pole position to a win. It looked comfortable, but how was it in the car?
It was a tough go. It was really hectic at the start. I'm lower horsepower than everybody else around me, and that was pretty evident down into turn 2. And then we got to work on some little things with GLGT. I'm coming through the back of them. Otherwise, the car did good. This is an enduro car, so it usually finishes pretty strong, and we have a little bit of hard time getting it up to pace at the beginning of the race. But I mean, it all went pretty well. So.
Well, congratulations on the win. It's a great way to start the weekend. Still a couple more to go for Justin Ross. A pull to win in GLTC, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, and job well done there by Justin Ross. Let's have a look here at the highlights for what was a pretty frantic foray into multi-class racing. The interclass battles, though, seemed pretty clean from what we saw, and in 15 minutes, a lot of action. It started with the GRIDLIFE GT start. Hans Horpedal out-dragging Chris DeLucia down there to turn 1, but then Colin King pulling up in that Viking Performance Vet after narrowly making the race after replacing a part, but man, DeLucia trying everything he could to keep up with those vets.
Yeah, and unfortunately it did not go the way that he wanted to, but yeah, for me, really, GT class King was just all over it, making his way back up through the field, everything nice and tidy. And this battle here for Lucia, I mean, it looked like he had so many opportunities to be able to make that dive in, but unfortunately, this is how his race ended, with a plume of steam at the back of that BMW.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Chris DeLucia. Hans Horpedal, though, again, ended up in second place in that battle. As far as the IBOC GLTC race, though, it was Justin Ross on the front row, and McGuigan got squeezed there a little bit. Matan Rosenberg trying to make it 3 wide, and he ended up making his way up to second place past Hilo and McGuigan, and set sail to try to catch the 272, but just could not do it. So he ended up finishing in second, and he will not necessarily extend his lead or get the lead back yet from Eric Catil in the championship, while Catil sits in Ohio a long ways away. But Justin Ross, his second ever career win in IBOC GLTC. But of course, the race did end under yellow and checker with an incident at the exit of turn number 2. The Andretti hairpin, a little bit of car contact. Unfortunate ending to our first race of the weekend. More to come from GRIDLIFE GT and IBOC GLTC.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
And welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and GridLife Laguna, the third year of GridLife's nearly season-ending festival. Of course, we've got one more round of racing coming up at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in October. Those tickets are still available if you want to join us there. And if you'd like to join us here in NorCal, gridlifelaguna.com for more. We just had a really interesting race for GridLife GT and Eibach GLTC, but next up on our calendar for the day is our first race for the GridLife Rush Series. Kyle Iyer joined by Jacob Gettins. It's Jonathan Grace in the pit lane. We got our first taste of wheel-to-wheel, but now it's a 40-car grid for the Rush cars.
Yeah, just when we thought it was hectic on our last one, which I'm still catching my breath from. That was a ton of fun between GT and TC. Now we get into the first race here with Rush, where we had a pretty wild qualifying over on that side of things, and now we'll get them all stacked up, get them out on track, and see how this plays out.
Yeah, the infield area is absolutely packed full of spectators. The hill has got cars parked at as extreme an angle as I think you can park most cars. It looks like San Francisco out there. But things are looking great. The NOS Energy truck down there giving out free NOS, various flavors. They've got one called GT Grape that is my absolute favorite, and they're passing them around. It's great to see everyone here at one of the most famous racetracks on the planet. Let's have a look at it here. 2.238 miles, Jacob, and again, this is our battle drome here today. 11 corners around this racetrack.
Yeah, and as it comes into Rush racing, really these tight technical sections are where we're seeing a lot of it. Through the straight line section, everybody's pretty paired up. You might see a little bit of drafting going on, but really that going through 6, being able to cut that corner as much as possible without hitting the big yellow bumper there, and then seeing a lot of drivers just dive bombing all the way through the corkscrew, carrying that momentum through 9, 10, and then a bit of a tight line through 11 to try and get as much of a dig out of that across the front straight.
Yeah, this is a place that everyone drives in their Forza games and on iRacing and simulators everywhere. This is a place that you practice and you're excited about coming to. For some drivers, they have come all the way across the country to join us here. There's some names in this championship battle that we have to talk about. Ryan Leach, Andy Vogel, the championship leaders, but there's also James French, Blair Hosey that have been up in the mix. Bryce Mersberger, Jalen Batley, who battled back and forth at GridLife Chicagoland. They're up in the mix here as well. So many drivers to talk about. Ellis Spezia, who's got some rallycross experience. Hopefully he won't have to use some of that and keeps the tires on the pavement today. But again, I think his experience didn't have the qualifying effort I think he was hoping for, but his racecraft is excellent.
Yeah, there's a ton of great stories that are already coming out of this when it comes to these drivers, and qualifying I don't think went as well for a lot of them as what they would have hoped for. Trying to find a spot in the pack to put down a good time became pretty crucial to getting that time on the board. So they are stacked up based on that qualifying order. They will run that, and then however they finish up here, that will then set them up for the next race. And then we get a little crazy with it to make sure that track action is full of passing a little bit later on in our heats.
And, of course, late in the qualifying session, it was Ryan Leach that was on top for most of it. But on the very last lap, James French went on through and took the pole, and Jonathan Grace caught up with him before race 1 here.
James French, your pole sitter in Rush. Pretty ideal track conditions. It's cool. It's nice. How was the lap in your hands?
It was 99% good. So I think I got most of it out of there. Had a little issue in turn 6 with some traffic, so I think I left a bit there. But the car was fantastic, absolutely on rails. The braking was amazing. We've been fighting that a bit. So yeah, I cannot thank the late entry guys enough for giving me a rocket ship, and it's been running great all weekend. So thank you guys, and it's a good lap.
What's possible in the race today?
Hopefully staying where we started. That is the goal. Clean. We had some pretty aggressive battles at Road America, so a lot of contact there. Tons of fun, but hoping for a clean race, keeping everything in one piece, and finishing where we started.
Well, starting from the pole, you'll have the best view into the Andretti hairpin. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Finish where you started. That sounds easy, right? You don't have to pass anybody.
No, it's great. You just got to, keep on those mirrors the entire time. And as we look over, the sun now starting to peek through the clouds. So we'll see a little bit of evolution in the track as that temperature starts to come up as well. And a lot of the setup notes from this morning start to go out the window for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, it looks like we've caught a wild photographer there. Carving his way up through the mountains at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
He's went for it.
Sorry.
No, I don't care.
That was impulsive thoughts there.
I mean, if you pull the Canadian accent, then we'll have a conversation. But
no, I think I'm really excited for this. Looks like they're just checking the track surface there out of turn 5 where Krista Lucia had that engine let go. They just want to make sure that there's no slippery surface or oil or anything that can cause strife. Actually, this is at leaving turn 3. I didn't know that there was anything out there to take note of, but they're going to check it for us, make sure that it's nice and safe. And the safety vehicles are peeling off off the road, and shortly we should have the GRIDLIFE Rush Series cars on track. Big grid, 40 cars here, Jacob. Again, you've seen racing where you've got big grids. What's the strategy here to make it through this opening lap?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the front end of the field, it is just going to be keep an eye on those mirrors, make sure you don't get that pass. And if you're, mid-pack, you kind of got the hardest job of the entire time. If you're in the back, it's just try and go for that late break. Find a clean line out to one side, maybe even on the outside. Go for that sweep in and see what you can do with it.
This was earlier today in the qualifying session. There's Ryan Leach right out in front in that black and white kind of two-tone car. Then the blue and black car of James French, who is your pole sitter. Ryan Leach, 14 wins on the season, including the first 12, and he's been running from this guy all year, Andy Vogel. And again, I joked earlier that he'll be running to his chiropractor after that moment down the corkscrew, slamming the bodywork. These cars are so robust. And there's the 128. Again, I think that's Hardesty behind the wheel of that. TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton, two drivers you're very familiar with also in this field.
Yeah, they told me earlier on there's a little bit of a rivalry going on between those two teammates. So we'll see how that plays out. TJ doing significantly better than we saw Nate Hamilton. TJ up in 18th, Nate Hamilton qualifying 24th. So a bit of a spread there between the two drivers. And I mean, it's not that much of a spread from first to last all the way through. So it'll be interesting to see a few of these competitors able to dive back from the latter half of qualifying and see how far they can make it up early.
Yeah, James French got it done late in the going, and looking around turn 5, this is one of the newer corners that was added in 1988. We briefly touched on the intro on the original configuration of this racetrack. You wouldn't really have slowed down at turn 1 back in the day. It was a downhill left kink that is still there, but instead of the Andretti hairpin, it was another downhill left kink that led straight to where turn 5 heads up the hill now. It was an incredibly fast sequence. The Can-Am car is doing 170 miles an hour. Can you believe that? Up under that bridge over there to turn 6.
I mean, everything's kind of there. Do you think we could just set it up one day and just see if we can make that happen?
They made a parking lot over there, so there's plenty of pavement. You put up some walls. I think actually in the most recent Forza Motorsport, you can actually drive the original configuration.
Really?
And looks like we do have some oil dry going down here at the exit of turn 3. So somebody had an oopsie and spilled out some oil. So this will be a moment here before we get going. This just increases the anticipation, gets those butterflies going here, Jacob.
Yeah, it's a good build-up, and the teams here at WeatherTech Raceway, they are world-class, so they'll be able to get this tidied up pretty quick. It's looking like a kind of a short setup, and it's always interesting. You and I get to look at a lot of different racetracks, and the way that they clean up spills and the different equipment available out there to get this done is always fascinating to me.
Well, it's great when you come to racetracks like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca that are so well prepped to handle track cleanups because they've got the equipment, they've got the gear, they've got the personnel, and their team has done an amazing job here this weekend keeping the track safe and raceable for us. Great campsites around here as well. There's a lot of camping in the lake bed and around this facility, and we're staying on-site camping here this weekend, Jacob. And boy, waking up to some unbelievable views, that puts you in the right mood for some racing.
Yeah, there's really not a bad seat here, and no matter where you look, you're seeing something iconic, whether it's a skyline, the cityscape, or just an incredible racetrack. So it's a beautiful facility, and if there's any track you're going to go and camp out at, this is definitely top 5 in my books.
Yeah, I would absolutely say the same, and it's our only trip out to the West Coast this year. Of course, we had a couple of rounds last year up at Thunder Hill, as well as Willow Springs International Raceway, and we hope to return for more in the future. But every time we come out here, there's just some beautiful sights, and the race car drivers always look forward to a challenge like that corkscrew, and we've been blessed with great weather this weekend as well. Mid to high 60s and low 70s at the high. What more can you ask for? And we even have a little bit of cloud cover. Oh, look at that. Beautiful shots from the broadcast team. I'm not a bird watcher. What do they call those? Birding? There's a name.
Birder? Yeah, something like that. I'm sure there's a technical name that is escaping me right now, but yeah, just beautiful sights no matter where you look, and people still streaming in, still seeing more cars trying to get packed in there, and yeah, just an incredible shot. Now we're
just going to keep showing us birds so I can keep embarrassing myself with my lack of bird knowledge. My uncle would be so disappointed in me.
My grandfather would be. Yeah, it's amazing how that happened. I think we're just not of the ilk yet to become bird people. We've got another 15, 20 years before that happens.
Become bird people sounds incredibly ominous, Jacob, I have to say. Oh, man.
Becoming bird people. It's a difference between see you tomorrow and have a nice 24 hours, right?
oh boy. So take a note of that oil dry down there at the exit of turn 3 on the pace lap. Every driver is going to want to take note of that. If you're on the inside attacking on the initial race start, I don't really want to drive through that stuff before I get to turn 4 because it can get all up on your tires. I know it's soaking up the oil, but it does reduce your grip for a moment. And again, we're on effectively a street tire, so you're not on slicks. That'll help a little bit, but you're going to want want to avoid all that stuff. Maybe they'll have them drive through it on the pace lap just to help kind of blow it around a little bit. But again, every time you see any kind of oil cleanup, just give it a wide berth if you can, but that's tough to do with 40 cars on track.
I mean, was Ferris Katumi who set a crazy pace lap while blowing through a bunch of oil dry in Australia? It was a nuts clip, but
put a brick wall in front of him, he'd blow through it. I mean, that car,
bad man.
The rotation of the Earth slows every time he throttles down.
And such a calm and nice guy. Off as soon as he gets out of the car, you're just like, you're one of the fastest human beings in the world, and you're this calm everywhere else. But oh man, this is going to be great for Rush. We've already got a little bit of a taste of wheel earlier on today, but to me, Rush it's very quickly stealing the show when it comes to a Grid Life weekend.
Yeah, they put on a fantastic show, and we're excited to bring you the starting lineup. It's James French and Ryan Leach on the front row. Then it'll be Nico Bratz in the number 7, Jalen Batley alongside him in the number 88. Starting in row 3, it's Bryce Mersberger, the driver that won most of the races at Autobahn Country Club. Blair Hosey in 6th place. Then it's Cole Gamma in 7th. Ellis Spezia will roll off in 8th place in the number 111. Then it's Omar Kayal and Ryerson Whistle starting in 10th place, Jacob.
Yeah, getting into row 6, we got Brett Diacomo and then Andy Volkel. Further back to maybe what he'd want to be in row 7 to Alex Chang and Sebastian Beaupre. Yeah, not doing too bad through those drivers. Getting into row 8, John Robinson and Sam Kim. 17th and 18th now comes up to Hassan Ahmed and TJ Hunt. And then getting into row 10, Ryan Kircher, Bradley Vincent, and that'll set things up for your top 10.
21st place, Vila Saldana, the number 30. Gage Hughes rolls off 22nd in the number 51. Then it's Kyle Melnick in the 335. Nate Hamilton for Team Rapscallion Groups rolls off in 24th. And Larry Brady in 25th. Ian Hardesty in the number 115 starts 26th. Then it's Michael Neff in the 199 in 27th. And Matt Wilson, great looking fire suit on him, starting in 28th. Then Sam Reed and Tom Kirsting in 30th.
Now he's getting into the later rows, 16, Benjamin Quain and Logan Frost, 31st and 32nd. Getting into 33rd and 34th, Jake Sanders and Jeff Hardesty for row 17. And now we get into row 18, the backpack, Michael Schneider and Josh Lagman. And then almost wrapping things up for row 19, JD Krull and Lee Bauer. And our final row, 39 and 40th, Raul Nair and John Babbitt. They're going to have some work to do, but being that last row is not always the worst things, because sometimes you get some drama up front, you get to kind of skate right past it.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. I would set an expectation that if you make up more than 10 spots in this race, you've done a lot. This is an incredibly competitive field. I really want to qualify up in the top 5 if I really want to have a shot, because we know how competitive the front is. I think Andy Volkel really didn't get the qualifying effort he was hoping for. He's chasing Ryan Leach. If he wants any chance at beating Ryan Leach this weekend, he needs to beat him, and that's something that he hasn't done a whole lot this year. Again, he's going to rib me again later. I wrote an article earlier this week. Goes, who wrote this? Because it was like, Andy Volkel, his chance of a championship isn't, it's a little bit out of reach, but it just is. It's a 96-point advantage, and that's by virtue of 14 wins for Ryan Leach, who's just been executing to the highest of levels.
If I can quote a famous movie, though, but you're telling me there's a chance. And that's all these race car drivers look for. If there is a 1 point that they can get in to be able to take the lead on something, if there's a 10th, 100th, 1,000th of a second, that's what they live for, is those opportunities. So I would by no means count out Andy Volkel at this point in time, although he's going to have a lot of work cut out for him this weekend.
He will, and if Andy Volkel makes up even more than 20 or 30 points, which is about a race and a quarter, then it's going to be tough math for him. If you're interested in learning more about these cars, www.rushautoworks.com will take you to learn more. But pneumatically operated paddle shift gearbox, 150 horsepower from a GSX 1000cc bike motor. They're really cool to watch, and you're about to see them racing at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The Grid Life Rush Series National Championship comes to a close this weekend. Race 1 of 4 is about to get underway. Green flag, and we're racing at Laguna Seca.
Oh, here we go. Tight pack. We're already getting a couple of drivers shuffling around. Look at the bump drafting we've got going on. Looks around 4th and 5th place as they start to dive into that hairpin. This is where it could all go wrong really quick, Kyle, as they're all jamming through that very tight sector.
Oh, 4 wide into turn 1. How do you do that? There's Bryce Mersberger getting really squeezed. Andy Volkel in the middle of a 3 wide scenario. Side by side, Blair Hosey up to 4th place past Mersberger, and Leach still chasing the number 70 of James French as we head under the bridge towards turn 4.
Yeah, and they get through what seems to be fairly tidy through that sector. section, we saw the oil dry up, and now we get into a single file where that draft is going to start to come into play as the drivers kind of get into queue, coming into one of the hardest sections of this track, coming into 5. And then once they get through 6, we're going to see if any of that drama is continuing on, as a few drivers electing to go pretty wide through that section.
And we'll see some slipstreaming as well. Look at Volkel on the inside of another competitor here. Into turn 6, you can't race through it side by side. You have to race to it. Through the turn 6 for the first time and climbing towards that 4-story drop at the corkscrew.
Now this is where we're going to see a little bit of left braking. A few drivers deciding to go pretty wide, and we'll see if we find anybody brave enough to make a dive into that iconic corner and drop down 4 stories side by side. And a few drivers elect to go. We get an overtake.
Man, just running down the hill, use the momentum and the gravity assist down the hill. Blair Hosey once again having a look at Nico Bratz. That's that red number 7 car. Nate Hamilton in the bright yellow machine, running his teammate TJ Hunt down. The field streams through Rainy Curve for the first time, and they're about to complete a lap as they head to turn 11 to finish out their first revolution of the Laguna Seca. Nico Bratz is slow at leaving the final corner. He's middle of the racetrack, and he did not get going. Is there an issue with that number 7?
Oh, I don't know. It could be as small as even just a missed shift and not able to get things back in. A few drivers having to work through some shifting issues as these cars now completely beat up from an entire season of doing this, as now French and Leach start to pull a bit of a pace on the rest of this pack. And yeah, we're starting to see everybody else come into queue here. A lot of changes in the back of the field.
Ryan Leach just expertly using all the racetrack there, but 7/10 behind James French, who's been one of the only other drivers to dethrone him this year. Blair Hosey was one of the others, but 0.6 of a second between their best laps. See them running through the dust there up to turn 5. It might just be a one-on-one battle between these two in this first race.
Yeah, we've seen it before, though. I mean, front of the pack battles, and you never know what can happen mechanically. And
look at DeGiacomo here. This is side by, or actually, is it DeGiacomo? He might have changed cars for this event, but there's a gray and teal car that was side by side up to turn 6. And like I said, Jacob, you can't really go through there door to door like that.
I tried for it, that's for sure. Went for a dive on the inside, cutting that corner just a touch, and it looks like he might have gotten the job done. Is now the front of the pack heading into the corkscrew. Will anybody else be brave enough for a dive? We've seen a few drivers go for it. Whoa, cutting it real tight there.
That was Bryce Mersberger again. He's a young guy, so his spine can take that, but that was a hard hit down there. Just dropping onto the pavement. You're basically driving off a cliff, and when it lands, it's a pretty rough ride down there.
Yeah, but I think a few drivers are willing to put up with that a bit earlier on in the race, and we see some drivers, looks like dropping wheels, getting a bit of dust, and this exit through 11 could be absolutely everything for a few of these drivers. Staying off those rumble strips if you can there. You're not picking up any traction going over those bumps.
Yeah, whatever was causing an issue for the 7 of Nico Bratz has fixed itself. He's gained a spot back. He's 8th right behind Cole Gamma. See Gamma in that bright yellow car, and just ahead of him, Ellis Spezia on Bryce Mersberger. That's a pass for, or attempted a pass for Spezia. They leave turn number 2 there and into turn 3, the right-hander.
Yeah, getting a bit more of a pack racing mentality going on, and this is where you're trying to use that draft just to close up the gap and then hopefully go for either a late break or just a bit of a lunge at the last moment to try and gain up that position over your competitor. Pretty tough to do in these cars. That's the hard part with spec racing, so it becomes a situation where it's just a boldness.
Gosh, that was a big moment for James French. Big wiggle out to the edge of the racetrack. No track limits being enforced here, so race control's not going to look at that, but he almost didn't need him. He almost needed a wrecker there. Now that's Spezia, by the way, in the teal and gray car. I didn't get a good look earlier at what livery he's got. Has experience off-road racing, but again, on the pavement today and chasing down Mersberger, the winner from Audubon Country Club a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, as of right now, Leach holding about a half second behind our leader of French. He's going to have to hope that French has a couple more mistakes that we saw just a few moments ago to be able to pick up that spot, as now we get a few more battles in the 88 and 144? I don't think so. But yeah, this is it's getting crazy. Jalen Bately having to fend off another competitor through that section as now they come through 11. We're seeing that gap in the lead.
Gamma almost lost the car leaving 11, kicked the rear end out, and now he's under fire from Nico Bratz. That's that red car in trail. And then here's Spezia lining up. Bryce Mersberger put the crosshairs on the back of that 114.
This is getting tight up front. We get a little bit of a gap in a few sections of this track, but mid-pack, this is wild. We see a lot of personal bests coming through as drivers getting a little bit more comfortable finding that draft, finding the line. And I think as this track is warmed up just a touch, it's getting these tires a little bit more tacky, and it's really coming to grips in full terms for a lot of these rush drivers.
Yeah, this battle between Merzberger and Spezia is really good. We saw Bratz get by Cole Gamma at turn 2, and there's a look last time around. Spezia 75 thousandths quicker than Merzberger up the inside at turn 5, opens the door, and he's underneath, and here comes Bratz making line both of them up with that reduced momentum as they run door to door.
Yeah, he's gonna have to get that pass done. Doesn't able to do it. It has to fall back in line. Will he go for another dive? Don't think it's gonna happen into 6, so hopefully gets a bit better, but Day going wide.
Bratz out in the dirt, keeps his foot in it though, loses a spot to Cole Gamma, but that's just a little bit, there's something been flying off that car there. That's just the amount of limit you gotta put in it. Down the hill here at the corkscrew.
Yeah, I saw a few bits and pieces coming off that car, so we'll see if that affects any of the aero on it. Ooh, what a dive coming through the rainy.
And Spezia takes it, Merzberger crosses over. What a battle between these two.
That was a bold move to be able to pull off a pass there and then stay in it all the way through, but able to now stretch out just a little bit. We're gonna maybe see a dive.
Oh, trouble. Top of the hill there. And didn't quite get a look at the numbers at the number 10, I think. That was had an off there.
Yeah, and it looks like already heading for pit lane. A lot of body work missing, as you indicated. I think for the number 10 car. See if we get a replay of it coming through. Oh, wow!
Got clipped there by the 335 of Kyle Melnick. And that was unfortunate. Again, just had the car sort of crossed up, and when it lands, it gains a bunch of grip, and he just had too much steering, and you see Melnick pulling off course now with the bodywork missing off the nose. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that is going to be his race. Hopefully able to get some parts back on that car as we get back to our racing action. Our drone getting real deep and personal for a lot of these shots, just to kind of show you that racing action.
And look, here comes Merzberger again up the inside of Spezia. They're stealing the show, aren't they? But keep an eye on Bratz. He got by Cole Gamma again, and the more these two run door to door like this, I keep saying door, these cars don't have doors, you climb in from the top, but you get what I mean.
Wing to wing.
Yeah, here's Gamma again having a look at the 7.
Well, as they're fighting up a little bit further on, it allows Gamma to kind of start to sneak in, and it just allows him to kind of get in behind Merzberger without having to worry about him checking his mirrors, because he's trying to make that pass once again on Spezia.
See the debris flag there at the corkscrew. That just signifies that there might be some debris on course. See it just offline there, so we'll be able to continue about halfway through this race. And Spezia a little wide there, almost caught the curb on the inside of Rainey. And this is a battle for 5th, but they're fighting as hard for this as they would be for the lead. Look at Hosey now with the purple wipe. He's run the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, the Spezia Merzberger battle is it's definitely getting all the eyes on the action right now as our leaders, French and Leach, not really exchanging too much, although that gap in their last lap was pretty tight coming through the line. And we'll see if that separates just a little bit, down 4/10.
Yeah.
So Leach able to pull a bit more of a gap.
And purple on that too, which means Leach just took the fastest lap of the race.
Wow, yeah, Leach is definitely pushing French on this one, and we'll see if he's able to keep that pace up for that next lap. And maybe French has a bit of an issue, and Leach is able to jump on it.
Yeah, see 2/10 quicker for Leach, a 1:33.943 to a 1:34.152. So cooking pretty good here. Here's a battle a little deeper in the field. This is heading up towards turn 5. Actually, this is for the lead. Here comes Leach on French, and he's through just like that. Made very quick work of that.
Yeah, made that look really easy. Now I'm questioning what all is going on with French, because he had such a demanding lead for so much of this race. I don't know if Leach was just holding back and going for Valentino Rossi, stay in his mirrors for most of the race and make the pass.
He must have made a mistake, French, because he was, again, 4/10 of a second. That's half a second. Going into turn 2, he must have just had a wiggle. Ooh, Leach really sideways heading down the corkscrew, but now he's going to lock in. We've seen him just be so clinical behind the wheel of this Rush SR all year long. Has some open wheel experience, but has just dialed this car in and is just very in tune with the way it drives at the limit.
Yeah, now it comes down to what's French able to do. How's he able to battle through the rest of this, and can he make up just a little bit? So we'll have to see how this plays out now, and if there's any more mistakes from these drivers. And as we talked about with that spec racing, just a small mistake, a couple of tenths here or there, or not getting the exit, or mistiming a bit of a shift, that could be it for a lead, as now we're getting a bit more of a stretch.
Down into turn 2. French is not giving it up. 2 car lengths between them. Double apex left-hander. Using all the racetrack. The curbing here, the candy stripes are not very aggressive, so you can get all over them with these Rush SRs, though they don't seem to mind, even at places like Road America with gnarly curbs. They're fairly softly set up relative to what you'd expect for a small sports racer like this, so they can handle some of the curbs. Anything painted yellow here, though, do not touch.
Yeah, you can see just when they get into the braking zone, you see the front end dive. Now, there's only a couple inches of movement, but it's pretty apparent when they come through some of these hard braking sections, and Leach doing a great job of pulling pulling a bit more of a gap on French, who is trying to battle back. You can see him attempting to close up this gap, but for right now, Leach has kind of got his number and really stretching it out.
Yeah, this will be, if he could hang on for another few minutes, 25 points added to his season total here. French again charging on the brakes, trying to keep that gap as small as he can.
Yeah, doing a good job through the corkscrew, but Leach is very, very tidy through that section. French is going to have to hope that something gets a little bit wild as French cut in the corner just a bit, trying to make up, I mean, not even tenths at this point, just going after the hundreds anywhere that he can. And anytime you see French kind of go in on a little bit deeper through those corners, you know he's seeing Leach out front, not going and being as aggressive. Ooh. So yeah, a little bit of a push out that way, but good dig out of turn 11.
Watch Blair Hosey there, the third car in line. Well, these two battle. He was 2 seconds back last time around. What's it going to be this time? 2.4, so I think he's sort of holding station right now, but if those front two continue to battle, lock up there for Leach, and that will leave the door open for French to close in. No anti-lock brakes or traction control on these cars. They're old-fashioned in that sense.
Well, and Hosey made his way all the way up from 6, so he knows how to battle through traffic. He's done a great job. That start for him was incredible. So now he's just going to have to play a little bit more of that long game, and if Leach keeps making these mistakes like this, that might give both French and Hosey an opportunity to go up, as we saw Merksberger also make a jump up into 4th on that last lap, and that pushes Bailey down into 5th.
Really, these two have been in their own zip code this race, haven't they? Hosey's trying to move over to the next town, but
he's getting there, though. Look at that. That gap is closing up pretty quick. They're within the same camera angle, and that's a great indicator of how much pace that Hosey's able to pick up.
And Mersberger has stopped the bleeding on the battle to Spezia. Jalen Batley has slipped to 5th, with Mersberger up to 4th, and you see Mersberger that time through just 25 thousandths off of Blair Hosey in 3rd place, so the lap times are incredibly close up here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tense. So for Leach now, it's just keep your head in the game, not make any more mistakes, as Hosey pull him back just a little bit. Not as good through that crazy technical section. I think he's just able to carry a bit more momentum and break a little bit later through some of these higher speed corners, and that's where he's been picking up that time. When we get to the technical section on the corkscrew, that gap starts to open up just a little bit more. If he can get that dialed, though, he may have an opportunity to take over second.
Well, he didn't get a white flag that time through, so at least 2 laps to go. Bigger battles deeper in the field. There's Nate Hamilton on his charge up. Robinson, Schneider, Whistle, and Hunt up the road. And you know there's a little friendly battle in the teammates there between Hamilton and Hunt. Big lunge up the inside. Whoa! Contact. And around, is that Robinson that went around at the turn 11 apex, and he's stuck middle of the racetrack. Everybody scatters.
Oh, wow. So yeah, a bit of a shuffle now, and we'll get those timings coming in as they come through our finish line there. But looks like everybody's all right. Just a bit of a spin off. We reset that order. We're seeing a little bit of blue smoke coming out of another car. The attrition of the season is now starting to come into play.
Yeah, also, I wonder if that was one of the cars that made contact. Could it just be some tire smoke from a body panel rub, too? It's possible, I think. But is that Alex Chang that's in the middle of that as well? Yes, it is. And he did not qualify like what we expected. He's been really solid in the past here, but only 15th place across the stripe this time. And he's working his way up the order now, trying to run down some more cars before the end of this thing.
Yeah, a bit of a drop back, qualifying a little bit higher up in 13th, so not the race start he would have looked for. As we take a look at a few other competitors coming around the line, that was, Alex Chang. Yeah, he's able to fight that off.
Heading up the hill here. I think that's TJ Hunt at the back of the shot, the 28. Climbing up the hill, if it's the Sunoco car, the Team Rapscallion 28.
I think so. Electing to take a bit of a tighter line. It looks like he's able to pick up a bit of pace through that section as now we flip back into turn 11.
A little bit of lap traffic that the leaders have to contend with, and here comes James French to the inside, to the outside, battle for the lead as they come up under the flag stand and across the stripe this time. This is the battle for the top spot here, Jacob.
This is interesting. French is he's getting a little bit desperate in some of his overtake opportunities here, but this is what you need to do as we come down to what is potentially some of the last laps of this race. Leach doing a great job checking his mirrors and keeping, Leach is keeping French at bay through this section, but how long can you keep doing that? As you keep focusing on what's going on behind you, you start to lose opportunities of what's in front of you. You're checking the mirrors and you're not checking the apex.
And this will be the last lap of the race. And there's a bunch of body work on the backstretch, and they're going to go through the yellow flag period. You can't pass in a yellow zone, but they're past it now, and French has half a lap to get by Ryan Leach.
He is absolutely hunting down Ryan Leach right now, and French might be able to get this done. He's got a couple of opportunities coming up through this last section as they fly through 6 and up the hill. As long as French can get a good dig, and he does, he's able to keep all the traction coming through there. Is he going to try and get this draft and a pass done coming over? Going going a bit wide as they come into the corkscrew. Now he takes the outside line as he dives back in. This is an interesting tactic here we're getting from French.
Oh, slipped, slide.
If he could have held on to that, that was it.
Just needed to grip it up a little bit more. Through Randy Curve for the final time. And save for any mistakes. Ryan Leach looking forward to a 15th race win on the season, hoping to slam dunk a championship that he has dominated from the start. As we come out of the final corner here, Ryan Leach running from James French and comes across the start-finish line. And this should be our checker. There it is, checkered flag. Ryan Leach wins race 1 of the GRIDLIFE Rush Series over James French and Blair Hawsey in the number 8 Rush SR.
Yeah, and as everybody else starts to come through the line, we'll get everybody else locked in. Mersberger taking 4th, Bailey taking in 5th, a few seconds behind our leaders. And then there it is, Bratz, Gama, Beaupre, Volkel, and Kyla.
Oh, spin, last corner. Another car has gone around right ahead of Hamler's. 2 cars spun out over there. As TJ Hunt comes across the line, and a few others racing all the way to the checkers, but again, a little bit of contact here and there.
That got hairy pretty quick.
Yeah, that bodywork belongs to, I wonder if that's Robinson's bodywork, the orange there.
Yeah, might be. Might be in kind of a weird spot to shed off that much work. You usually expect to see it in an off scenario.
Well, let's have a look here at race results for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. And it's Ryan Leach on top, where he has been most of the year. 15th win of the season in his 10-lap race. Defeats James French. That was an epic battle to the checkers. But look at Bryce Mersberger, Jalen Batley, just as they were at Chicagoland, 4th and 5th, nose to tail.
Yeah, this is a great battle. And then Nico Bratz taking home 6, Cole Gama, Sebastian Beaupre, Andy Volkel, and Omar Kyle, thank you. Wrapping up our top 10.
Michael Schneider at 11th, Ellis Spezia dropped to 12th, TJ Hunt up to 13th place, and Alex Chang, Ryerson Whistle. Nate Hamilton, Gay Shoes, Hassan Ahmed, Sam Kim, and Matt Wilson, the rest of the top 20 here, Jacob, and looking down the rest of the order.
Yeah, and then Villa Sonata, Ethan Hardesty, Brett Diagacoma, Samuel Reed, Benjamin Quain, Larry Brady, Michael Neff, Josh Longman, Jeff Hardesty, and Tom Karasting taking out that the rest of the section. Then wrapping things up, Ryan Kircher, Jake Sanders, J.D. Cruel, Ryan Nair, Lee Bauer, John Robinson, Brady Vincent, and John Babbitt. And then 39th is Kyle Melnick. And I think these are some of the drivers that ended up having a bit of a rough end to that race, couple of those spinouts.
Yeah, I think that John and Kyle were the ones that were involved in the incident at the top of the corkscrew, unfortunately. So a little bit of bodywork damage for Kyle Melnick in that 335 that we saw, but he did a nice job getting off the racetrack after that incident at the corkscrew. Not of his own doing, just sort of drove into a car that was sideways at the top of the crest.
Yeah, not much you could have done there.
No, but what a battle. That was so much fun to watch, and this electric GRIDLIFE Rush Series Championship all year long has just been thrilling to watch, and hoping to, in a moment, hear from Ryan Leach. But boy, it has been fun to watch these battles. We have 3 more of those races coming this weekend. Can you believe it?
I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I mean, let's cool them off, throw them right back out there. It was great racing, and yeah, I can't talk enough about how incredible this spec series is.
Well, cars are headed off the racetrack here in just a moment, and gonna take a look at their notes and go again. They have another race later today. It's the last thing that we'll stream. And let's go down to Jonathan Grace, who's with our winner.
Get out.
Ryan Leach, your winner in race 1, right as you hop out of the car. You were methodical about it. You're the fastest man on track. You made the pass. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the right moment, seeing where I was better than him, and we made it work. They were playing dirty at the end. They lined up their team cars to try to block us, but we made it happen, baby.
Still came away with a victory. A great way to start off the weekend. A couple races left. Thanks, Ryan. Congrats.
Thanks, Jonathan and Ryan. Nice work there. And we'll have a look at the highlights here from GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1. It was a fun one. The start going down into turn 1, Jacob. Oh, gosh, it's going to be so exciting to watch 4 and 5 wide. Here's a look at the start again.
Yeah, this was, I mean, it was chaos, but everybody did quite a great job of keeping the contact at bay, and it got wild, and we started seeing what we thought was going to be how this race ended up, but did not go that way by any means for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, James French led the first couple of laps. Blair Hosey was trying to catch them from 3rd place on back. Then it was Ellis Spezia chasing Bryce Mersberger. That battle went on for quite some time there. Jalen Batley in Merceburger. There's that fight that they're re-engaging after Chicagoland Speedway. This crash at the top of the hill. There's the 335 of Kyle Melnick. Unfortunate incident there. There's the Spezia and Merceburger battle that we saw that was so electric to watch.
Yeah, and it kind of went back and forth for so much of that race, and you start to forget about the leaders, but this is where the leaders were.
And Ryan Leach was the leader at the end of it. Ryan Leach was able to hold off James French at the tail end of this one and was able to take home the victory in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1 despite a lot of effort from James French in the number 70. Despite that last lap charge, just a little bit of a slip and slide, Ryan Leach adds to his victory total, 15 on the season with 3 more races left on the weekend. GRIDLIFE Rush Series race 1 complete.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, one of the most famous racetracks on the planet. And if there was a yellow brick road for GRIDLIFE, it's taken us all the way to California. Welcome back. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettins. And we're back once again for the continuation of the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Heat 5 is upcoming here in just a moment's time. And Jacob, we're pretty excited about being back here again. The 5th of 6 qualifying heats for the Track Battle Championship. Top 5 drivers in each class move on to the podium sprint after Heat 6.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's heating up as we get into Heat 5. We saw some of the earlier runners not really able to pick up a ton of times. A couple of personal bests, no track records, really getting crushed. And then as we move through the groups, things got a little bit faster, a little bit better, as they were able to make in the track just a little bit more.
And here's that track we're talking about: 2.238 miles, 11 corners. And if you were just watching the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race a moment ago, you were treated to some excellent action. Andretti Hairpin is turn number 2. First great opportunity to jump on the brakes real hard. Flat turns 3 and 4. Not a lot of camber. You start to get banking at turn 5, in a corner that was added in 1988 with the track reconfiguration. Then up to turn 6. It's like a roller coaster. You better get on the rails before you hit the left-hand bank there. Then climb the hill up to the corkscrew, that famous corner that everybody knows.
Yeah, and it's been wild to see what's been going on at that corkscrew. We saw a lot of action going on in basically every class. Rush getting into it a little bit. We saw almost all the time attack competitors, at least one section having a bit of an issue there, and a lot of drivers doing a great job through 9. Not knock on wood, nothing too crazy through that section, but some drama through 10, and the drivers who are not able to master 11 often find themselves a little bit further back in the pack. That's kind of been the divider this weekend, is how you can handle 11 if you can keep everything dialed in, get the grip out of it, and really shoot down that fairly long front straight.
That will allow drivers to throttle up in this GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, and we're going to start with Group D here in just about 2 minutes' time. We're going to get that green flag, and once again, fields are packed full here, almost 90 time attack cars. And look at the lake bed packed full. There is camping, there is a car concourse, there is a festival of music going on tonight, and man, it's great to see Laguna Seca packed full of some faces that might be new to racing in general, coming here for the drifting and for the concerts, and they're going to get to see these track battle cars and the wheel-to-wheel racing and the drift and the concert all in one place.
I think that's the best part about GRIDLIFE, is that it's it's such a cross-pollination of different cultures. We see people come out just for a hangout, just for a dog walk or whatever, and then next thing you know, they're buying themselves a race car. So how many times do we have concert goers that become drifters or get into time attack? There's so many different things that you could be doing. You never know. That dog could be racing anytime now.
Well, we don't have any precipitation in the sky, but certainly over there in the grass we do. Is have a look there at the schedule for the rest of the day. Heat 5 coming up here in a moment's time. There's another Rush Series car. I think that was the car that we saw tangled up in the corkscrew that is now finding its way off track. Then we'll have a drift session followed by GRIDLIFE GT and GLTC race number 2 for the day. More drift, then Rush to wrap up our afternoon, and we'll be streaming again tomorrow. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not. We have another stream later this year, so if you like what you see at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca next month, we head to Pittsburgh International Race Complex. We'll stream everything there as well, and we can watch the rest of the championships with Track Battle and the IBOC GLTC and GT championships wrap up, as well as drift.
Yeah, that'll be definitely one to watch, having the rest of these seasons all concluded at another kind of iconic facility. A little bit colder as we get a little bit later in the year. If you think it's chilly now, wait till you get to Pittsburgh late in the fall.
Well, and we get to see the foliage change as well. It's a beautiful time of year there. It is a little chilly in the mornings, but last year it was like that cool, crisp autumn, kind of pumpkin patch, apple picking sort of thing. So I'm a big fan of that time of year. So I'm looking forward to it. Pit Race is a beautiful facility, and while it's one of the newer tracks on our schedule, and it's got really a narrow racing line, and it's got a lot of switchbacks back and forth, it's a completely different challenge to Laguna Seca and a very abrasive surface. So if you've got tires you're ready to finish off, you take them to Pit Race.
Yeah, we don't run into the tire attrition as much here. The tarmac here is incredibly smooth. It's so great. We kind of run into a bit of an opposite issue where drivers are already talking about fighting for a little bit of grip in some spots and potentially some dust blowout, although I think all of that has come off track at this point. If the Rush Series didn't do it, I don't know what would. So it should be a pretty spicy section here for even our Group D. Some drivers trying to move up into either a higher qualifying pack or just trying to set their own personal records or lap records for their class. So we'll see how this plays out for a lot of these drivers.
I always joke about the Darrell Waltrip vortex theory, where you can keep the bad weather away by keeping race cars circulating, and they create an air current that lifts all the clouds out of the way.
I think it's the heat. I really do. I think it's the heat that comes off the racetrack and the people and everything else where, things can just separate all the way around. You'll have a big storm, and for some reason it goes left and right at the track.
I don't know if the vortex theory is science, but I believe in it. So anyways, Group D, the first of our 4 groups for the track battle heat, is on course. Now we're going to work our way up in speed. So the first group is the slowest of all the cars in each in the classes, but one of the classes that will have full representation is Falcon Club SC, and that is our 25-to-1 power to weight category that we've got track records broken in so far.
Yeah, it's been an incredible series to watch, and one that's very attainable if you're interested in getting into this type of racing or you just want to get into racing whatsoever. What a great way to do is to get into SC.
Yeah, if you're curious about Club SC, it's really an entry-level category from an investment perspective. You see here, it's an entry-level bolt-on category where you're working with OEM aero and cars that are relatively easy to obtain, but you can't modify them very extensively. Intake, OEM aero, some coilovers and brakes, all you can really do. And while these cars are not rocket ships in a straight line and you're talking about just about 100 horsepower, the speeds that you're carrying, your minimum speed's not that much slower, and track records already getting set this weekend. Mike Jansen going up against Sam Dooling. You see Jansen on the left with the black Civic and Dooling on the right in the silver Honda Fit. They're going head-to-head here to try to break that 149.6.
Yeah, it's an incredible way just to get things started, and as you indicated, just a low barrier to entry, and I guarantee someone knows somebody with a Honda Fit that they don't need anymore.
I think you're right about that. There's a lot of Honda Fits out there. They made a lot of them for a long time, and a couple drivers have driven all the way out here. Matthew Reinhardt is one of them, Sam Dooling the other. Reinhardt drove from Salt Lake City, Sam Dooling all the way from Michigan.
That is a hike.
That is a hike.
That is, we probably did that over, 3-4 days?
Yep, and had the easy up tents on basically a little carrier off the back on a tow hitch. Everything else went in bins and went in the car, so he brought his entire paddock setup. Just imagine. Close your eyes, think about Corvette racing, all right? And when you go to an IMSA race, and imagine them packing all the stuff to make that car run into one Corvette.
It would be tight.
It would be tight. And Sam Dooling, it's like one of those magic wizard bags. You just put it all in it, and somehow it just swallows it all up. And He's on course here in a few minutes with all the rest of these cars. At the very pointy end of the field here, Miguel Arandulis in one of our Falcon Club TR cars in Honda S2000, and Mike Burrows in a Ferrari 244 GTK. Now, Mike Burrows has a Honda K20 in that car. You did not hear me incorrectly. It is a Ferrari with a Honda engine. And last night did a transmission swap after an issue with their sequential transmission yesterday. And he's back on track for the second session. So things are looking really good for him after that drama.
Do we know what transmission that is? I'm very curious about that part of it.
It's a Quaife sequential is my understanding. So they've had issues with them. And again, this is the third or fourth one that they've put in, but hoping that this one sticks around a little longer for him.
I wonder if that's, I've seen this in other swaps where if the engine and transmission alignment isn't absolutely perfect, you can start to get some weird kind of torque angles through the actual CV shafts that they'll start to pick up or cause a vibration, and then things start breaking that way. So I've seen that before. It might be something to look at.
Ooh, that was a big moment there for the Chuckles Garage Scott Birdsall Legends car. Just got it all out of shape on the braking into turn 5.
Yeah, and he's slowly moving up there. He's getting a lot more comfortable with that car, sitting on a 148 from the last session, so not terrible. Sitting in our super unlimited class just because it's the only spot that we could fit that thing in there. But either way, for him, he's a driver that's just more or less enjoying driving difficult cars, I think is the best way to put it.
Raul Brink in the Street Mod S2000 just went for a loop there at turn 5. Must be slippery over there. A couple of cars getting out of shape on the braking zone. And you sort of touched on this. This is a well, we're going to go full course yellow almost immediately too. So there must be something. There's another car off track at 5. I think they must think that there's some kind of, well, there you go. That answers a couple of questions, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, we got a few vehicles now. Everybody kind of filing off. So checking for that fire. The only reason that a driver would be getting out of their car on a racetrack is just to make sure that if there is a fire, they're able to more or less get out. But a lot of smoke coming off that hood.
I think that's Anthony Lerma in the number 998 Street Mod E36. And see the red flag waving now, and that is to get fire safety vehicles out there. And again, that's why you see the driver out of the car. That's the only condition in which you're supposed to get out of your car. So all the cars will come to a stop, let the fire trucks get out there, and quick work by the safety crews here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's taking a look underneath it to see what else he can see, but I think that there's some fluid out there. We saw a bunch of cars struggling into that turn 5 braking zone.
Yeah, wondering who dropped that fluid. I don't think it would have came off of our Rush Series previous, although we did get a few incidents that
I think
way.
It's the car that's stopped over there.
Yeah.
I think would be safe, right? So
I was hoping to get a number out of that one. I couldn't quite pick it up.
I think it's the 998, the Street Mod E36. I think it's the only M3 that's on track, so I think that narrows it down. So black flag there. It's going to send cars back to the pit lane while they're going to go address the oil on course. So a little bit of a slow start here to Group D.
Yeah, definitely not the way you want to get this going. And we've been, knock on wood, pretty good schedule-wise, although we've had a few incidents here and there. We've kept things pretty much on track, and our race ops side of things is amazing at finding a minute or two here and there to get things back on track fairly quickly. So we'll get that BMW probably up on that flatbed as soon as possible, and hopefully the spill is not that bad. A lot of fans here eagerly anticipating the return to some track action.
So with the cars headed back to the pit lane, it'll probably be a couple minutes before we get a green. There's another one of our Falcon Club TR cars. It stands for Track Rat Club TR, and those
I did not know that.
Yeah, so the Club TR class is designed for common track day cars, but with the swaps that you see that are common in the track community, especially with Hondas. So we're going to take a step away, though. We'll talk more about Club TR in a later session. We'll be right back just after this.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
We're in the heat of the action here at day 2 at the GRIDLIFE Festival at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We've seen time attack and track battle, we've seen practicing, and now we've got our first couple of races in the book. We saw our first instance officially for GRIDLIFE of GLGT and GLTC cars on track at the same time. A little multi-class racing action here at Laguna Seca. We also just finished our first rush race of the weekend. Darn near a photo finish, less than a 10th between our two finishers there. We'll have interviews with those guys later. Still plenty of action left to go, and of course, we don't call it festival for no reason. We've got music on deck later in the day. Still plenty of stuff to come for you on the stream. Still plenty of racing action to come with you, and of course, our time attack battling continues on track. We'll send it back to the rest of the guys in the studio, but the action is far from over here in the paddock.
Thanks, Jonathan, and a great update there. I have to give a big props to Jonathan Grace, who's new with us this weekend. He's absolutely slaying it down there, isn't he, Jacob? And you're new here with us. You're slaying it, too, up here, filling time.
Doing my best, man. Doing my best. Obviously, coming from the drifting background and trying to cut my teeth a little bit more here in the grip side of things.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun up here, and we were just making a comment. It's a busy afternoon for everybody on this team, and a big shout-out and a thank you to the crew behind it all, Project Prime, and the over a dozen people that are here making this all happen. The camera guys that are around the racetrack, they're out there for a long time in the heat of the sun. If they've got some shade, they're lucky ones. And there's a whole host of people in the trailer and a handful of people getting the content that we've seen all weekend long. And while we're sitting here, Jacob, it's probably also worth thanking the track crew and the cleanup crew and the medical staff here this weekend, as well as the GRIDLIFE team for putting this on. And again, in timing and scoring, they're down a couple people from normal, and they're just absolutely crushing it. And the track team and track staff, Impound, everyone that kind of keeps this competition flowing throughout the weekend. It takes a village to put it all on.
Yeah, it truly is a community behind the scenes that it's been operating. There's a few day oneers that have been here since the very, very beginning, that first big festival, the evolution of the Honda meet that turned into GRIDLIFE and is now turning into us with thousands and thousands of people here at Laguna Seca. So what an evolution over, just over a decade.
Yeah, we're not far from cars headed back out on the racetracks. If you're up trackside, don't go too far because we'll have cars on course once they clean up things Around the racetrack, and you talked about how this all started with a little event called the Honda Meet. Well, Adam Jabay and Chris Stewart, co-founders of GRIDLIFE, met sort of bonding over Honda mods back in the 1990s and early 2000s and started hosting a track day at a little place called Gingerman Raceway up in South Haven, Michigan. And that became the first GRIDLIFE Festival site in 2014. And since then, we've had a GRIDLIFE Festival there every single year and expanded all across the country, adding new products like the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, GRIDLIFE GT, IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and the Track Battle Championship as well. Started as a track day, and here we are. This is a packed crowd here. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, it's amazing the evolution and how GRIDLIFE has kind of set the standard for so many different things, whether it's how a festival operates, what some of the classes are in a few of these. There's been other series that have kind of modified to follow in line with GRIDLIFE because they realized how quickly this was exploding, and now we're in such a beautiful schedule with some incredible tracks. We've explored so many. We've gone back to other ones. We've had, nights that some people have forgotten because of how epic they were, and that's the GRIDLIFE spirit. Whatever you come here for, whether it's racing, drifting, partying, or just hanging out with friends, it's
I've definitely remembered all my nights, Jacob.
I don't believe that for a second.
Want to give a shout out to Jake, Michelle, Christine, and Monica. They're over at the medical tent up by the Corkscrew, and I ran into Jake there while I was getting lunch, and just a great individual. And a big thanks again to all the people that make this event happen, and the event staff, and the coordination from local law enforcement as well, getting everybody in here, making sure everyone is safe all weekend long as well.
Yeah, and for me, big shout out to all my media people out there, as I cut my teeth in the industry holding the camera and shooting media for a lot of different teams, and a lot of people still working that, and I've made a lot of friends over the years behind the lens of different cameras, and if it wasn't for the media team, you would not be able to see so many of the great shots that we get here.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're waiting for Group D to get back out on course, one of the drivers that we've been following all weekend long is Mike Jansen, who came across the country to battle Sam Dooling. He's currently the track record holder in his number 156 EF Honda Civic, and Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about that Club SC battle.
Well, Track Battle Time Attack, track records continue to fall. It's now in your hands in Club SC in the 156 Civic. It was a busy session. We'll get to that in a minute, but first of all, congrats on the track record.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was that was a workout for sure.
It looked like a busy session. Traffic looked like it was a factor. What was it like on track trying to get a clean lap?
Yeah, traffic was a problem. I don't know why. I don't know what they were really doing. Track felt great to me. A couple cars that were in the way blocked me on a few laps, but ultimately I was able to get around and got it done.
Well, Civic looks dialed in. You look dialed in. Good luck with the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Mike Jansen right now first in Falcon Club SC. And top seed for the podium sprint. We'll talk a little bit about that later this weekend, but this is the penultimate heat for these cars. Top 5 in each class move on to the podium sprint 3-lap battle where whoever finishes first there is going to go on to win the trophy for the weekend and score 25 points for their championship.
Yeah, really getting down to the last few spots here to get this done. So it's going to be interesting to see where drivers are able to make some concessions and who's really just going to be a hard charger. It's all it takes is one lap to really get back out there and gain that spot. So it's going to be exciting, that is for sure, as hopefully we get a few more of these vehicles out here. We wrapping up that session?
Yeah, it might look like it. I just got an estimate that was longer than I would have liked to see for the oil cleanup that we've got on course. It looks like they're going to turn those cars back in, and that might just scrub the Group D session here, unfortunately. And I would venture to say that the car that went off likely had oil dragging for longer than he realized, and you see now the oil drag going up the hill. So they've got some work to do. They're going to do their best to make sure that the racing surface is nice, clean, and dry for us. And as we step up in speed, Jacob, it's so important that the track surface is prepped to handle it.
Yeah, especially through these high-speed corners. You don't want someone having an off because they picked up a bit of a slippery spot, and it's there's a lot of runoffs here, but at the speeds they're going through some of these corners, those runoffs disappear very, very quickly. So team getting back out there, getting the scrubbers down now, and hopefully we get this cleaned up fairly quick. As we said, this is a world-class facility with a world-class team, and having that full pickup truck with the scrubbers built in, that's pretty high level.
Yeah, they've got all the equipment and gear for it here, but again, I'm just checking on the ETA with John Raymond, our motorsports director, to see how long this will take, because if it's going to take a little longer, we'll go to break and come back with you for the next group of the Track Battle Championship here. We don't have a ton of time to delay. Again, we're pretty tight here with all that we've got going on, and they still have another opportunity to go faster tomorrow morning on a cool Sunday. Now, that would be at 9:15 in the morning, where the potential for the marine layer is here. We didn't see all that fast lap times in the first couple sessions while the track was still pretty cool and there was a lot of humidity in the air. So I don't love for the Group D drivers not getting all that time. They're going to be disappointed, and they'll have to bring their A game in the morning.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. I mean, every group kind of has a story about the session that was lost when everything was perfect, and it's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You know, A groups had those situations, and thankfully this weekend we've done quite well with eliminating as many delays as possible and keeping everything on a pretty tight schedule. But yeah, for Group D, this is going to be pretty bad for their weekend, and maybe we can make up for it somewhere. But I'm sure the schedulers are hard at work trying to figure out the best way to move forward. And as you said, they still got tomorrow morning to get things sorted. So not entirely sure how much time they would have ended up picking up in this session, but either way, just getting that time in, getting that track feel can always build up your confidence and hopefully set you up for a bit better of a run tomorrow morning. But at this point, you're kind of at the mercy of what is going on, and it's I feel like it's happened to everybody. Everybody at some point in time has had a bit of a track delay, and unfortunately, someone today is going to bear a bit of that weight. So we're getting a bit of back and forth now. What's the word, Kyle?
Well, we're going to go check in with Jonathan Grace again down in the paddock, and he'll give us a little walk around here while we wait for this cleanup.
Well, part of the GRIDLIFE Festival is the festival, and a lot of that happens off track here inside the paddock. We've got arcade games, we've got show cars, we've got merch. Let's take a look at some of the stuff we have. Of course, you can see the racing action on track. You can also see the racing action here in the virtual world. We've got plenty of fans trying to set a quick lap and doing it virtually on the simulators. I'm going to try to get an in-race update here. How are we doing and what are we driving? It looks like you're in one of the rush cars.
Yeah, it's pretty fun over here. Kind of complicated.
How's your lap going?
It's really bad right now.
Well, good thing we can see your face and not too much of the screen. What's your name and where are you from?
Poncho Martinez. I'm from here in Monterey, California.
Right on. Is this your first GRIDLIFE, or have you been to one of these before?
This is my third one, actually. Yeah, my first one. Yeah, it was nice. First one was nice. T-Pain was here and everything, so sheesh.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to the lap. You're doing a good job, but take care and enjoy the weekend. Let's take a look at some of the other action on here. We've got some beautiful classic cars here. We've got some arcade games. You're a fan of, like me, of some of the classic arcade games. We've got Pac-Man. We got Centipede, the whole thing. We've got a little hooped action down there with all the food. And of course, coming to GRIDLIFE, who doesn't want a t-shirt? Let's look at where you can get one. Been waiting, I think, all day long to come in and get a shirt. See if we can snake our way through this crowd here and take a little look at what you can get. We're gonna come and get in your way here. I know you're busy working. So aside from the action on track, a lot of the action off track happens here in the merch booth. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on today?
Well, we've got a lot of people coming in. We've got a lot of stuff selling out. We have pre-orders happening so we can have everyone getting what they want. And sun's out. It's a great day. Vibes are high. We're happy.
What's been the popular choice? I was saying I'm glad I grabbed mine early, but this one looks pretty good.
Yep, this is the best one in my opinion. These are all great. The blue one is super hot as well. This sweatshirt is going like crazy. That one's awesome. Super comfortable too. And yeah, we're doing real good.
Well, you sold me. I'll be back for more. We'll come by you in a little bit. Let's keep going and take a look at what else we can do here in the fan village, guys. We'll snake our way through. Actually, I'm curious with you guys. You're in line for merch. What are you getting? There's a lot of good options.
Sunoco shirt.
Sunoco shirt.
Yeah.
All right, what about you?
Something that I can wear to the gym.
There you go. All right. Well, plenty of good options, but they're going quick. Of course, if you're hungry, you can come and get some food. You can see some classic cars. And later tonight, as the sun goes down, we're going to have our beautiful GRIDLIFE Festival. This is going to be packed all the way through with fans. We've got emo night coming. We've had T-Pain in the past. Yeah, GRIDLIFE, they don't mess around when they say festival. It is a party down here, and we can't wait for you to join us. If you're not here this weekend, we better see you tomorrow for the next one. We'll send it back up to you guys, but we're going to have a little bit of fun down here while we're at it.
Thanks, Jonathan. What an awesome piece. That was great. And again, we're bringing Jonathan in from the world of open wheel racing and high-level sports car stuff. I'm just gleaming up here, watching him experience his own first GRIDLIFE. So that's really cool to watch, Jacob.
Yeah, I think he's having a little too much fun down there. We're up here in the booth. You know, we're locked in. He's getting to walk around, play video games. I'm kind of jealous.
And with that, he filled that time perfectly. We're back on track now. I think we're going to be in Group C now, unless they've let Group D back on. I haven't really taken a good good look at who is on track at the moment.
Didn't quite catch that. I'm having a feeling it's Group C.
You're right about that. It's Unijai, and again, honestly, Jacob, if I'm these drivers here, this track is going to have a bunch of oil dry on it. On these warm-up laps, I'm just going to drive through it. I'm going to take a couple of laps here and just clean the surface off for myself, because if you don't drive through it, no one else is going to drive through it, and then you're going to leave the oil dry out there for 5 laps, and it's just not going to work for you.
Yeah, and it seems to be that's the tactic a lot of these drivers are. So some beautiful racecraft that's going on here. A lot of respect for what's best for the event, and maybe not just for yourself. You know, it's pretty easy to be selfish and just go, nah, I'm going to put down the flyer, don't worry about the race drive. But everybody, and it seems so far, electing to run through it, dirty up their car just a little bit, get some racing stripes on the go, and make sure that gets cleaned up as quick as possible as we get Unijai, as you talked about, in that 718 Cayman. Beautiful car, beautiful livery, and out front right now, we'll see what kind of pace they're able to put down as a #1 spot right now in Group C with a 138.338 from our last session.
Yeah, Unijai is 3rd in Street GT as it stands with that Porsche Cayman, so qualified into the podium sprint. Her best time so far, a 138.338. I'm curious if there's anything on the table left for her, especially in the heat of the day. And if there is, it's time to go, because otherwise there's only one more time to improve your lap. Now, she's not that far ahead of the P5 cutoff line. Joe Drain and Randy Miller in a BMW M3 are less than a second behind. The problem is 6th place Christopher Carlton has about a second to make up if he wants to get in. So the cut line still has a pretty sizable gap. So Uni might be safe, but just try to find a little bit more.
Yeah, if you can pick up just a little bit or be a bit more consistent, just hold that down and hope that the competitors aren't able to pick up that time. But either way, you know, make hay while the sun shines. Oh, getting a little squirrely there. That is not a car you want the back end to step out on.
No, mid-engine cars, again, they have a little bit of that spinny capability when you throw the balance around a little too much. Front engine rear drive, sort of that classic slip and slide around, but the mid-engine or rear engine car is a little harder to hang on to.
Yeah, the pendulum effect is in full effect when it comes to these vehicles.
So Jai down into the corkscrew now. And look at that. That livery is fantastic. I love the light blue and yellow combination.
Yeah, it looks great. Light blue on any race car immediately looks good, whether it's the Golf style with the orange or getting into something a little bit different with this. So,
Josh Powers on track in that number 19. Now, we saw him on track a little earlier with wife Jessica, who pit in. I got a message from her a little earlier in the day that her car threw codes on her outlap and she lost power. She came in, cleared the codes, and got back on track just in time for the black flag that ended the session earlier. Josh has a new Haltech ECU and a sequential in his car, so he's working out some bugs too. And we talked earlier about who's cleaning up the kitchen or cleaning up the garage. Jessica said he's definitely the one cleaning the garage.
Hey, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the feedback, and I always love it when a driver responds to our half-hearted jokes.
And then she followed that with, our entire marriage is based on trash talking and competition. And she said, I'm in the process of making him a cry towel with all the excuses he could possibly use as to why he got beat by his wife.
That is savage. A cry towel.
Wow.
Can you imagine stepping out of the shower after like going 2/10 behind your wife and she hands you that?
Oh my gosh.
That is devastating.
Yeah, devastating is great. And and the car, by the way, is that Nardo Gray. Earlier, she
all right, look at me, man, batting 10 for 10 so far. Loving this. Ooh, getting a little wild there coming out of that corner. So definitely working through a few things. The sequential's got to be nice, being able to bang through those gears really, really quick. It's interesting. I've seen drivers who come from a traditional H pattern and then get into sequential start to do some strange things with their hands, especially if you like to overhand shift from like 3 to 4. And if you know that, sometimes what that means, you get into that habit. You try to do that with sequential and don't lock it into gear all the way. I've actually seen a few transmissions blow up from that for drivers that go from the H pattern over to a sequential. So you really got to slam it into gear when you've got that linear pattern.
Yeah, it helps a little bit just to simplify your shifts, and especially if you have throttle cut up shifts where you can just pull a lever and it'll cut for you. And actually, It looks like he's chasing Jessica right now down into turn number 7.
Here we go. This could be interesting.
Battle on.
Yeah,
husband and wife combination in twinning Corvettes.
He's going to use her for a draft through this section.
This is so much fun.
You got to love it. Anytime you can be competitive with your significant other and you can laugh at it at the end is always a good time.
Is that Rob Dahm we see out there in the 3-rotor? We haven't seen this car on track a whole lot yet this weekend. Rob Dahm in a 3-rotor Mazda RX-7. And Rob is a fantastic individual to chat with, always willing to talk about the technical challenges involved with putting this car on the road. and running this car in track mod here this weekend, I believe. And this car is also run on Pikes Peak, although this year didn't quite make it even to the midsection because we had a shortened course on Pikes Peak this year, but he had a turbo split in half.
That will happen. Yeah, I mean, Rob Dahm, one of the nicest guys out on grid as well, will always take that time, as you said, to have those conversations. If you've got a technical question, he will basically talk until you decide to leave. So he's a great mind and makes some amazing content, and what he's doing in the rotary world is incredible. So, yeah, it's, pulling off track a little bit early. Is that an intake scoop he's got going on up front?
There's all sorts of holes in that car that feed something. So again, the rotaries are like black magic to me. I don't understand them as much as I wish. I mean, I've watched plenty of YouTube videos. I think they're fantastic and interesting, but I think you really have to have a special understanding of how to extract performance and reliability out of them, and especially when you start to complicate things by adding more rotors. If you're interested, look up Wankel engines and have a field day with learning.
Yeah. Oh man, they go way back to I think it was Mercedes or something that originally developed it way back in the day, and then obviously Mazda having a great run with them for a very long time. And the hope and the dream is still alive that they will come out with a new version of a rotary, because there's very few engines that can have such a small displacement and make absurd amounts of horsepower. 2 liters making well north of 1,000 horsepower on very little work. So,
well, Jonathan Grace caught up with Rob Dahm a little bit earlier in the day. A little bit of drama down there is from what we understand. Let's check in with Jonathan.
Well, Rob, we saw you come off track a little prematurely. Can you tell us what happened, because the car is not turning laps, it's in the paddock?
Yes, so quite frankly, turning more than one lap is actually post-mature. Turning more than one lap is kind of a big deal for me. No, in this case, this was a simple oversight. The fuel gauge kind of reads weird, and the guys just assumed. And we assumed on the opposite direction. It was absolutely empty. Turn 2, as soon as any elevation or acceleration occurred, you could hear the car breaking up, and then as soon as the car was on a decline, it would come back, and then it would drop off, and I thankfully I have like fuel pressure on my dash, so I was like, okay. So it's a very extended, long warm-up, cool-down lap.
Well, hopefully we'll get you back out there soon, and it looks, hopefully, Meg, just put some gas in it.
It really is running great aside from that.
Well, great. Well, best of luck with the rest of the session. Hope you get back out soon.
Thank you very much.
I love it, Jonathan.
Oh man, beautiful interview, Rob Dahm. I mean, it takes a big man to be able to admit the flaws like that and kind of laugh it off. So backing off that
post-mature. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
That's great. Rob Dahm getting it done. Looks like he's in unlimited. Sorry for my bad read on the stickers there. Here's a look at the 786 Falcon Club TR driver there in the 786 car, and that is Jeff Flagerzi in a Falcon Club TR Scion FRS. And these first-generation chassis, a combination project between Toyota and Subaru, and this is going to be the new NA Miata going forward, I think, for a decade or so. I think so.
Okay. Wow, that is a very bold statement, sir.
They made a lot of them, and again, they're great entry-level sports cars. Now, the engine's not amazing from factory in this generation, but the Club TR, the newer engine out of the GR86 and BRZ, drops right in. There's already a couple ECUs on the market that you can just plug in and it will work as is. And again, there's not really much you have to do to make these cars quick beyond coilovers and brakes. And if you can do that engine swap, you're great. Otherwise, some bolt-on Z85, you're talking almost 200 wheel horsepower at that stage. And that's a great car to learn. And I think that's exactly what the MX-5 did. It taught you how to learn with not very much power, carry momentum. And if you wanted to build on it, you certainly could.
Yeah, the quintessential driving a slow car fast being one of the funnest ways to get through a weekend. And for Jeff, currently sitting third, at least at that lap, but a lot more people still yet to go. 143 on his previous session, so not doing too bad now.
Yeah, checkered flag here on Group C. These will be slightly shorter sessions to get us back on schedule after the oil down at turn number 5. So not a ton of revolutions around the circuit. You got to be efficient with your laps here. I don't think that there's been much to speak of as far as a laps improving. For Uni Jai, a 138.3 is what she needed. She was only able to get within 0.8 of a second of that. So again, I think we're going to be looking at drivers just learning what they can for the track conditions for tomorrow's podiums.
Yeah, use this time, and if you want to test out something maybe a little bit different, or try something out, or just bake the track into your mind just a little bit more. That's what that session is really, really good for, and it really will come down to tomorrow morning. So make sure to tune in nice and early. Thankfully, we're on the West Coast for this one, so the East Coast people, they're going to be halfway through brunch by the time they turn on the tube and check things out. And for West Coast, it'll be be, waking up nice and early after a long night of casually listening to all the music here.
Casually listening, yes.
I'm trying to promote.
We'll all remember it.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote casual partying,
yes.
right?
Grid Life is a party, and
yes.
What's so fun is that not everyone that rolls in these gates. I'm sure I'm talking to probably a couple thousand of you that have rolled through the gates that have never been here before.
Yeah.
And might have a loose interest in cars, but haven't really had an opportunity, or maybe professional racing is a little bit of a big step to jump into. But when you've got moments of racing spread throughout the day, it's just a great entry point, and the accessibility is like nothing else. And I also think in the world of grassroots and amateur racing, when you're sort of an entire Le Mans team as one individual, I think there's sort of a hero story to be told in almost every single one of these paddock spots.
Yeah, 100%. And if you are here for the first time, if you have any interest in racing, please take a few moments, go walk the paddock, find a car that you're interested in, or maybe somebody who's racing a car that you already own, you're daily driving, something you're seeing out on track, and just ask them. Ask questions. How did you get into this? What did you need to do? What's the cost? How are you doing this? Almost every single driver here is willing to take a few moments of their time, if not your entire evening, to tell you all about racing, and almost everybody here is excited just to get more people into the sport. That's the biggest thing. It is not a walled garden by any means. Everyone just wants to see the sport grow.
I'll even give you a little tidbit if you're around here and you're going, what series is that? Who should I be following? And the best way to do that, go to www.grid.life/Laguna-Festival and scroll down to the schedule section. There's a live schedule with little bubbles. If you click on the bubbles, it will actually give you info and links to watch the live stream for each of the series that are here, so you can follow along and see who's relevant in the point standings as well. Those things are all available to you, grid.life/Laguna-Festival, or you can also go to GridLifeLaguna.com for more information on the festival, the music lineup, and things like that. Group B headed on course now. Jacob, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. So a couple of drivers to kind of take a look at. Joshua Briggs, that Miata, the MX-5, if you will, running an unlimited, not doing too bad in the last section, 133. And what's kind of interesting is Gary Wong just behind him in track mod. So gives you an idea as we start to look through some of the timings here. You've got unlimited, you've got street mod, track mod, super unlimited, all very, very close to that 133 mark, and gives you an idea of just how close this timing spread is, even though the classes are so vastly different.
Yeah, again, really, when it comes down to street GT versus street and track mod versus street mod, the differences are effectively how much aero you're allowed, and in the street GT's case, the kind of engine that you can have. Street GT with the yellow stickers, you're talking 6-cylinder, 8 and 10-cylinder engines. For street class, you're limited to the 4 or the 6, and then or 3-cylinder if you have one of those. And then you get to street GT, you get those bigger engines, and then street mod versus track mod. Street mod, you got a lot of aero. Track mod, you got even more. You can also go down to a 60 tread wear tire versus a 200 tread wear tire, so a little bit more stick, a little bit more speed. And then of course Unlimited, we'll see a couple cars from Unlimited here. Sean Bassett and Joshua Briggs will be on track in theory here, and those are cars where as long as it looks like a car that has a VIN, or it is a car that has a VIN, you're legal here.
Yeah, there's so many cool classes to get into, so depending on what it is you're driving, there's a good chance that you can enter into one of them. I mean, we've seen minivans come out here in years past. You've seen some pretty epic vehicles just to come out and turn laps and have a good time. And although we don't have it here, you can get into HPDE stuff and really, really learn the racecraft early on and more or less just challenge yourself and see where you stack up.
One of the battles we'll be watching in this session is Mark Kilgore versus Charles Cunal in the BMW M4s in Street GT. The gold stickers on the windshield and the door cards. It is car number 909 and 182. Those are your leaders in Street GT. It's Kilgore's advantage, a 135.267 to a 136.0, so about 0.7 of a second between them. And top seeds for podium sprint, but the record on the line there if they can get down into the 33s.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight gap, but it's still a lot to make up. I mean, both cars being very similar with the M4s, but taking slightly different tracks to get there, so we'll see how this all works out. We get eyes on Alex Bernstein, sitting in 9, so no previous lap time as of right now, that 2:19.
Yeah, chasing track mod rear wheel drive record. Again, his best time of the weekend at 1:33.995, so has a little ways to go if he wants to beat Callan Spence, who we'll see in the Group A session, but Bernstein that E92 BMW M3. I've always liked the look of these cars. This is one of the few BMW M cars I've actually had a chance to drive. Little wiggle there.
Did it do that?
It didn't do that, thankfully, because I don't have the talent to save it like Bernstein does. But it had one of those, I can't remember the name, it's not the Tiptronic, but it's the sequential, paddle sequential thing.
Oh, what's it? Yep, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the BMW people are going to run me over for that one.
So sorry.
But yes, it was my buddy Ed Colazzo's car, and I had a lot of fun with that thing.
I love that you bring up that you don't have the talent. There's a reason why we do commentary. It is not because we are fantastic race car drivers.
I've been on a racetrack and I haven't hit anything before, but
yeah, same. I've been on racetracks and hit things before, so there's a reason why I've been relegated to the booth.
Joshua Briggs out there, 132.0. That's the fastest he's gone by 1.7 seconds.
Wow. Okay, Briggs really moving up there. That's a big gain. We didn't think we were going to see a lot in this session, but for Briggs, he's really unlocking things in the unlimited class.
Spencer Kimball was on top of track mod until Bernstein just went quicker, 135.388. Here's Mario Moroni all the way out of Ohio in his Honda Civic, his EF hatchback, and he is the leader in the Falcon Club TR point standings, coming here to hopefully try to slam dunk against some of the Western competition. Now, there's only 7 cars in this class this weekend. That's pretty small for Falcon Club TR standards, but he's running away from Alexis Fregoso in the Acura RSX, who I don't know, he's not in this heat, so Mario's going to get some more laps that Fregoso didn't get the chance to because of that red flag earlier.
Yeah, that's a big advantage, and it's just one of those, as we divide things up, sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. Just because you've moved up into a slightly quicker run group doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get more track time, but it just means everyone around you is going to keep some fairly even spacing.
That's Briggs in the number 100.
Oh, man, after setting such a great pace, shows that he is driving pretty much 10/10s. We get the thumbs up, so things are all right, and a little bit of gravel on that inside line, but able to hold things off. Look at the size of the wing on that car, though. Oh, we'll get a replay.
Whoa! That thing was up in the air, and unfortunately looks like it might have tore out the rear bodywork as well, but it got up and airborne there for Joshua Briggs.
Yeah, that diffuser is now a yard sale behind him.
Oh, man.
Glad that we get the thumbs up pretty early on. That is a spooky spot. Oh, getting in reverse.
Yeah,
here we go.
Look at that. I mean, that is full Dukes of Hazzards over the top there.
The words out of my mouth. The horn sound came into my head immediately.
Oh, man. Well, here's the, if you're going to have a bad day, at least make it spectacular, I suppose,
That's
right?
100%. They told us back when I learned to referee hockey was if you're going to fall down, make it look good. So that's the way you do it. We got the pace car out, and we got our double yellow, so full course yellow now, as we're going to need a little bit of cleanup in that area. Thankfully, not too much gravel on track, but definitely some body parts sitting out in the gravel trap.
Well, we see Joshua Briggs over there at the corkscrew. We saw turn 5 and 6 be trouble spots yesterday. It's been the corkscrew that's been eating some cars today. Earlier, Jackie Ding in his BMW M2 got into the wall in a pretty big way. We're glad to report that he is okay, and Jonathan Grace caught up with him a little earlier to talk about his incident.
All right, Jackie, obviously not an ideal situation.
No, not really.
I've seen you were just on the ground working with the team on trying to assess. Anything you can tell us, A, about what happened, B, what the damage is?
Yeah, we're going to that braking zone. It was lap out of a little traffic. I was kind of behind the open wheel car. I hit the brakes. We had a little bit of ice mode, and it was a case of I don't want to hit him, so we just turned in. Jumped over the inside curb at the corkscrew, and then just bounced straight over skipped over the gravel trap and straight into the barrier. So we got one of our camera guys got the whole thing on video, which is great. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Honestly, the frame looks fine, but we took out one of the wheels is off the car. The entire corner, left, right front's off. Damage not too bad. I think we can get it fixed next year and come back even stronger and better. So.
Do you feel like it's possible to get it repaired and get back on track this weekend, or are you looking forward to maybe another event next year?
I think there's no reason to rush one and go back out. I think we're pretty happy with what we accomplished. I think this car doing 29s, it had a 27 in it this morning. At least a low 28. Driver mistake. So.
Let's talk some of the positives, and I think the build itself is one of those. You were talking to me pre-event about kind of the philosophy behind this car. It's all bolt-ons, which is pretty crazy because you're pushing, 760 horsepower out of this thing? It's the same philosophy with your Supra before this. Why is it important to you to build a car like this and compete and chase those quick times with something that's entirely built with what you can buy off the shelf?
I think the whole point is to show, other people that, hey, you can do this too. And, we're out here competing with 1,000 horsepower loaders at least, that's 1,200 pounds lighter, and the Bailey's awesome E36 is with an engine swap and so on. This, you don't have to do any of that. The entry barrier of entry is a lot lower. And overall, I think we did pretty good until, you know, one inopportune braking zone. So
fair enough, and can't fault you for trying to avoid in the name of safety either. So hope to see you back out here soon, Jackie.
Yeah, we'll be back. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. And you know, Jackie Ding, I'm impressed that he's in such good spirits. I know, you know, it's crazy to think that they even could think that they could put it back together based on how hard that impact was. But again, no reason to rush it. I think he's accomplished what he wanted to accomplish this year. You know, going for the championship was unlikely. You know, he had to come here and get a track record and win, and then do the same thing at pit race. And Alan Patton, who's the current leader in track mod, was going to bring something to pit race. But I think he can set aside his travel plans, unfortunately, for Jackie Ding's exit for the season. But again, there was such a strong track mod group here this weekend. And I think that's fantastic that we have such great competition across the country.
Really interesting to hear him talk about thinking that's got a 127 in it. And I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable by any means, but it also shows his competitive nature, as much as he was pretty humble there, talking about that being a driver's mistake and you know, having to take that line to avoid contact. That competitor lives pretty deep in him, and Jackie Ding is just, I mean, he's an amazing competitor, and it'll be super interesting now that he has all this off time. He, you know, picks up a couple of extra weeks over everybody else, and for somebody who's so far into development, that's massive.
Well, if he plans on running track mod again next year, Alan Patton has had his Corvette already apart since basically August. Okay. So Alan's got a little head start on Jackie, and Jackie's, you know, yes, he's got a couple more months now to work on the car, but maybe set back the progress having to rebuild the front corner. So it's going to be a throwdown next year for sure if Jackie continues to run that car in track mod. Maybe we'll see it in Unlimited at some point. That was what he, you know, I think there's a plan to kind of keep moving that car up into higher and higher classes and keep going for track records.
I think for Jackie, that suspension, everything was going to come off anyways. He just sped it up a little bit. That's all. That's all. He just did it immediately and with violence.
Yeah, BMW M2 V2 for next year, I suppose. But Joshua Briggs' car getting loaded on the rollback now. That was a big moment over the top of the crest here at the corkscrew, and boy, I'll bet that was a wild ride as he gets that car loaded up. It looks like the rear suspension might be okay, but again, the rear diffuser looked like it had sort of left the chat there. And unfortunate end after putting new trans in it last night, or at least fixing the transmission.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, this is racing. You've got to go for every single moment that you can. You're fighting for every 10th or 100th of a second all the way through the lap, and unfortunately trying to maybe scrape in one more 10th means going 2 or 3 more feet past where you should be, and that's what happens. Just a very unfortunate spot to do it. I think any other corner you have a break like that, you can probably just drive through it, but doing that at the top of the corkscrew, that means you're going to be flying pretty high coming off that, and there it is. Oof. Man, bit of a nosedive. All things considered, it's pretty good.
You know, the other thing I have to note, and I can't be positive about this, but I think that rear diffuser is tethered to the car. And
I did see that.
I'm actually grateful and thankful that that is the case. And this is something that you'll see in things like IndyCar or IMSA, where you've got parts that can come off, like splitters and diffusers. And in IndyCar, wheels are tethered to the car so that they don't become projectiles off tracks. That's really savvy thinking to design those parts that way and have them tethered to the chassis.
I think what's fascinating is in that replay, his air filter comes off. That was the interesting part of that crash. How did you manage that one, sir?
Oh boy. Well, you know, at least that one caught on camera, so he'll have that to look back on.
Takes a talented driver to take their air cleaner off mid-flight.
They're all the way from Georgia, so it's been a long trip to get out here, unfortunately. So we'll see. Maybe they can get it back together, and we'll see how bad the damage is later, and see them maybe in Heat 6 tomorrow morning. Cars on track here, still rolling around in Group B. There's still plenty of time. I think our next drift session scheduled for 3:20. That's about 16 minutes from now. So maybe they'll give them another lap or two, and then give Group A a handful of laps before we turn over the track to the drifters again.
Yeah, there we go. And I mean, with those guys out on track, and drifters will gain confidence all weekend until they crash. That is just how things go. So I would not be shocked if we have a couple more cleanups through that session as well. All the drivers doing a great job, and I really do hope that Group E here is able to get at least one more flyer in, even if it's a green and go, and then back in. We'll have to see, and then get things lined up for Group A. Is probably only going to get 10, maybe 12 minutes of clean lapping out there.
Here we go, and I think one of the cars at the pointy end there is Joshua Halka in that 777, the street class Subaru WRX. That is your leader in street, defending from Willem Dries in the Hyundai Elantra N. We also saw Spencer Kimball out there in a Porsche 911 in the track mod category. See them in the orange at the top of the screen. So Sean Bassett there in the Unlimited class Datsun. A number of others. There's a Civic Type R out there. Johnny Hernandez, the number 60. That's a street mod front wheel drive car. And here's a look at another BMW, this one, the number 951. That car is Christopher Anderson, the Street Mod M4.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of M4s out in this session. We've got 4 of them. 4 of them in a row. And was it 2 M2s? No, an M3 and an M2. So kind of all the M's that you could be asking for at this point.
A little wiggle on the brakes there at the top of the crest, and then heading down the 4-story plunge again.
Who made that look tidy?
Oh, he really did, didn't he?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
I think that these modern BMW M cars, they have a lot of weight in them, but big slide, but their balance is just really good, and such strong engines behind them as well. So I think, you know, they're really well suited to track day use and track day abuse.
Yeah, we're seeing that in full effect here. Very, very tidy, and in a lot of other vehicles, when you step out like that, you can see the tendency to just really snap and come around. But a BMW is just at home sideways as it is in a straight line.
Across the stripe there for Anderson. It is a pickup, a 135.386. And Anderson's best time before that was in the 36s. So that's a PB for the weekend.
Yeah, not bad at all. Still a little bit behind from Watson, but if he keeps driving like that, tidies it up just a touch, won't be long before a 134 is popping up on his timesheet.
Yeah, he's bailed out now, so he's on a cool down lap there. Looks like Watson in that MX-5 has picked up some time, a 134.457. And Watson's best time was in the 134, where was he earlier?
498.
Thank you. So a slight pickup by 300ths.
That's where we're at this point. The track's about as good as it's going to be, especially at this session, is now we take a look at another super coming around of Stefan Schiefer. Sitting on a 133.866 from the previous session. So is he going to be able to increase that time, or decrease that time, increase his placement?
Yeah, and he was one of our podium finishers from last year. And we talked earlier in the weekend about how the competition level in Street Mod is just fierce this weekend. Again, looking down our order.
Whoa, getting real squirrely coming out of 11.
Throttle down, baby. Keep your foot planted.
That's the way to go, though. I mean, you know, you have to. You got to put your foot down, and hopefully that it tracks back up. So lost a fair bit of time in that last corner.
I don't think he carried it all the way to the stripe either.
No.
So comes across the line there. Again, we mentioned 24 entries here in Street Mod. I think we're down to 23 with Jamie Santos's car out for the count with a rod bearing issue and some engine knock. We're going to try to catch up with him a little bit later this weekend. And another one of those Civic Type R's out on track.
Yeah, Marcus Mason currently sitting 13th, sitting on a 145.886. Beautiful car. I mean, I'm a sucker for a Civic, just any generation. I know there's a few that are not as pretty as others, but, you know, I like the spaceship era that they've got. You know, the very hard angles. It's just, I don't know, it looks more race car.
Yeah, this is the FK8 generation. The FL5 is the newest generation. I'm partial to the FL5 myself, but I still don't mind this generation of Civic Type R. Just so much performance per dollar value. They do look cool. I really like them when they're in TCR trim also. When they're in touring car trim, just full on race car, just no compromises and a big arrow, and just really fits in. Checkered flag here on Group B. Again, we only got a lap or two after the red flag or the yellow flag for Joshua Briggs coming up over the crest of the corkscrew, airborne like a Delta flight. So he's gone back to the paddock to work on that car, and we should get Group A on track here in a moment's time. 20 of our fastest GRIDLIFE track battle cars headed on the racetrack just underneath the start gantry right now.
You can already hear and feel the difference in the engines coming through in Group A. There's a lot more rumble, a lot more V8s, and just a ton more horsepower as they make their way out onto track.
Yeah, so in this session, once again, we'll be watching Callan Spence and Mike Dussault, the leaders in Unlimited and Track Mod. Dussault is in the red 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. You'll know it when you see it. It's a Pikes Peak hill climb car. It makes over 2,000 horsepower when the boost is turned up. And then Callan Spence, about 1,000 horsepower and an extremely light Lotus Elise with a 2GR Toyota V6 under the hood. Of course, making a ton of boost as well. And we talked about Callan's story a little bit earlier, two-time cancer survivor, and just taken to the racing thing relatively recently, and is really showing his stuff here.
Yeah, one of the most exciting laps that we got to see in the previous session. Came out just absolutely flying. Got it in early before we got into a flag, and just timed it out really well. So, whether that's instinct or his team behind him just saying, hey, get the warm-up in and then go for an absolute flyer before things get hectic, he nailed it and was able to get that time in of a 1:26.381. So a very, very impressive time, especially sitting on track mod. And then Mike Dussault sitting at 1:25.403. So, 1 and 1/10 difference between those two, and in two very different classes between track mod and unlimited.
There is also a Nissan GTR out on track. That's Leaf Storer in the unlimited all-wheel drive category. And you don't see a lot of GTRs here in the GridLife Track Battle Championship. We have seen some in Street GT. There it is. And I like these cars. Godzilla.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the end of the production run now. Last one just rolled off the line a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty sad day. But also, what does that mean for Nissan? What's next then?
Well, this chassis a little long in the tooth. They've been making that since what, 2008, 7?
Yeah, about that. And I mean, they've kind of stuck around that $100,000 mark. They've come up a little bit in price, but for $100,000, there wasn't much, especially at that time, that you could buy for that price with that level of performance. And the reviews that came out on that car were absolutely sterling. And as you said, got a little long in the tooth, tried to make a bunch of different crazy editions of it, and didn't really upgrade a lot of it, so it was unfortunately about time.
Yeah, but what's next? You asked that question. I think, if Nissan will grace us with a new generation GTR in the future, not necessarily just an evolution, but a brand new car, I think the motorsports community would appreciate that. Here's Mike Dussault in the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. This thing rocks, and here he goes into turn 6.
Yeah, see if how tight he is through here. So cutting in pretty tight and then using a good amount of the track, but opting not to go all the way out to the rumble strips. That car making a good amount of grip. See, he's on a good lap. Is it a flyer? Not entirely sure. Kind of find out here in a second, see how aggressive he is coming through the corkscrew. So pretty tidy mid-line, lots of sparks coming through. So I think he's got a bit more pace in this. This doesn't seem as chaotic, although his driving ability, that smooth as fast, is definitely a good indicator for Mike Dussault.
Yeah, this thing will really unleash on the straightaways here. I think it's a lot of car for a racetrack like this. I think it's better suited to places like Road America, where you've got those long straights, so this thing can really just unload its power capacity. It's a little bit tricky around here, especially with that corkscrew. That arrow's so wide that it just bottoms out and stalls everything. Here comes Dussault. 1:31.031. He's been about 6 seconds faster than that, so I think that was just a warm-up. We'll see if he can go quicker this time by.
Yeah, pretty wild that that time is a warm-up. For some people dream of that lap.
Stream on record lap time for a warm-up.
Yeah, that's all right though. That's incredible, but we'll see. We'll definitely get back.
933 did one of those engine swaps last night. One of the drivers working over the change of day, and also Cal Fortner at a 1:32.120. That seems like a time that is quicker for him by about a half second. The track is fast right now.
Yeah, it's picking up. We saw this earlier on, but for Ryan, a little bit shifty through some of these corners. He is on the edge right now. Even under braking, there was a touch of understeer that he fought through that section, but was able to collect it, get back on, and there's our scrape. Man, he is lining up really well. Check out this dive going into 7-8.
Beautiful line. Oh, too much. No! Verdukel spins bottom of the hill and keeps it out of the wall. Great save, puts it back in gear and drives away right ahead of Bailey Woods there in the track mod car, currently leading the session. That was a wild slide.
That was an expert level save, that's for sure. That could have been the end of a weekend for a lot of drivers. And look at this, in that compression, just too much bounce, high centers just a little bit, and gets back on throttle. You can see from that smoke, which, I mean, the right thing to do at that point, if you try and brake, you're going to go into the wrong part, and that is all concrete on that side of the track. So great heads-up play from the Miata driver, because that could have gone sideways really quick. So great job for Ryan.
Yeah, well, he's going to go past the start-finish line here. I think the mistake he made now is that he didn't come to pit lane, so that his laps will not be counted until he does, because of that incident. So again, I think he would have wanted to pit in there. Regardless, great save. And also note that Leaf Store in the unlimited GDA just went second quick, 1:29.621. Here's Cody Vaschholz in the super unlimited Pikes Peak hill climb car, completely custom chassis, big Ford engine in the center of this thing, and it is unique.
Yeah, I love seeing these types of vehicles. It kind of gives you an idea of what's really possible when you take the rule book and throw it out and just go with how fast can we make something. And this is what ends up coming out. Open wheel, big wing on the front, big nose, and something just a little bit spicy. Got shorter wheelbase, great for Pikes Peak for sure to get through some of those tighter sections. And how's it doing out here? Ooh.
Danny Aitken in the Chevy SS stuck at the exit of turn 6. Vaschultz will go on by. Should note also that Vaschultz has improved his best time of the weekend by about a second. And Jeremiah Burton is down in the 29s as well. That's his best lap time of the day. So the Super Unlimited category finding some speed out here as well.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time for them to really come into their own. And a lot of the times with the Super Unlimited, there are these really strange prototype level cars. You know, they're bespoke racing cars. So they often have some complications and a lot of things going on that you've really got to dial in and tune up to get the track times down. So it takes a few extra sessions for them to really find their own.
Cody's coming into the pit lane following Du Sold. Raduckel's coming on down now as well. Here comes Jeremiah Burton in that Catfish Trans Am Camaro that they've got on the Big Time YouTube channel. Across the stripe there. I could only imagine.
Yeah, I think it could be a great ringtone.
I would wake up to that, set it as my alarm every morning.
That would be beautiful. So a bygone era, and maybe we'll get back to this type of
big power, big slicks, big aero. I love it. And Jeremiah Burton is really running some solid lap times. And we talked about his racing experience, spent some time in the SROTC America Series with the Skip Barber Racing team, sort of learning the ropes of wheel-to-wheel, and jumping into track battle competition this weekend, because there's not really a place for this car to slot into our wheel-to-wheel road racing, but he would do very well based on the times he's running. And there might be some more in this car, but this is one of those precious racing gems I wouldn't want to put in a tire bundle anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a tough call because you want to see them be competitive, but you also want to make sure that the heritage and history of that vehicle stays. But pretty tidy through the corkscrew there. He's getting a little ballsy through some of these corners, stepping it out just a little bit. This is and Jeremiah is getting real comfy in this vehicle, getting to be a little bit more one with the chassis.
Yeah, and again, I think these cars are not necessarily designed to be easy to drive. Big power, again, stick axle rear here, and you're going to throttle up. He's actually going to move over to the left, and I think he's going to give a wave by to leave Storer behind him in the GTR. Storer across the stripe that time picks up 129.434 in the GTR.
Wow, yeah, big cleanup there. So going for that cool down. We'll probably be getting close to the end of the session here now, so that might have been his last flyer for the go, and we'll keep an eye out for that checkered flag to be waving. But beautiful GTR, and yeah, just an incredible vehicle. It's a bucket list vehicle for me to either drive or own. I don't think I can be owning it anytime soon, but I would just take sitting in the driver's seat and making noises by myself.
Yeah, there's Leaf in that number 280. And he is on a cool down lap now after running his PB for the weekend, closing in within a couple of seconds of Mike Du Sold. So strong efforts here by Unlimited and Super Unlimited. And the 923 in
Mike Reyes, that GR Super. So was sitting on a 133.610 coming into this session.
Tires chirping there on the downhill run into turn 10. He said that 133.610, and this will be a little wiggle there leaving the corner. He hasn't run a representative lap time yet. If it's a 33.6 or better, it'll be a PB for the weekend. Across the stripe there. 136.775, but didn't pick up the checker yet, so he could give us another lap.
Yeah, picking up a bunch of places there, bumping from 17th up to 10th, so pretty quick, and you got the momentum. We'll see what happens, and got our Miata back out there, so will Ryan go for another flyer? It's looking a little spicy coming through these corners, going for that pass over the GTR and picking up a bunch of speed.
Yeah, so he's back out, as you mentioned, came to pit lane to self-report that spin, so he'll be allowed to accumulate lap times once again. And after a spin like that, spin and continue, he was ready to go. But here he goes again out of turn 11, as long as he gets here before we get a checker flag. And he will get one more lap at least.
All right, so this is going to be interesting for Ryan Raduccio. Like, do you push as hard again? You know where you've made that mistake, and do you go for it again? It's looking pretty tidy through turn 2 to get a bit of a scrape. I heard coming through that section. It sounded like a bit of a bang. Hopefully it was just bodywork scraping through that section.
Yeah, the car's really low to the ground. Again, huge front splitter on this car and the rear diffuser, all designed to channel the air and create a low pressure zone under the car. High pressure on top, low pressure underneath, kind of creates a sucking force down, a vacuum underneath the car to bring it lower to the pavement, but you can't go too far because you end up bottoming out, stalling the aero, and then losing all that downforce effectiveness. Checkered flag is out here. And by the way, in case you're wondering, one of our chatters, NXT774, says, I've got 2 GTRs, he'll let you drive one.
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. You local to the area? Because I'm not doing much this evening.
Coming down the hill, another one of our GR Supras. This, I believe, is Isaac Torres in the 913. Looks like he also might be on a cool down here.
Yeah, so not sure if you'll be getting any word about coming into the pits early. That checker looks like might have made that dip into the pit lane, so wrapping things up with a beautiful livery. Always a sucker for red and gold, and yellow highlights just accenting all that. So as we tell, a lot of competitors have a beautiful car, get a little bit more camera time, because our camera guys here enjoy shiny things, and they will often point a lens at it, so make sure that car looks beautiful.
Reduke will pit in. So let's have a look here at our results for Track Battle Heat number 5. And it all started out with a Group D session that didn't leave a whole lot of time for us in the Group D cars. So the Club SC cars didn't get a lot of laps here in the Track Battle Heat 5. Only 3 cars got even to start a lap, but Mike Jansen, Miller, and Courtney Ward, no time recorded in this one. Club TR, similar story there. A lot of the cars didn't really get fully representative laps, but Alexis Fergoso, 140.347, the quickest of the bunch. In street class, once again, it's been Joshua Halka leading the way there. Luke Lederman, Jeremy Eaton. No big pickups here to take note of. In street GT, though, it was a continuous battle between Mark Kilgore and Uni Jai. A strong lap there, a 139.109, not quite her quickest, but not far off. In street mod, though, we didn't see Luca Barberis, but we did see Cal Fortner in the number 14, Isaac Torres, Chris Watson, and then in track mod at the top step of the orange category, Bailey Woods, Gabe Zamora, Cody Bulkley, a strong effort there by the 691, and then in unlimited, of course, it was Mike Dussault in the number 57, getting the job done over Leaf Store, his best laps of the day in that number 280 Nissan GTR. Highlights here from Track Battle Q5 after we have a quick look at the Super Unlimited. Cody Voss-Schultz, Jeremiah Burton, Cole Powelson, your top 3, Birdsall and Danny Aitken, no laps recorded, and it all started with Group D, but it didn't last long here with that oil, and you see the 143 slipping on it there. Yeah, got pretty spicy pretty quick, and we did absolutely everything we could to clean up the mess that unfortunately that BMW had laid down. Track workers on it very, very quick, and it did wrap up that group, and we were hoping they might be able to make a return, but unfortunately not, and move things into Group C pretty quick as Uni Jai, as we talked about, that beautiful Porsche doing a great job of laying down some amazing times, and we get to that husband and wife battle pretty early on. Yeah, Josh and Jessica battling back and forth, and Joe Drain in the Street GT car chasing a podium sprint appearance in the 587. A little bit of slipping and sliding there in some of the GR Super machinery. Honda Civic Type R's, a great front-wheel drive choice for the street mod category. Then Joshua Briggs, big off at the corkscrew. Dukes a Hazard over the top of the crest, brought out a yellow flag in Group B. Then it was Mike Dussault in the 57 that came across the stripe and was quickest in unlimited in Group A. Ryan Radukel going for a really big slide at the bottom of the hill. Yeah, everybody's just really pushing in this session. We're trying to find a little bit of time here and there, and hopefully that translates into our sessions early tomorrow morning. So please make sure to tune into that, because it is going to be exciting. If there's anywhere that a track record is going to fall, that is going to be it. And also it is the last shot to get things all lined up before we get into our sprints. So a little bit of desperate driving is going to happen, and that is always interesting driving. Well, that will wrap it up here for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 5. Heat 6 in the morning, their last opportunity to qualify for the podium sprint.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Year 3 of Grid Life Laguna takes us to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, one of the most spectacular road courses on the planet. And it's not a Grid Life festival without a little bit of drift. Kyle Heyer joined once again by Jacob Gettens. Jacob, as we get ready for another Grid Life drift session here on the course, and I'm really excited to be back and showing the fans here how to do drift on the full course, 2.24 miles around here.
Yeah, for a lot of these drivers, this is just, I mean, competition's great, but for a ton of them, they just wait all year for stuff like this where they get to do something that's iconic and it goes on the resume, it goes on the highlight reel, and you can produce some incredible content. One of the drivers doing that right now, Larry Chen, out with that Supra. Seeing his post a little bit earlier on, he wanted that third-person perspective like a video game, and if you've seen the shots that have already come out of those cameras, he's getting it for sure. So running those dual cannons, and a great ambassador for that brand as well. He had a chance to go and tour the lens facility to understand how some of the glass is made that goes on the front of those cameras, and incredible run, taking out that purpose-built Supra to be able to go out and throw down, and a great mix of party drivers, pro spec, pro-am, grassroots. Everything that we see in drifting, everything we love in drifting is represented here as we get Forrest Wang out front, one of the most stylish drivers that we have in drifting, period. So he does an incredible job. So we'll get that kicked off. I mean, he's lighting up the grid already coming through the pit section, so that's it's an interesting way to do things. I'm sure most track marshals may not be super pumped on that one.
Well, you know, if you know anything about WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and you've driven it in a simulator, you know how confining that pit exit is. That's a really tight pit lane road, and honestly, it might be easier sideways than it is in a straight line, but Forrest Wang getting it done right in front of Larry Chen off into turn 4, right in front of the grandstands that are filling up with fans. What a cool sight that is.
Yeah, I mean, the parking lot behind it, I don't know how we're going to fit any more cars in there. They're going to be all the way up the mountain by the time we're wrapped up this evening, and there he is, absolutely floating that car out. We talk a lot about style. There's a lot of different ways that drivers can get around the track. It can be kind of difficult to really understand what style means to drifting, but for Forrest Wang, what you're looking for is very smooth on the way that he gets that car to angle, how long he'll hold a drift for, how much angle he will throw at it, and depending on the driver, they're going to have different ways that they like to do that. Do we get a blowout already?
I think so.
Mercedes.
In the compression at turn 6.
That can happen. There's Dylan Hughes just in front of him in that Permatex BMW.
Just send it anyway, I guess. They
don't care. There have been drivers who've completed laps missing an entire tire and still have great times, but battling through that smoke, that is the name of the game. Look at that. Forrest Wang absolutely crushing it through that compression zone, and hopefully that Mercedes does not punch out of the smoke and into the gravel. They're completely lost, yeah. So that is going to be a beautiful run there from Forrest Wang, and the imagery coming out from Larry Chen is going to be incredible, to say the least. So make sure to follow Grid Life. A lot of them will be posted there. Some amazing content already coming out on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. So incredible run. Corey Hosford there, another legend of the sport in that Boss S chassis, following in behind. It's been a little bit since we've seen him out in action, so very happy to see him out driving once again. There we go, getting, I mean, tires are definitely warmed up at that point.
Man, well, this is cool to watch. About 5, 6, 7 cars heading down into the corkscrew. You know, all these smoke screens that we see heading down the hill. As a driver, when you're on your own and you're not in a tandem and you don't have that other car to reference on your door, how do you coordinate heading into one of those smoke clouds and know that there's not a car stop in the middle of the road? Is that luck?
Yeah, some of it's luck. Some of it's a lot of the drivers have learned how to read how dense the smoke is, and it sounds weird, but depending on what is happening, we got a bit of contact there. It is Zielinski. Yeah, Colin Zielinski. Hopefully he's all good. Getting a little slow around that corner, but yeah, drivers will learn very quickly what different kind of smoke signals mean. So if somebody's on an absolute flyer, that the smoke is going to kind of pour off the car in a certain way, whereas if somebody is looped out, you might see it lingering kind of still in the air, and that's a spooky sign, is when you see smoke not moving. That usually means there's some sort of spin out for that vehicle, and you want to be a little bit more hesitant, and it becomes instinct for a lot of these drivers to see that compression again from that tire. So I don't know if if that's just the weight moving over and he's catching on the fender. These cars are not meant for grip. They do make a lot of grip. They're absurdly fast where you wouldn't think that they would be.
That was something I've learned more recently. This is look at that fist out the window. That's so cool. Is that drifting might look like it's about a lack of grip, but in fact it's really not. It's about having grip, but controlling it at high slip angles. So while it might look like it's out of control, it's extremely coordinated, and you have to have stick to control the car at this limit.
Yeah, you definitely do. When we get into the pro levels, tire pressures are sometimes down into the single digits, usually high, I say low teens for most of them. Talking, let's say, on average, 285 width tire, 200 tread wear, and some of these vehicles running inch and a bit of toe in, just to give you that idea. Some of them running some pretty aggressive toe gain as well through the compression. So as that car gets on throttle, the tires will toe in to gain even more grip, to give you that idea. So depending on the track, depending on the driver, they're looking for a 10-15% over rear wheel speed over the front. And yeah, it just depends on what they want to do with it and how much smoke they want to make, and that will determine their rear wheel speed.
Pollock heading down rainy curve. Track just continues to drop away after the crest at the corkscrew, and carrying so much speed and linking this all together.
Look at the angle that he's able to hold for so long. It's such an incredibly difficult thing to do, is to be able to hold it like that. And there is Corey the Boss Hosford back out. A 200-pound bowl of spaghetti is kind of his moniker, known for hosting Maximum Driftcast, one of the podcasts that inspired me in my career, and I had a great time catching up with him last night. There's Matt Field out in that Borla Corvette, a new livery. He's known for running kind of a black and red one. I'm really liking the lime green, though.
It looks great. I like lime green on a race car.
Yeah, anything bright. So with the Corvette, we talked about how great those are. They're really, really good up until you get to the point of the pro level, and that rear transmission's got to come out. Got to get swapped over to a quick change. There are systems now with the transmission and the quick change built into it. They're absurdly expensive, and yeah, just not always the best way to get the car to balance out. You want serviceability. We talked a little bit about that earlier on, how quickly drivers at the pro level are able to change out entire corners. So for 5 minutes or less, they can drop an entire corner of a vehicle and get that swapped out.
That's unbelievable. And this paddock is full of amazing mechanics and wrenches on the grip side as well. But the serviceability aspect, I think the grip racers could probably learn a thing or two about how these cars are constructed for ease of access and making repairs.
Yeah, a lot of stuff, even down to how quickly can we pull out a nitrous bottle and get that pop back in. So you'll see like hatches in vehicles where they'll just open up, they'll cut open bodywork, have a quick hatch with a latching system to be able to pull an entire bottle out and swap them back in, because they want maximum or stable bottle pressure to make sure that the nitrous is flowing correctly. There's TJ Hunt out there, and kind of an icon from the party space and the YouTube side of things. If you want to check out all of his YouTube channels and everything he's got on the go, incredible work, and yeah, really getting into the body work and design side of things, and obviously the merch and everything else he's got going on. So I'm with a really cool camo sweater on today. That was a Hunt & Co. product. I was like, I might have to pick one of those up. So Farouk Hugwai out there, a pro spec, and somebody who hosts a lot of drifting on the West Coast, doing a lot of great things to keep drifting alive and growing as much as possible.
The FCP Euro Porsche Cayenne, this thing is a riot.
Yeah.
I don't know how they managed to keep those tires inflated for more than half a lap, because there's very little sidewall on them.
Yeah, pretty tough. I think they're running like 20s or something on it. They might only have 18s, but tough to say. Cole Richards, incredible driver who's taken the grid by storm, just missing out on a pro license this year. He's one of the top drivers that was expected to get their pro license, in the final round of FD in Utah for pro spec was insane, because the top three that could have won it went out very, very early. A bit of a spin out there.
Well, they got it.
Yeah, pro drivers able to get things dialed back in. It's quite the party. The usual etiquette kind of goes out the window with drifters, I will say. There's not a lot of etiquette. There's a few things you don't do. If you spin out, you don't light up the tires, because it just makes a big vortex, makes it difficult for other drivers. You just got to be careful getting back on track, but they don't know flags all that well. They don't listen to them all that well. And I will say their car control is incredible, and they kind of use that as their excuse to script the rules.
Yeah, there's Matt Kaufman again, who has just been a phenom to watch at these big racetracks. He is so used to just sending this car so aggressively. Back here a couple of years ago, made ESPN with a big initiation at 150 miles an hour on the front stretch, right where the track kinks for turn one. He carried that about a quarter mile sideways into the Andretti hairpin. It was unbelievable. unbelievable. Did a 160-mile-an-hour entry at Road America last month, or a couple months ago, I should say. Look at this.
There's a backie.
The 5 here, and he's got it.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Not a perfect backie.
Yeah.
You kind of want those wheels to be locked in all the way. You actually have to clutch in to get that car to go backwards and then get the tires lit off. Now, depending on who you ask a Luke Fink out of Australia. He's kind of known for his back. He's like, now you got to be lit off the whole time. You know, clutch in, you run that all the way through. But that is an incredibly difficult thing to do, to have that car over 90 degrees and a perfect backy, 180 degrees. You're facing the wrong way up track. But Matt Kaufman, a legend of the sport, in competitive drifting, didn't do as well. But when it comes to this is where he makes his own. Look how smooth he is coming through there.
Man. I just love, I mean, he uses every inch of the racetrack, and he's so controlled and so smooth. And when I rode with Chris Forsberg a couple years ago at PPIR, the thing that struck me was that, you know, it's not really a violent ride. The transitions are actually very smooth and ballet-like. And look, he's going to throw it in there a little bit hard into 10 and spin it around.
Yeah, it just depends on how you do that transition. And a really grippy car, you might come off throttle a bit to get some more bite into it, and then have that car come around. Usually with these party-style things, they're just steering the car in a perfectly balanced, now this might not be the most competitive car, but a perfectly balanced, especially party car, in drifting, you don't have to touch the steering wheel. You literally drive the entire car with your right foot. There are some amazing videos of drivers hands off the wheel doing an entire lap of the track by only using their right foot and just feeding the throttle in and out. And that's a car with a lot of great caster up front to allow them to do that, but it is possible.
Larry Chen back on track, grabbing some more chase footage. You can find some of his footage, collab with us on Instagram, Instagram.com/GridLifeOfficial. Give us a follow and make sure you stay tuned in to all we've got going on. Like we said, this was our finale for the broadcast last year, but we were streaming Pit Race next month in October to watch all the finales for our wheel-to-wheel and our Track Battle Time Attack Championship. And we'll have Drift at Pit Race as well, so make sure you tune in and subscribe to the YouTube channel for Grid Life too.
With that layout, with that track, I think drifting there is going to be absolutely incredible. I'm actually very excited for that.
I rode around with Pete Collins there last year, and boy, what I had a blast in his BMW M3.
Yeah. Andre Musienko, once again, his name was escaping me earlier on, but happy to get that back in, another driver. That is a bold move in a big car that's very top heavy, so using weight transfers to a whole new pedigree.
Yeah, really cool to see a vehicle like this, and again, for FCP Euro, they've got a handful of cars here. European car parts, they've got a great system for lifetime guarantees on some parts. There's a couple things like brake pads that you can actually just send back your old ones and get new ones. They do a lifetime guarantee on some of their parts, and it goes as far as things like brake pads. If you're willing to send them back after you use them, you can get a whole new set. So
that's pretty wild. So there's Chris Forsberg chasing down one of his mechanics in his own car. It's got to be a weird sight, chasing down your own vehicle. And Chris, one of the only drivers who, through his entire career, he has opted to run all Nissan, both engine and chassis. At one point in time, going with the Nissan Titan truck engines for a little bit, developing the VQs in an incredible way, and kind of taking a bit of flack for it. But that development has trickled down into what we've been able to do now. It's basically every amazing engine and some non-amazing engines that Nissan has produced, he has tried to turn it competitive and has made 1,000 horsepower on basically every one of them.
Yeah, so cars rolling back in. There's some people asking, that seem confused about the FCP Euro thing. Yeah, go check it out, fcpeuro.com. Read all about it.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it doesn't extend to everything, but there are some things that you'll be like, wow, I didn't know I could do that. So make sure you check out their website if you have a European car and you've got parts that you want that are in their library. Some really cool things that they do there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here from Grid Life Drift as they get the finish of this session. We've got some racing coming up in just a moment, but really exciting session with a lot of smoke on display. A couple Corvettes out there laying it down.
Yeah, always great to see those Corvettes out there. A vehicle that I was hoping to come down in price a little bit more, but kind of stalled out. And there is Forrest Wang making it look super easy. Matt Kaufman flexing his ability to extend corners that should never be extended. He's able to do that with incredible speed and pace. TJ Hunt back out, beautiful livery on that car, all that confetti, and I was trying to bug him this morning to go into Pro Spec and Pro to get that rumor mill going. So let's peer pressure him into that. And Justin Pollock, incredible driver now, one of the best spotters in the game, working for Odi Bakshi's once a competitor, now a teammate. So super cool to see Donut Media representing out there. And there is Matt Field. Yeah.
And wrap it up here. Grid Life Drift complete from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
cars new and old. Whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Of all the racetracks on the calendar, the one that some drivers look forward to most are the racetracks that you put on the wall as posters, just like you do race cars. Places like Lime Rock Park and Road America, but how about WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca? And the weather has been treating us beautifully this weekend. High 60s, low 70s, blue skies and sun. It's a perfect California day. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens as we get set to go here in just a little while for IBAC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup and GRIDLIFE GT race number 2 of the weekend. We're combining these two race categories into one race in a multi-class format for the first time ever, Jacob.
Yeah, it's gone quite well. I mean, we saw a little bit of traffic going on, and I think that's going to play effect again. I'm not sure if we're going to modify anything by spreading them out even more, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to pack up at some point in time, but saw some very, very brave passes. We saw a couple of dips into the dirt. Everything you want in wheel-to-wheel racing, we pretty much got already in that first race, and that means the second one can be even more competitive.
Yeah, and of course, we're here at a 2.238-mile road course built in 1957. Of course, it's changed a little bit over the years. 11 turns around here with huge rises and falls over the track layout. And again, it's a pleasure to be here for the third year in a row at GRIDLIFE Laguna, but here's a look at it. It starts with a run down through turn 1, a left-hand kink. You're flat out there. Right after it, though, hard on the brakes into the end, ready hairpin.
Yeah, and that's where we saw a lot of crazy passing going on pretty early on in the race last time, and then carrying that momentum through 3. And a good exit out of 4 is going to allow you to get a bit more of a gap as we get into that left-handed kink into 5. And then the ultimate corner, the truth teller, 6. Really, I mean, we talk about the corkscrew, I say horseshoe, wrong track. But really, for all of us, 6. A few drivers have attempted to make dives there, but it is not advisable by any means, and that will put us up through that straight and into the corkscrew.
And then down 4 stories from turn 8. You're going to be going down 10 stories down all the way through Rainy Curve at turn 9. High-speed left-hander up through the gears just for a second before you jump on it, go down a gear into turn 10 at the right-hander, and then turn 11 to finish off your lap, and that's your last passing opportunity. Once we go racing here, we'll get the checkered flag just under the pedestrian bridge on the front straightaway. So that's what we're looking forward to here. It'll be a 15-minute race, multi-class format, as you alluded to, a little bit of lap traffic in the last race for the GT leaders catching TC traffic and the TC leaders catching GT traffic at the very end.
It's a nice sign.
Yeah, the number 69 there for, forgive me for not remembering the number that's for. It's for one of the drivers that has had a long history here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in MotoGP. I'll have to remind myself that. But anyway, cars are getting ready to grid here. We're just finishing up an oil cleanup before we'll turn these cars loose. But race 1 earlier today, there's the oil cleanup. Wow, that's a long streak.
Oh, wow, that is no good. I didn't see which vehicle that was that would have laid that down, but coming from our drift session a little bit earlier on, so that is no bueno by any means.
And, of course, we had a great battle up at the front of GRIDLIFE GT in the first race. It was Colin King, Hans Horpedal, and Chris DeLucia that were fighting. Of course, we'll hear from a couple more drivers later this weekend, but the driver that had a big explosion of engines on turn 5 was Chris DeLucia, and Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about what happened there in race number 1.
Chris DeLucia, not the way you wanted race 1 to end. Can you tell us what happened?
Well, it looks like he either dropped a valve or blew a head gasket or something, but it's blowing a lot of smoke. A cylinder, at least one cylinder's down. I don't see a hole in the block, but it's definitely blown up for the weekend.
So was that it then? Are we going to see you back out for race 2, or are you going to pack it up and try for the next event?
I mean, I might get on Facebook Marketplace and look for a motor, but we'll see. I think we're going to be done for the weekend, though.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear. We're looking forward to seeing you back on track whenever that is, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jonathan. Not the best circumstance for a driver all the way from New York State, unfortunately, but that is the risk, especially when you are racing at such a high level. And top 3 there, that car wasn't really making a lot of power either. I have to say, it's not surprising to see that engine let go at that point.
Yeah, we saw the slowdown for a little bit and not able to fight back through the pack, and then seeing the steam come off. Listen, I'm here for the Facebook Marketplace. We got a little bit of downtime. I might be able to help source that. I'll get into some DMs, see what we can do, lowball some people, and get an engine over to you. Just want to see you back out on track.
And while we're waiting for a cleanup here after the drift session, let's have a look at the highlights from GRIDLIFE GT and IBOC GLTC race number 1 earlier this afternoon. It was a spicy one. Of course, we had a split start as we expected, but at the very beginning, it was Hans Horpedal in the Silver C5 that just launched down towards turn 2.
Yeah, did such a great job and held that for a little bit, but did not hold for the entire race, that is for sure. And yeah, Colin King coming through, making a lot of pace.
Yeah, drove away as the Hans Horpedal and Chris DeLucia cars battled nose to tail here. And again, Chris DeLucia just struggling on the straight line, and there's where the engine let go into turn 5 and in a big puff of smoke. That was no James Bond moment there, so he pulled off in turn number 5. But for the IBOC GLTC race, couple BMW M3s on the front row. Matan Rosenberg took them 3 wide, trying to hunt down victories in his championship chase. Got by Joe McGuigan in the number 872 M3. Then it was Justin Ross that was able to hang on to the lead and start to put distance on the rest of the field while they all battled for scraps behind.
Yeah, and really for Justin Ross, when he locked in, that was pretty much it, taking that clean air. And had a quick interview with him a little bit later on where he did talk about getting caught up in some of that traffic. So we'll see. He seemed a little perturbed about it, and but that's racing, and that's what happens when you get in the multi-class. And trying something a little bit different here means things get a little bit more interesting. But for him, he's sitting in a great spot for this race. The competitors who finished up that ranking order is how they're going to come into this set of battles. And then what's interesting about this, though, is that for our next race, it's based on fastest laps. So you can have great positioning, but maybe if you feel like you can't pass or you're kind of locked into where you are, you could back up just a little bit, and then try and make a run for the fastest lap and move up that way. So that could get really, really interesting into some strategy.
It's a great point. Fastest lap will set grid for race number 3. Justin Ross, the race winner of IBOC GLTC race number 1, and Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about that traffic he encountered.
Justin Ross, let's talk about the weekend overall and the points allocation, because you're fighting not just for individual race wins, you're fighting with Matan Rosenberg as well. Talk to me a little bit about that battle and how much your result from race 1 is going to help you there.
It's great. It's basically a continuation of last year. Matan and I raced really hard last year. We had a fortunate mechanical at race 4, which took us out of the fight for overall first. So it's pretty fun to race Matan. Like, we don't get a lot of options, especially with this being the only West Coast GLTC event. We don't have a lot of options to come out here and race. Back east is pretty hard for us to get to. So it's really fun to come out and race, and it's great racing with him, and we keep it going every year.
How much are the points permutations playing in your head when you're behind the wheel?
If I go out and win every race, I don't need to worry about them. So it's pretty easy. Wake up in the morning, piss excellence, trying our best, and we're going to go from there.
Wise words from both yourself and Ricky Bobby there. Well, you're starting off the weekend right with a win.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Justin Ross, one of the only drivers that was able to take it to Matan Rosenberg last year in the IBOC GLTC Championship. And it's sort of a big deal that there's drivers taking it to Matan this weekend because Matan rolled in with 8 wins on the year to Eric Cattill's 7. Eric Cattill is not here this weekend, but Eric is leading by 2 points after winning a number of races at Audubon Country Club a couple of weeks ago. So it's going to basically come down to whoever can win more races. If Matan were to clean sweep this weekend, mathematically, it's almost impossible for Cattill to overcome that. But if Justin Ross and some of the other drivers are able to beat him, then really who knows what the rest of the championship will hold.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a shakeup, and that's how things go. Something we were kind of getting into a little bit while that interview was going on, as we noticed through our rankings that it looks like Colin King actually having a bit of issues from that last race and is going to be starting things at the back of the pack from GLGT. So pretty interesting there. Maybe we'll be able to get a bit more info as to why that's happening.
Yeah, Jonathan Grace also got a chance to check out one of our Toyota drivers in IBOC GLTC, Daniel Geraldo, in a really neat Lexus IS. Jonathan, what you got?
Daniel Geraldo in the number 440 Lexus IS, the GLTC car, one of the more unique cars in the class, and we'll get to that in a second. But you're a local here. You're a California boy from Orange County. How special is it to have a GRIDLIFE event here on home soil?
There is nothing more exciting than being on the West Coast over here at this beautiful weather with the beach literally 2 minutes away. What more can you ask for?
A little bit of a home field advantage, maybe, given that you're pretty comfortable driving around this place?
Oh, absolutely. A massive home court advantage. I went over to the East Coast this year with Toyo tires, and learning a track with only one practice is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done, so definitely an advantage.
We've got a fun car to do it in. We mentioned the Lexus is kind of a unique pick for GLTC. Why'd you pick it, and why is this car working for you?
Yeah, the Lexus, we are the only GLTC Lexus out there, so that's definitely unique. We picked it because it was a shop car that was just sitting in the back. We weren't doing anything with it, and I decided why not R&D, and let's go racing.
Well, best of luck with some wheel-to-wheel and multi-class action here this weekend.
Thank you so much.
And for some of the drivers in IBOC GLTC that are from California, they've spent most of the year traveling across the country to race with us. But one of the other home drivers that's here in one of the most unique cars on the racetrack, it is a wide-body supercharged Honda Del Sol. And once again, Jonathan caught up with Jonathan to chat about his unique Del Sol.
And Lugod, right? Yeah. Jonathan Lugod, another one of the local California guys from Southern California, making the drive up the coast here to Monterey. Any home field advantage being one of the local boys here?
Not quite. So this is my 4th time here. So even though I'm from SoCal, I don't really venture up here all too much. But it's a good track, and it's good for everyone here to watch the racing. It's a good facility.
I know still a little bit of a drive for you, but not quite as much as trying to go to some of the other tracks in the Midwest. Just a couple hours up the coast. Was that a little bit nicer for you, just being at a home event?
Yeah, I mean, we went out to the Midwest, ran into some issues, ended up coming home a little early, got the car sorted for this event, and it's nice to be having a GRIDLIFE event here at home.
And quickly, I got to ask you about the car. Sure. You're in a Del Sol. This is pretty sweet. Tell me why you picked this and how it got here.
I kind of stumbled across it. So my buddy Oscar Jackson from Jackson Racing, he had a guy that had a Del Sol sitting in the back of his yard, essentially. It's an old SCCA car. So I grabbed that, built into a race car, cracked the chassis, and I was in a kind of a crossroads of should I build another Del Sol or get a Civic or Integra? And Oscar's like, dude, no one's going to remember a Civic or Integra. Del Sol is pretty rare as it is, let alone a race car Del Sol, so just keep going with that. And so that's what we ended up with.
Well, I'm glad you did. It's the only Del Sol here and representing not only California, but a pretty rare Honda as well.
Thank you again, Jonathan, and Jonathan Lugod on the grid here for our second race of the weekend for our multi-class format with GRIDLIFE GT. On the front row of the GT race, it's Hans Horpedal and Max Lisowski. Anthony Scafuto and Rob Tuchovsky sharing that second row of the GT category. Then it will be Charles Spence and Chris DeLucia. If he was going to be on the grid, he will not be because of the engine failure. And Stephen Bright and then Colin King DQ'd for technical compliance after race 1. He starts 8th.
Yeah, and kicking things off for GLTC, Justin Ross and Matan Rosenberg have taken 1 and 2 in the front row. Joe Mugen and Michael Hilo taking that second row, third and fourth, and then moving things into Tony Rodriguez, Abdul Osmani on the third row, and for our fourth, Anthony Zwain and Anthony Domenti. A little bit of battle of the Tonys there for that row. And row 5, Jason Lapid and Peter Zhang.
Then Azmath Muhammad rolls off 11th alongside that Del Sol, Jonathan Lugod in the number 94, followed by Jeric Javier and Daniel Geraldo in the number 440 Lexus IS. Then it's Stephen Ellis in a beautiful Hakone green Toyota 86, Devin Markert in an S2000 in the 63. Mark Sedang starts in 17th place in the number 353. Then Josh Fleur in the Subaru, Adam Billings in 19th in the number 408, Oscar Jackson in the 469. Then Rich Leon, Christopher Rosales in the 997. That's that beautiful yellow RX-7 two-rotor. And John Friesen will bring up the rear of the field. That car, I think, will not make the grid, though, because of that contact at the tail end of race number 1.
Right. Yeah, good call on that one. So looks like drivers, though, running through a bit of our oil dry up, trying to get that flipped up and cleaned up on the track. So drivers through that section, thank you for taking care of that for us. Do our best to absolutely keep it clean, but we will take a dusty track over an oily track any day of the week.
Yeah, so big field here again. We've got about 30 cars combined for our multi-class racing. Once again, if you're new to the series here, we typically run these as separate races. So what we're going to do is on the timing and scoring pylon on the left-hand side of the screen, you're going to see purple numbers. Those are the GRIDLIFE GT cars that are running about 8.9 pounds per horsepower. And then the GLTC cars are going to be in red. Those are about 12.5 to 1 pounds per horsepower. Of course, Eibach, the title sponsor for the GLTC series, the season champion, gets a trip to visit the Eibach factory in Germany at the tail end of the season to celebrate their 75th anniversary. That also will potentially include a drive around the Nordschleife.
That is incredible. Wow. I mean, even if it doesn't, you're already there. You know, when in Germany, exactly. You know where you're going to be going, that's for sure.
Yep. All right, let's do it again. 15 minutes go up on the board, and it's going to be the GRIDLIFE GT cars. 2 Corvettes on the front row. Lasovsky versus Hans Horpedal, and then an air-cooled Porsche in row number 2. I love the variety that we're seeing here this weekend. And green flag, it looks like Colin King immediately to the inside. You can go on green there, no need to wait in line, but throttling up, making quick work of a couple of cars there. Scafuto has no defense for him into turn 2.
Yeah, Colin King making a very brave dive, moving himself up from 8th to 3rd, passing 5 drivers on that run. That is nuts, and now we get into the GLTC race as they get that green and the grid separating immediately.
Bunch of cars caught sleeping there. We're 3 wide already. Peter Zhang on the outside. They just had to replace a shock. One of the BMWs did not go, and it creates a stack up that Azmath Muhammad gets stuck in behind, but into turn 1, it's Rosenberg on the outside of the 272 of Ross.
Yeah, pretty clean as our 2 competitors going head-to-head, coming all the way through that section. It looked like Ross kept that lead as we flip back into our GLGT, and a little bit of hesitation through turn 5. Now we get the car starting to head up towards the hill.
Yeah, there's the Lotus Spence. That's such a unique car here, following the anti-Lotus Chevrolet Camaro just up the road from it. And of course, Stephen Bright in that number 363 350Z. The Eibach GLTC cars now up at turn 5. Ross leads Rosenberg, so was able to complete that pass as we head up the hill.
So we'll swap back to what that pack is looking like, just catching the tail end of that with our the Subaru following up a little bit later on, and we're getting a few passes pretty early on in this track and doing that wide on 6. Not an advisable spot to do it, and isn't able to really hold on to it, and has to fall back behind the competitor.
Yeah, down into the corkscrew now. Just didn't get a great start. And whoa, this is getting dicey. McGuigan in the silver M3, then Hilo, and then the 19 of Osmani side by side here. You can't do that very well, but they managed to somehow do that without banging doors. Oh, through the oil dry there. That's slippery.
Able to hang on to it though, and get a bit of a nose up on a fellow BMW, so that's going to be tough when you get competitors that close to each other. We see a little bit more oil dry going up into the air, as now we're getting through our first laps when it comes to the GLTC grouping.
And so across the stripe here, we should see Ross take over the top spot. There he is by 0.7 of a second over Matan Rosenberg. McGuigan 3rd, then Hilo, and Jason Lapid in the 424. Cool to see that 350Z up there in the top 5.
Yeah, starting to make his way up there, finding a bit of an own. Not the race he would have wanted a little bit earlier on, but now starting to stack up pretty quick, as we can see everyone jockeying for position through the hairpin. Maybe not as bold as they were on that first lap, being a little bit more, little more hesitant and as we come through, now that we got the first lap or two under our belt.
The blue and white M3 is Zwain attacking Osmani there into turn 4. And then already Stephen Bright getting bright lights flashed at him there because Justin Ross does not want to spend any time behind these cars. He's going to swing to the right. He's got Rosenberg chasing him down. Pressure's on.
Yeah, he talked about that in the interview, and now he's looking for it. So that Z now stepping back, allowing him to get by, and Ross getting the flashes on very, very early, letting him know, hey, I'm in the lead of my race. Let me continue to go through, and respectfully got that decision for him.
Yeah, that was actually pretty savvy driving there to just stay to the left, let those drivers go on by down the crest. He's trying to not only beat Rosenberg, but pick up a weekend title. If you win 3 races, it's pretty hard to give it away. A nice line there, and look at him just dispatching Rosenberg pretty well.
Yeah, this is just a continuance of what we saw in the previous race where Ross able to get out front, get really comfortable. He is going to have to fight through a couple of the back markers when it comes to the GT side of things, but I think he's got a little bit of time before he's going to have to worry about that again. Now getting onto the front straight, and we know that BMW is able to get the dig, although the Corvettes do quite good, so this might be a shot for Rosenberg to be able to kind of close up some of that gap before we get into the real hard braking into 2. Kink doesn't play too much of a role here. If anything, it just gets drivers into a decent spot to be able to defend a little bit.
Oh, look at
big dive.
Whoa, Jason Lappin really landed the brakes to the inside of Michael Hilo. Does he get it stopped? Barely. And he's through now to make that 4th place past the LS 350Z. And then here comes right behind him, that's Rodriguez in the 120. Trouble for Lasovsky. That's one of our GridLife GT competitors, and he's in the beach.
Oh, that's no good. That is no good. He is completely beached up, so we are going to be.
He almost got it.
That's it. That's what we want. Get the rocking going.
Nicely
Great
done.
job.
Yep, and he's at turn 5, but he is pointed the right direction now and driving away. Great work there by Lasovsky. And now we've brought, look at this battle for 4th place in IBOC GLTC. This is great stuff. 2 350Zs and an M3.
Yeah, we got the Flying Octopus out front doing a great job of on that late break that started last week and able to hold on to it. I didn't think he'd be able to do that through the Andretti hairpin, but I mean, the next question is going to be is how much brake pad is left on that car after a dive like that. So have to let that cool down just a little bit. Corkscrew so far.
And now Michael Hilo feeling some more pressure, and a couple of those M3s stacking up behind him, including Abdul Osman. Look at that beautiful drone shot from Max there, and how the track flattens out on the run into turn 11.
Yeah, and that's going to be a compression all to its own as you come through. Not as aggressive as a few spots in that track, but now we get our Fire Labs data out, and look at this King with that top speed, 129.7, and minimal speed of 38.2, so not quite as quick through the slower sections of this track, and that might allow Orpethal to be able to regain that with a few miles an hour faster through the tight sections.
Yeah, and Colin King, again, trying to close back in. He was started 8th in this field. Now he's 3.3 seconds back, trying to run down the race leader. There he is, and there's the differential between them. And 2 C5 Corvettes, different build strategies here, and you know there was a great little bit of sportsmanship between these cars. Colin King had an issue in qualifying and had to run and go to the store to grab a part. He got stuck in traffic coming back in, so Hans Horpedal drove out there on his mini bike to go pick him up so he could make the race earlier today. Way. So maybe Hans is going to regret that in a little while because Colin King's tracking him down.
Yeah, not doing too bad, but a little bit sketchy coming through the exit of the Corkscrew, getting a bit unsettled. So we know that he can push the pace. We've already seen him move very quickly up through the field, up into 2nd after starting at the back of the pack and doing a great job of that as we flip over to Ross now, who once again just trying to extend out that lead and get into a comfortable spot, maybe get a few back markers in between him and his competitor of Rosenberg to be able to continue to extend that gap. But for right now, Ross just all over the front of this track.
Yeah, and just trying to extend his gap over Matan Rosenberg. It's not a safe gap by any stretch, and they're actually running towards the back of Tuchovsky in that air-cooled Porsche 911. So another bit of track race. This is that for him. That data's from last session, but Horpedal slower than Colin King in sectors 1 and 3. So that's notable, and actually a hair slower in sector 2. So King's quicker everywhere right now, and that means he's coming. He's have that gap to minus 1.7 seconds now from 3.3 back.
Yeah, it won't take long before he's within a few tenths and just absolutely breathing down the necks of Horpedal, who's got to keep his composure through the rest of this. We're a few minutes in. We've got a couple of laps under our belt, but about the halfway mark. So lots of racing still to go, and we'll see how that ends up playing. Look at Ross already on the lights. Just let me through. Please let me through. You don't know what I'm dealing with right now. Going real wide through that section. We'll see if he can get that pass done on the Porsches that come up over the crest.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure right now. Again, try to run away from a driver who has won a GLTC championship and is trying to win another. He's really going to try to get by this Porsche, but he's not going to. This is great for Rosenberg.
Yeah, this is what Rosenberg would hope. So as they come through the corkscrew, back on the flashers, that left hand's getting a lot of work, and now he gets that lane to be able to blow by, and we'll see if the Porsche slides back in behind him, which it looks like he does, which is absolutely terrible for Rosenberg, who now has to fight through the exact same traffic that he saw his competitor go through.
Oh, Oscar Jackson is slow on the run up to the corkscrew. Not sure if he's nursing an issue, but looks like Jonathan Lugod got on by. Great looking Del Sol, little wiggle there on the run down the hill. He's up to 13th place, he was chasing Oscar Jackson, but Jackson now dropping to P13.
Yeah, getting a little bit more fresh here. Now he can stretch his legs just a little bit and try and make up some more time and move up some of the spots as now we get back into those top speeds. So we see from the previous session, Galusha still with that crazy top speed through that section, but Horpenthal sitting at just shy of 81 miles an hour and about a mile an hour slower as King. So that's just through that spot. We know King can make it up in some other spots in the track, notably 11 is dig out of there.
Yeah, Colin King, again, that car is a straight line weapon, but just a mile an hour difference. It's pretty close. And as they track up towards the corkscrew, one of the Eibach GLTC cars is going to get between them here, and it's going to hold up King just a little bit as they run down the hill.
I wasn't sure what was going to happen there. It looked like King wanted to make that dive before the corkscrew, but wasn't able to, as now Horpenthal having to, getting the opportunity to continue that gap. But it looks like King did get that pass coming out of the exit from the corkscrew, and this is the spot where he's really going to make up that time. He's going into turn 11. You'll see he'll close up the gap pretty quick and should get a great launch from the exit going pretty wide, and there it is. And now he'll try and shoot down and try and get that slipstream behind him and get as close as he possibly can going into the Andretti hairpin.
Well, again, I saw Colin King be so aggressive on the brakes, and because these cars are carrying Firelinks, we can have a look at their braking performance and see the difference between them. Look at this. Well, it doesn't look like we had lap 6 just yet. I wonder if we could try lap 5 and see if there we go. How about braking force? Look at Colin King. 0.3 Gs more than Hans Horpenthal, and that's the difference you're seeing down into turn 11.
And that's pretty substantial. Look at King getting a little bit squirrely coming out of the exit of that corner. We can tell what he is fighting for with this car. He's pushing this to the absolute limit to try and keep up with Horpenthal, who's very sturdy out front. I'm not seeing any real mistakes from him. He's just so tidy throughout this entire lap, and King, as the time starts to tick down, is going to get a little bit more desperate, knowing that his chance to get this pass done is slowly waning away as the seconds tick down.
Well, they're about to put Stephen Bright a lap down, another GT competitor. Set the brake pads against the rotors there. They call that brake pad knockback. And if you ride the rumble strips, it actually shakes. There's a lot of flex in this. Oh, he's going to get held up here. Here comes King, splitting him 3 wide, and they're side by side. King takes the lead away.
Wow, what an opportunity there is your competitor getting through that back marker, and Horpenthal, he's going to have some feelings about that situation. We have to have the cameras in the pits when he clocks up there, because for King, though, what a bold pass. Saw an opportunity and absolutely went for it. Not many drivers would have the merit to be able to do something like that.
No, that was certainly frustrating. Stephen Bright couldn't hit the disappear button there, but it looked like he tried to get out of the way, and generally it's just easier if you just keep on the racing line rather than try to get out of the way. It's just hard to disappear. Look at King on the brakes. He's sideways on the binders trying to get that thing stopped. He's putting so much more energy.
He was able to punch through the air quite well with this chassis, and for Horpenthal now, he's got to be a little bit more aggressive, and he is. Look at the exit from that. That is not something we've seen until this lap, and this is where we start to find that panic go in, the heartbeat goes up, the palms get a little bit sweaty, and you start driving in ways that may not be the most proper, but desperation comes in, and you're going to start trying for things that you haven't done before, because now we're fighting through a couple more back markers at Subaru.
Taketh away. Let's see if Hans Horpenthal can close in on the run up to the corkscrew here. An Integra on the right, and they're going to stay well out of the way here as we head up into that 4-story drop. Horpenthal got to trust those brakes a little more. He had issues with them at Lime Rock, but he's right on top of Colin King as they head down the hill.
Yeah, King looking now out front, very sturdy in that lead spot. So for Horpenthal, he's going to have to try something a little bit desperate. And it's crazy how quick the roles swap and the driving swaps. King very comfortable out front, kind of used to being in that spot, but is no stranger to fighting from the back of the pack as we check back in on Ross, who's just continuing to extend that gap, although on that last lap only sitting 2.5 seconds. So He's definitely using those flashers at every chance he's got to make sure he can extend the gap out at any point in time. Rosenberg doing a good job of keeping into it, but getting a little crazy there under braking.
This will be the last lap. They're coming to the white for the Eibach GLTC cars. 1.5 seconds between these two, just a tenth between 4 races, but I don't think he realized Justin Ross was going to be quite this good, and he's got a long way to make up in the next 2.2 miles.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough go. Your only hope, I think, for right now is that Ross does something a little out of character and takes a corner a bit wide or gets a little squirrely coming out of potentially out of 2, but I can't see that happening. Ross is just so tidy, got out front, just locked in, and for Rosenberg, not able to find the pace. Hoping to make it up in the straightaways, but just never really came to fruition on these laps.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can. See Tuchovsky with the lap pickup there, and here's your lead battle in GridLife GT. Hans Horpedal is going to be hot under the helmet right now, clawing his way up the hill, trying to close in. See, checking the brakes because he's going to lean on him into the corkscrew.
Yeah, this is kind of it for him. He's got a few corners left to really make that dive, but really King is extending that lead at every opportunity. There's one back marker they might have to fight through here, but there's still a bit of a gap, so maybe King will start to use that to his advantage, try and get the pass in really quick. Horpedal just doesn't look like he's within striking position though.
Colin King from the back of the field got a great launch on the start. Last corner here, coming to the checkered flag. It was a 3-wide pass in traffic, and Colin King from 8th to 1st wins GridLife GT race number 2 over Hans Horpedal by just a couple tenths of a second. It should be Scafuto in the Camaro in 3rd place. All the while in Eibach GLTC down the corkscrew, Justin Ross using his track knowledge well.
Yeah, it has been all Ross this entire race once again, and for Rosenberg, it's kind of back to the drawing board to understand what he's able to do to take down this BMW, because it looks so sturdy. There's no spot on this track that I feel like he's uncomfortable, and he just picks up time in every single sector. So yeah, for Rosenberg, this is a hard thing when you get back to the pits and try and figure out where you're able to make up that time and what you're able to do. So for right now, for Ross, congratulations on another incredible one, and really flashing those high beams one more time.
2 for 2, despite a little bit of traffic, gets it done. Congratulations to Justin Ross. Baton Rosenberg, 2nd place. And Joe McGuigan, another podium for him. Jason Lappin, a very strong result in 4th place for the Nissan 350Z. Where did Hilo end up? He dropped down the order, looks like to about 8th place there on the final lap of asking. That was not what he was hoping for.
No, not at all. A decent start, but later on in the run just seemed to fall back through the pack, and there it is. Wow, King, what a storybook race that he's got. Maybe driving a little bit angry and making some dives that a lot of drivers just wouldn't take a risk on.
That was wild, wasn't it? Let's have a look here at our race results for GridLife GT. It was Colin King that got it done over Hans Horpedal. Great battle between them two. And how about Charles Spence in the Lotus P3? Anthony Scafuto actually dropped behind him right there at the end. So Spence with a last lap pass in the number 9 Lotus. Max Lasovsky with that recovery after the spin, and Rob Tuchovsky in the number 380-911.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some sort of incident that caused that, because they're pretty far back. But now we get into the GT side of things, TC side of things. Justin Ross, I mean, just all him, and for Rosenberg, as we said, back to it. But Joe McGuigan, great job on that one, and Jason Lappin, another amazing run, and for Tony Rodriguez, topping out your top 5.
Yeah, and Anthony Zwane in that 138 charging forward. Abdul Osmani in the bright green BMW M3. Green cars are typically bad luck. He's had a nice weekend so far. Hilo, 8th place after dropping back from the start. Anthony Dominici and Peter Zhang with that new coilover, P10. Jonathan Liu got up to 11th place. Oscar Jackson dropped down the order a little bit. Then Christopher Rosales, Eric Javier, Daniel Geraldo, Sergio Orestes, Asmath Mohammed, Josh Fleur, Mark Sedang, and Devin Markert. The rest of your top 20.
I had no idea green cars were bad luck.
That is an old racing superstition, and looks like Colin King's going to roll on through. Let's have a look here at the highlights from GridLife GT and Eibach GLTC race number 2 this afternoon from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It was another wild one at the start here. Hans Horpedal and Lasovsky, 2 Corvettes on the front row, but Colin King from the back up to 2nd place pretty early on.
Yeah, did such a great job of seeing that opportunity on the inside on the race start and did not get caught sleeping at all. And this is where the luck completely changes. Look at this dive. Wow.
Colin King sniping it out from underneath Hans Horpedal. You see that fist in the air. He was a little frustrated by that, but King went on through and ended up winning here in GridLife GT race number 2 over Hans Orbital by a half second. At Eibach GLTC, a little more orderly start than last time, except for that stack up there on the inside lane, and already it was Justin Ross flashing the lights at the number 63 of Stephen Bright because Matan Rosenberg was breathing down his neck.
Yeah, and that's kind of, he raced and finished it the same way. He did everything, which is with those high beams flashing the entire time, trying to get the vehicles out of the way so he can continue that gap, and did a great job. And there it is. Exactly how he ran that race is how he came across the line.
And he won this race second time again here. Let's head down to talk to our GLGT winner. It is Colin King with Jonathan Grace.
Colin King, your winner in race 2. It's like deja vu, man. We were just here this morning. You made it 2 for 2, but you did it from last to first. You made quite a few moves at the start. Talk me through your race.
Well, unfortunately, the reason we started in last, my tires, I missed a little thing in the rules, so my tires are 10 millimeters over what they need to be. So therefore, I'm disqualified for the weekend, but I'm still having fun. So my goal is to win all 4 races, starting from the last to the front.
Well, you're halfway there, man. You're well on your way. Is it possible for the second half?
Hopefully, tomorrow will tell.
It's a pretty darn good start. 2 for 2 to open up the GridLife racing.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. And yeah, unfortunate misread there on the rules, Jacob, and that means that he'll be DQ'd, but he's going to keep winning these races unofficially. It'll be given to Hans Horpedal because of the disqualification. So out here just for fun, I suppose, but you got to read those rules once over and once again after that.
I say do a little tire shopping. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think that 10 millimeters is going to be enough to really set him back. So I don't know. I'd start poking around the pits, maybe see if you can grab another set of tires, see what somebody's got out there. There's a few Corvettes. I'm sure something meets the rules, and get back out there.
Yeah, of course, Justin Ross is headed to the scales here in a moment to do his own scaling here to make sure that he's good to win the Eibach GLTC race. We'll talk with him here in just a moment's time. But I know there's a couple tire brands out here. Maybe Falcon and Toyo could offer some assistance to Colin King. Maybe get him on some tires that are eligible for the rest of the weekend and get him back in the show. Because I don't know that 10 millimeter difference is the difference between him winning and losing that race. Just such a minor thing there. So we'll chat with Justin Ross here in a moment. He is probably amped up after holding off Matan Rosenberg for a second time.
Yeah, I would think he would. He's probably going to be ecstatic and maybe a little nervous coming across those scales, like everybody is. It's one of those, when you get pulled over, you're immediately nervous, not sure what you did. So for Ross, hopefully all that goes well. Maybe someone will throw him a big water bottle to hang on to in that car just in case.
Yeah, that is one of the standard procedures in our wheel-to-wheel series is when you win a race or you're in the podium, and sometimes random cars get pulled for this too. You come in on the scales, they compare that to what you proclaim your weight and power is, and if you're over your power to weight limit, then you're disqualified. We've got a dyno on site also. You are put on the dyno. If you're over or if you're underweight, they'll let you re-dyno, and if your weight and power still is okay, it's the intention of legality. But let's chat with Justin Ross, who's just rolled over the scales and winner of Eibach GLTC race number 2.
Your Eibach GLTC winner, Justin Ross, making it 2 for 2. I know you said it wasn't easy this morning. Was it any easier in the second race?
No. I mean, conditions were a little bit, track was definitely not fantastic. We all had to deal with it at the beginning, so it was tiptoeing a little bit at the beginning and then set the head down, gave it a charge, and finished it up. So pretty happy.
Halfway there, we'll ask you the same question as our overall winner. You've made it 2 for 2. Can you make it 4 for 4?
It's going to be the shot, so we're going to try it and see. I might play race 4 conservatively if we win race 3, so we'll see what happens.
Well, congratulations on a pretty darn good start to the weekend, guys.
GridLife Drift at one of the most spectacular road courses in North America. Welcome back to GridLife Laguna and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Hello, Matt Field, going for a little slide there through the inside of turn 2.
Yeah, it was an interesting way to use it. One of those things, you show a drifter some tarmac, and they're going to use every single little bit of it, and that's exactly what we saw there from Matt Field. So pretty epic way to get things kicked off, and another beautiful vista from what we've got here. You can see what they're able to kind of shoot those cars through. So great set of runs so far from some incredible drivers, incredible cars. And there he is, Matt Field, developing that mid-engine Corvette. And we're seeing a little bit more of that. Chelsea Van Elf is not here right now in a Porsche as well. We saw Farouk out here. The car is not ready, but putting an LS in the back of a Porsche, not something that's completely unheard of, but to do that in drifting is quite rare. So we're getting to that point where the technology is getting pretty wild, and the ability to set the cars up is quite nuts. So now we can start doing crazy stuff like C8 Corvettes, and that's what we've got here with Matt Field and Farouk Kougai out in front of him. We're going to see some tandem of some rear front engine and some mid-engine pumping through the smoke. And where else in the world are you going to see something like that?
What's the difference in setting up a mid-engine car for drift versus a rear drive car? I know that changes the weight and balance quite a bit, but I imagine there's pretty significant changes you have to make to keep that balance controllable past the limit.
Yeah, so much like a lot of auto racing, things have developed through the years, and there was a point in time, I would say 8 years ago, where there was a lot of talk about pushing as much weight to the back of the car as possible to get that pendulum effect, to get the car to rip around. Now, the downside with something like that is that when that car wants to swing around, it's going to do so with a lot more force, with a lot more momentum. And now we're, interestingly and counterintuitively to what Matt Field is doing, we're kind of in an era where a lot of weight is getting pushed forward because the drivers have figured out how to get as much grip out of the rear as possible, and now the issue is actually the front. They're understeering with these cars, which might seem a little bit weird considering what they're doing. So when he's working, believe it or not, those cars are very well balanced from factory, being mid-engine, so it's not that much of an ask. You're moving the battery up there. If you've got maybe a cool shirt or something like that, you're going to run that water tank up there or something like that. So every little bit you can find.
Here's a question I have, and this is one that I've talked to Grace Sitton about a little bit. Let's talk aero on a drift car, because my grip racing brain can't really comprehend how aero is functional at really high slip angles. So can you tell me about how a driver would go about putting aero bits, whether it be splitter, diffuser, wing, that sort of thing, and how effective are they sideways?
Okay, so this is actually thank you for bringing this up. This is any of that stuff. Aero is used to direct smoke. So as a lead car driver, you will actually some teams, Steph Papadakis pretty notably, although we're starting to see it out of RTR as well, they will run little things like canards, even like kind of fake diffusers in the back to try and channel the smoke in as thick of a column backwards as possible. It's also to create negative pressure in the driver compartment to pull smoke out of it. So we use aero in a very different way. And what's interesting, though, sorry, I'm going to nerd out real hard on this one.
I'm fascinated by this.
So with cars that have an enclosed cockpit, so if you look at like the RTR Mustangs where they're running plexi all the way through, what we're noticing is the smoke buildup is actually happening a little bit further on the car. So as a chase driver who's trying to get really into the side of the vehicle, that smoke is actually billowing right around the door, and they become very hard to chase because you can't see where the door is or that smoke's coming in. So I predict that we will start seeing more and more Lexan windows in drift cars, so that way that smoke buildup actually happens further up. And there's Matt Coffin going for another backy. That one is better. Very little adjustment coming out of it. So yeah, aero and drifting we don't talk about a lot, but it's one of those like secret, quiet discussions that happens in the pits that never really makes it public.
I think that is so fascinating, and I hadn't really thought about that, because all aerodynamics are in a grip car are basically creating high and low pressure zones to help the handling of the vehicle, but using those high and low pressure zones to direct where the smoke column is extremely useful. That's fascinating.
There is some talk, and so another way, because we're a judge sport, certain tracks you're allowed to run wings, certain ones you're not, and it depends on the series as well. But over in Europe, they will set their wing height so the end plate basically just scrapes along the wall. So it might indicate to the judges that you're a little bit closer to the wall than what you might actually be. So sometimes we'll see drivers utilizing wing heights and measuring it so that way it scrapes the wall. Really dynamic, really impactful in just that little bit of a nudge to hopefully get the judges to think you're that much closer to the wall.
Wow,
so
that is an unbelievable. Thank you for saying that. That is really, really cool.
Yeah. I love the really, really nerdy stuff when it comes to drifting.
No, that's big. I think about that completely differently now. You know, when you're watching, like Matt Kaufman's car, for example, actually has a very kind of stout column coming off the tailpipes, and it really is contained pretty well. And you kind of see it here going down into turn one, considering, he doesn't have a ton of big wings and things on that car, but just the way that the rear fenders are shaped, look how, it's just coming right off the rear tires and coming straight out the back of the car.
Yeah, so, part of drifting is getting the competitor to get lost in the smoke, and there are tactics that can be played, especially when it comes to where you transition and things along those lines. So if you can get that driver lost in the smoke, often they will kind of punch through the smoke in the wrong spot, either early or late, and what we're seeing now in drifting, because it's gotten so close, is we're having to find some new tactics. Most notably, to me, a lot of the races this year, or events this year, have been won by drivers who are pulling out something kind of crazy in the last few moments. Adam LZ on Frederick Osbo did so, and it was pretty wild. He did that in New Jersey and shook off a multiple-time champion with just a crazy entry.
We'll head it off into turn 6 here. There's one, that yellow C5 Corvette. There's Matt Kaufman again. One of the biggest sends that we've seen in history here at GridLife was here a couple years ago in 2023. And there's one of the FCP Euro Audi S4s, and CEO Michael Hurricane chasing Grace, sitting in the passenger seat there, getting his video for the GridLife media team in that Hyundai Ioniq. A really cool view out the nose of that car.
Yeah, and Michael, I mean, he's got his own racing pedigree. He's quite awarded as well, an incredible competitor and driver. So him being out there in that Hyundai, promoting that brand and just having a great time is not unheard of. And I mean, hey, the position he sits in, why not just say, I'm going out there, I'm going to go have myself a little bit of fun.
Yeah, certainly, and that's a cool-looking car, too. You don't see a ton of Audis in GridLife in general.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know why, because talking about a pedigree of a racing car, they're definitely up there, so I'm actually kind of shocked that we don't see more of them in a few of the different classes. For drifting, it's a little bit tougher. So you talked about, you kind of have to put some stub hubs up front to keep the wheel bearings in, because that's being used for that. Look at Matfield. That's one of those, like, kind of flex things, when you just absolutely initiate completely next to somebody else. So there's a lot of machismo, if you will, in drifting. It's a very stylish sport, and you're going to try some pretty crazy stuff. And Matt Field is very, very much known for that, a very outspoken driver, and come very close to winning championships in multiple years. And it's kind of unfortunate how close he's gotten so many times. But one day he will be an FD champion, I guarantee it.
Hand out the window there, waving hi to the chase car. And I mentioned Green, not good luck in motorsport. You know, here's another little, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not suspicious.
Like a little bit of lore. Or, superstition.
Superstition, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah.
All the pit stalls there. There is no 13th pit stall.
Okay, that's a good one.
Just like when I was on the plane to board to come out here, there's no 13th row in airplanes.
Interesting. I've never known. I've been on a lot of planes this year, and I never noticed that.
Yeah, I have a picture of it. I'll show you later.
12 to 14.
12 to 14, yeah. And it's the same thing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Pretty cool, but
big thing is a tire warm-up, because they'll kind of do some burnouts in the beginning, and most drivers are pretty locked into the way that they warm up their tires, and you can start to tell those patterns after watching them a lot, where they'll come in, maybe do 3 scrubs to the front tires to get them warmed up, deliberately understeering them, and then they'll do, like 2 figure eights, and then do like a big burnout, and then pull up to the line. So a little bit of superstition on the drifting side of things too. Yeah. Although I don't know of anything quite like the green car thing, so might have to move that one over. Rome Sharpens here, man. You might have to change the color of your car, because
that might be a NASCAR thing.
Interesting.
Or maybe it's an IndyCar thing. I have to check my motorsports history, but I've heard that one a number of places.
I know taking the number 1, placard was bad luck for a long time. I think Max Verstappen kind of shut that down for a long time.
Yeah, he shut a lot of things down, didn't he?
Yeah. Points-wise, he's still technically in the points race, which is wild. This F1 season has been fascinating.
I think he's made his first official GT3 start as well. So
I think he just won his first official GT3 race, if I'm not mistaken.
That would not surprise me.
Started in 3rd, got the pass done, and then finished a minute. Sorry to spoil alert everybody. I'm sorry, but finished a minute ahead of the 2nd place. So you're right.
So dumb.
It's wild. I love it. Squeamish things. Go check out her Facebook, because she's shown some of the injuries that come along with being a stunt performer. So a big smile with a very broken arm is a famous photo from her. She's fallen down something like 200 steps in her career.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and also just done some stunt driving in some movies as well.
Whoa. Ooh, that was Matt Kaufman's taking a swing at Hurricane there.
Yeah, maybe they had some words.
Tires in the dirt there. Yeah, I live a low-risk life generally.
Really?
And I mean, driving around racetracks is my one exception, but they have an ambulance stationed every couple of corners for me, and generally I'm in the passenger seat anyways, and I put all my trust in my friends.
That is fair. I'm not a great passenger. I tend to get nauseous pretty quick, so I stay out of that. I'll do a couple of ride-alongs a year and, grin and bear it, and yeah, but I mean, I guess my high risk is just all the flights I'm on every year. So as high risk as I get at this point. I do some drifting as well, just not to this level by any means. I like to get out there and get sideways when I get a chance, but not many of those days a year are free for me to do that.
And we're just seeing really high speeds here too. Again, a lot of drifting is generally done on smaller courses or, you know, inside ovals and figure eights and things like that. There's some road course sections like we see at Road Atlanta and things of the sort, but when you have a whole racetrack as a playground, you see speeds well into the triple digits for initiations, and that just brings a whole other element to this. Is you know, when you initiate at 120, is the car going to do the same thing as it does at 65?
It's pretty similar, just things are taking a little bit. Oh, tire blowout.
Ouch.
Sorry about all that carbon fiber. Oh no, tire's still, no, it's done. It's done. You can see the silver there from that coming off, so one of the belts would have popped. Definitely want to slow that down. Yeah, that's definitely the sound of your lap is finished, although drivers will try and extend it as much as possible because they eat through quite a lot of tires. So a tire sponsorship is the first thing you want to work on when you become a competitive drifter. That is for sure.
Again, Falcon and Toyo, we're calling your name.
Yeah, well, I mean, Falcon not so much in drifting anymore, unfortunately. I think Toyo put their toes in pretty early on. I want to say 05 to 08. Someone can fact check me on that one, please.
Oh boy, there's tire debris everywhere.
Yeah, it's going to happen at a drift event.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to happen. I actually have a little jar of tire debris left over from Irwindale Speedway before it got shut down. Little keepsake. That was our home of drifting for a very, very long time here in the United States, and unfortunately now a giant pile of rubble due to real estate. So thanks, everybody. But hey, you know what? You move on, and I'm only as bitter as I sound.
Yeah, man. You know, that's why you see a lot of these racetracks that are, you know, historic American road racing circuits, generally out sort of in the middle of nowhere. And you know what's interesting to me is that we've seen a lot of popularity in street racing, racing in city streets, organized, you know, controlled with barriers and things, not like we used to do it in the 50s and 60s, but circuits like Long Beach, for example, that Formula Drift competes at, and that just brings the racing to the people, and then it's gone. So no racetrack to deal with after the event is over, and it brings a lot of people to the venue. But I do think that we're going to be missing out on the spectacular nature of some of these old school circuits when the world encroaches.
Yeah, I agree. And what's interesting, at least in the drifting world, is we're seeing a lot of smaller bespoke drifting venues popping up. Driven Lux Circuit's a small one out there in Alabama that's doing a great job and slowly expanding. We're seeing a lot of those, even like what's going on with Mid Pond right now. Just a lot of small circuits are either converting from go-karts over into drifting, and even drag racing converting into drifting, which we see at Old Bridge Raceway in New Jersey.
Yeah, so a lot of history, not only in road racing but in drift. And see the clouds off in the distance. They look a little mean, but we're not expecting to see anything come out of them. And we're almost done with our day as well. So looks like drift is going to wrap up. Let's have a look at the highlights here from our drift session this afternoon before we get set up for our Grid Life Rush Series race. As we are just finishing up the last couple of cars making revolutions around this 2.238 mile circuit. Jacob, final thoughts here on the drift for the day. Looks like they're turning everybody around. They're going to be wrapped up, and I don't think we have any more runs. No, we don't. So it'll be Rush Series after this and then wrapped up.
Yeah, final thoughts. One, thank you for the great questions. As you can tell, I get very animated when it comes to drifting. It is my absolute love and passion, and any chance I get to spread the word of drifting, I make it sound like a religion. It kind of is more like a cult, but anytime I get a chance to talk about drifting, I'm very happy to do so. It's pretty much how I make my living between podcasts, FD Drift Masters, this, LS Fest, any drift event that they allow me to show up to and hand me a microphone, I'm there. And even events that I don't get a microphone, I'm still there.
Let's have a look at those highlights I talked about a moment ago. Big sends in this one. And look at Justin Pollack, hand out the window, encouraging Forrest Wang, get a little closer, why not?
Yeah, the old, I mean, I'm surprised you don't get the door tap, the international sign for come up and mess up the livery. And in drifting, it's a sign of respect to get into the side of somebody, as long as you're not doing it in a disrespectful way. There is Matt Field once again, and then Matt Kaufman. Man, just an incredible driver. I would pay good money to see him back in pros. And Dara Kennedy being chased down there by Larry Chen and that Boss S13, and some beautiful, clean cars as well. We get that BMW and that incredible Mercedes. Bring more Mercedes to drifting. Big fan of those. Same with Volvos. Love seeing a brick go sideways.
There's that back E into 5. Wheels rolling backwards and throttle up and push it through. Nicely done.
Yeah, very, very smooth there from Matt Coffin, making it look very easy. I challenge anybody here to do that on a racetrack, please. Don't do it anywhere else. And there, I think this is our tire pop here. There it is. There
man.
She goes.
Holy cow, that a cool shot that is. Blowing off the bodywork on that Z.
Yeah, X-Comp good to the last drop on that one.
That'll wrap up Grid Life Drift here this afternoon.
anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder, slicker, cooler, tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
The GRIDLIFE Rush Series Championship will come to a close this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We kicked off the season all the way out in South Carolina at Carolina Motorsports Park. Then it was Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the second round. We'll come all the way out to California for the sixth and final round after a couple trips up to Wisconsin and Connecticut, and of course our Midwest Festival at Gingerman Raceway. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens again for the second race of the day for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series and the last race on the schedule for the afternoon here for our broadcast. So we're going to finish out with a high note here. Incredibly exhilarating racing in that first race of the day.
Oh, it was nuts. I mean, a lot of it, Ryan Leach, James French, big battle there, but a bunch of contact, drivers making some insane dive bombs in parts of the track you would never expect it. That corkscrew basically became a ramp for most of these drivers. And yeah, I'm expecting big things from this one as well. Pack, you can still go for it at the best time and actually be able to start in a more advantageous place a little bit later on tomorrow.
Lots of drivers putting in laps on the simulator to practice this place. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, originally built in 1957 as a 1.9-mile course. What you see as Andretti hairpin all the way up through turn 5. It didn't used to exist at least until 1988. You see where turn 2 is? That just cut straight on through to where turn 5 is now. That was how short the original configuration was. You'd carry about 170 miles an hour in the Can-Am cars of old. Up to turn 6 now, just under the bridge that you use to get into the facility, a fast left-hand kink that leads you up to one of the most famous corners in the world.
Yeah, and it's one of the, this is one of the only classes where you can make a pass in 6 and make a pass all the way through 7 and 8, which is nuts. There is no part on this track where we hadn't seen some sort of wild pass going on, especially in 9. Drivers carrying a lot of speed down into that corner. Through 10, it is just all throttle all the way through. And then depending on how bold you want to be through that braking section into 11, that is going to set you up for that straightaway. And as we have these spec cars, it's not much of a drag race. It's more of a draft race before they cut through 1 and back into that hairpin again and start things all over again.
Yeah, looking good here at the 2.24-mile racetrack. And as we finish up having a look at our facility, we're going to look at that beautiful sign, and we should see cars of the GRIDLIFE Rush Series head out onto the course. If you're not familiar with these, they're from Rush Auto Works, so the SR model, and that stands for Sports Racer. They can be had for about 50 grand, all-inclusive package, and of course they're great high-performance machines, but make about 150 horsepower, but they just don't weigh very much.
No.
They're GSX 1000cc bike motor, and they rip.
Yeah, and listen, if you want one cheaper, there's a few of them that are a little banged up. You might be able to get a great deal here this weekend. Come on down, bring a trailer, bring some cash. You might be able to get yourself into one of these rush seats pretty cheap on a few competitors that need a little bit of fiberglass work, as we see them all now rolling out into the grid, and it is going to be another fascinating one. So Ryan Leach, James French starting on that front row, 1 and 2. Second row, Blair Hosey, as well as Bryce Mersberger, and that is going to do it for them. To get into row 3, we got Jalen Bately, Nico Baratz taking 5 and 6, now 7 and 8, Cole Gama and Sebastian Beaupre. And in our 5th row, Andy Vogel needs to move up there, and Omar Kayal.
Michael Schneider rolls off 11th place in the number 2. Ellis Spezia rolls off 12th in the number 111. TJ Hunt starts in 13th place alongside Alex Chang, making his return to Rush Series competition. Then it's Ryerson Whistle, best name in racing, I swear to God. Nate Hamilton rolls off 16th in the 144. Hassan Ahmed in 17th. Then Sam Kim, 18th place in the number 153, followed by Matt Wilson and Vila Saldana in the number 30.
And that's going to do the first half of the pack. And getting into the second half, Brett Diacomo versus Samuel Reed in row 11. That'll be an interesting start for them. Benjamin Quain and Larry Brady taking row 12. Moving into row 13, Josh Legama and Jeff Hardesty. For row 14, we get into Tom Kirsting and Ryan Kircher, and that's going to be an interesting start for both of them, trying to move back up in the pack. Jake Sanders and Michael Neff will have to battle through them in row 15.
Yep, and row 16, it'll be J.D. Kroll and Rahul Nair starting alongside each other, 31st and 32nd. Then Leah Bauer, the 107, and John Robinson in the number 190. Had a troublesome race one. Bradley Vincent starts 20th in the 35th spot, the 23 car. John Babbitt in the number 60 in 36th. Then Kyle Melnick and Gage Hughes in 37th and 38th. Penalty for the 51 for contact. Same with Ethan Hardesty. They will start at the tail of the field. Have a look at the weekend points so far. Ryan Leach leads the way with 27 over James French with 24, and that was by virtue of his second place result and the pole position is how he got those 24 points. Blair Hosey, then Bryce Mersberger, and Nico Bratz. So we'll watch that shifted shovel throughout this race and the rest of the weekend to see who goes home with the trophy. The championship points, though, again, that is going to be Ryan Leach out in front by a long ways.
Interesting to see how many action cameras these drivers have out there. I mean, it is incredible racing, very exciting racing, and take a look through this grid. Check out for some YouTube channels as well, because watching the on-track action, you realize just how fast these cars feel. They are very, very quick, and the racing is within millimeters of each other the entire lap.
And here's the championship points as they stand. Ryan Leach a long ways ahead, 458 on the season. That is an unbelievable accumulation. Randy Vogel behind him at 346. Then James French, Blair Hosey, and Nico Bratz with 275. So that's where we stand as far as the points for the season. But again, just this individual race weekend, we do our weekend championships. That's where you get the trophies. There will be a big trophy awarded to Ryan Leach at season's end, though, for what has been an exceptional season. Regardless of what happens for the rest of the weekend now, though, with that race win earlier today, I'm pretty sure he's got that locked up.
Yeah, it kind of becomes a battle for second with James French on an absolute heater. He has an opportunity to pick up a lot of points and maybe able to shift the tides just a little bit. But one race, one lap at a time, as these competitors now starting to come around the last part of their formation lap and will get stacked back up. And when that green flag goes, everybody goes. You don't need to wait to get to the start line, ladies and gentlemen. You see that flag and you start racing, and a few drivers getting caught out pretty early on as the pace car comes off and they come down the straight.
Yeah, that starter might as well have a lighter in his hand, because he's about to ignite a fuse. Explosive energy in the GridLife Rush Series Championship. Here we go. WeatherTech Race We're going to take a little bit of smoke from one of the cars on the front three rows. Green flag, and we're underway. Everybody will have to scatter around Nico Bratz and Cole Gamba. Andy Vogel trying to poke his way up to the outside of the turn in Concepts purple car. Down to turn two. One car in the dirt looking for road that doesn't exist.
Yeah, that might be smoke off Bryce Mersberger, which is not good for him, but it might have been cleared up. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And was Ryan Leach able to keep that lead? Pretty tough to tell. Pack looking very, very collected at this point in time. Not a lot of jockeying. Everybody kind of holding in. We're seeing a bit more smoke again. And what car is that coming off of?
Is that Blair Hosey? I don't want to say that. Hosey's up in third, so I don't think it's that car. But that's a lot of smoke there. Could be a tire rub from some kind of potential contact, but he is definitely slowing now. I think a number on the side of that's the blue and red car. Can't quite see it there as they blaze by us in turn 5, but it's going to create an issue for sure. You can't have the bodywork rubbing for that long. Sometimes the tire will kind of self-clearance, but that looks to be a lot of smoke. It's going to get worse here at the compression at 6.
Yeah, and there it is, starting to really, really bellow out now that from that right rear. So it doesn't seem like it's coming out of the exhaust, but I think you're right. That bodywork rubbing and falling pretty far back in the pack as everybody else has to avoid a little bit of it. Now they're diving into the corkscrew, and we'll see them hopefully single file. A couple of drivers going for a dive.
Ooh. Spicy, but so far so good on the run down the hill. And still a lot of smoke out of that car, trundling down through Rainy Curve. Still can't make out the number on that car.
Yeah, it seemed 2 digits is all I got out of it on that one.
I just had the door cards. I made them a little bigger this year to hopefully see them, but they're flying around here. Here comes battle for the lead. James French sweeps to the right. Maybe a little side draft here to try to get by Ryan Leach under the flag stand. Lap 1 complete. The gap between the cars, 84 thousandths of a second. Here comes James French to the outside.
Is he going late braking on the outside? Will he sweep back in? No, he's getting caught. Look at that, scraping. That is how much braking he is putting into it now. Can he get back on the throttle? Or are we going to see Hosier able to clean things up behind the two cars that are battling? Often when you get these battles going, it's the car behind that's hunting them down that's able to take the most advantage of it. But French not able to make the pass, but actually losing a little bit of pace. And Hosier now able to clean up a little bit of room.
And Merzberger and Batley are watching this from 4th and 5th and hoping these front three start to scrap. Down to the braking zone for 5. Leach a little wider on the entry, and French has been stronger on the brakes so far. Tracking out again, no worries about track limits here. Everything paved is fair game. But Leach, French, Hosey, how many times have we said that this season?
We're going to probably keep saying it all weekend unless somebody decides to do something a little bit more wild or potentially going off. But no one wants to win a race like that. Leach still holding down that lead pretty well. French following him behind, now closing up that gap once again. We've seen him go for some crazy moves through here, especially those sweep back on transition. There it is. Oh, he went for it. He wanted it, but wasn't able to hold the grip coming through it. Now sweeps back onto the inside. Man, he is fighting for this. French is just going to war.
Yeah, this is super fun to watch, but as soon as they get side by side, that's going to bring Blair Hosey in to maybe pick their pockets. They have to keep an eye on their rearview mirrors here. Bryce Merzberger and Jalen Batley, they ran nose-to-tail race after race in Chicagoland a couple of weeks ago at Autobahn Country Club. That was a non-points event there, but Merzberger came out on top all 4 times. I bet you Batley's tired of looking at the back of that 114.
Yeah, and Merzberger not able to really keep up the first 3 in the pack, and now he got that off.
Still can't see the number on this car. Man, I'm on like 48. Is that right? I think that's what I saw.
That's okay. We'll get there. Now we're getting our... There we go. And it looks like French are trying to get that pass done. And now they're going side by side coming into this corner.
Ooh.
Oh, that is so tight. Wow. Nothing between them.
Around the outside at 3. Leach opens the door again, but he can't lunge up the inside. He stays second place for now. By the way, thank you to our team behind the scenes there. It's the number 45 car, Sebastian Beaupre, that had the tire rub. So he's off course now, unfortunately. But lead change and French out front.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. Just an incredibly heroic move there. But Hosey now able to get that draft in, and is he going to go for a move in a similar spot? We'll see as we get a little bit of sparks to that compression in 6. Hosey kind of taking his time, trying to figure when the best spot is to make that dive, and just see if he wants to go for it. I mean, I say hold off for just a little bit longer. Maybe hope for some sort of opening, but those opportunities don't come very often.
So when we started the year, Ryan Leach won the first 12 races at CMP, Road Atlanta, and GridLife Midwest Festival at Gingerman Raceway. When he went to Road America, didn't win a single race there. You know who took advantage of that was James French and Blair Hosey. And when we went to the next round at Lime Rock Park, Ryan Leach was second, first. The driver that beat him there, Blair Hosey again. So the only other drivers to beat Ryan Leach this year are the 2 drivers that flank him right now, one in front, one behind.
Yeah, that is going to be really interesting as now we get the update on the scoreboard there. French officially leading that lap, and more sparks under braking for all 3 cars running quite low and getting those cars a little bit softer to get through these corners. There's very minimal setup changes that they can make, but it looks like those 3 have all made very similar changes to run that tight in the pack, and you can start to see, I guess, some of the groupings as we come through turn 2.
Yeah, you can run lower tire pressures as well, just get a little bit more mechanical grip, but when you do that, you're going to lower your effective ride height. And with that lead change, have a look at this. It puts James French out ahead of Leach by 1 point in those weekend points.
Interesting. So French has really got to hold on to this, and Hosey still trailing a little bit behind, but we've got more races still to go, and he can clean that up, especially as we see how competitive the battle for French and Leach is right now.
Whoa. Big moment into turn 5, and Nico Bratz is going to pounce on it as they head up the hill towards turn number 6. And again, Vocal in 9th place right now. Spezia has gotten by him. I think Bratz is going to try to squeeze up the inside there, door to door, side by side through turn 6.
God, this is why spec racing can be so beautiful. Now we get another pass going 3 wide going up the hill.
Nope. No, we're still going to try it. I can't believe it. No, someone's got to back out. Not going to work over the crest. Do they come out of it okay? Sort of. Bratz has to cut the course, and that was a big move there by Omar Kayal in the 350. Wow.
Holy. Now, there's very few drivers that are going to try that, but sitting a little bit further mid-pack, you might go for a bit of a dive like that. A little reckless, but it pays to be reckless sometimes.
These guys, I don't know how they do it. They're so aggressive in these races here. And back under the inside, Andy Vocal at turn 11, and here comes Bratz back with them as well. The Ryerson Whistle chasing down Uvedal side by side, taking swings at each other up the front straight.
Yeah, and for Vocal, he needs this in second in points currently, and I mean, if he's going to have any fight back, especially with the way that French is driving, Vocal needs every point he can get.
Go, turn 1. Contact there, maybe slightly, but Bratz had to take to the yellow sausage curb, and Vocal hangs on for now. He's
far up. A little bit of a inside fight between him and fellow drifter Nate Hamilton before the event began, sitting in 9th and 10th. So now the bragging rights begin as TJ Hunt sitting in 8th.
That's a really impressive drive for Hunt. And Vocal again, too hot into 5. Bratz is going to take advantage of it on exit, and they're going to drag race up to 6 again. They did this last time around.
Yeah, Vocal going pretty wide through that section. And now we'll see if Kayla is able to adapt to that and make a bit of a dive as well.
So aggressive. They're just leaving nothing out there. And to see TJ just up the road as well, putting some pressure on the drivers ahead. But this is the battle. Vocal up the inside of the corkscrew, doesn't have the overlap to make the pass.
No, not able to get it done there, but we'll see how some of these other drivers are able to kind of take advantage of that. It's amazing how one small mistake on the exit of a turn is going to turn the tide for your lap. And I thought we saw a bit of an off there. Yeah. Might have been for Bratz, but wasn't entirely sure.
That was Ryerson. Oh, trouble for the 128. That's unfortunate. By the way, that was Ryerson Whistle that was chasing Omar Kayal.
Yeah.
And the 128 car.
Jeff Hardesty.
Thank you. Has it off. Where do we see that car?
Whoa, we got another lockup going on. These cars are taking some serious damage. Lockup going into 2.
Yeah, just dragging the tires. You're going downhill there, and the track sort of falls away, so very easy to lock up that inside front. And what you don't want to do in a car without ABS is drag that tire on the surface. It'll grind a flat spot into it, and every time you go to the brake pedal after that, it'll keep catching, and you have a bad vibration the more and more you lock that up, and it'll just get worse. So you have to really take care of your tires. Even though this race is short, one big sustained lockup can make your wheel feel pretty awful.
Yeah, and arguably unusable at a certain point. You'll start dropping speed through the straightaways. That car is vibrating. You might find that it starts jumping a little bit more into some of the corners. So, yeah, that can definitely ruin an entire race. And nobody wants to be swapping tires either.
No.
Not cheap. They're cheaper than a lot, but still not cheap.
Well, they're little on this car, so that helps a lot. You don't have to run a crazy super wide tire, but plunge. Ooh, man, you hear that car hit the ground and the revs picked up because it just spun up the diff there, and now through the left-hander here at turn 9, and man, Leach is just trying to hold off Blair Hosey. This is getting scrappy between these two.
Yeah, it's getting wild to say the least. All of our competitors, it shows how much it means to them into this battle, and this is our race 2, so it's be halfway through our head-to-head battles, but every point counts. And look at that, taking on the inside, able to get that pass done very, very tidy.
That will put Blair Hosey up to 2nd place, and we'll drop Leach one more spot, but Leach isn't going to give this up just yet. We'll have a look on the outside and now try the inside, but he was earlier on the brakes trying to fake out Hosey, see if he could get him to overdrive that first corner.
Yeah, and French now taking on a bit more of a commanding lead, able to get that dive in a bit earlier on in this race and doing a great job, and now Leach deciding to try and cut to the inside, does a great job.
And Hosey, you see him try to over-under there, getting on the throttle a little bit sooner, but wasn't able to carry enough speed to do that. All the while, James French is gone. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as he got that fresh air, he's doing an incredible job of extending out that gap. So every turn right now between Hosey and Leach is becoming a war. And some of it is just who's willing to brake just a little bit later or who's willing to wreck their car just to gain a spot.
Yeah, Blair Hosey has been slightly faster this race. See the best lap delta, 45 thousandths disadvantage to Leach. So he's a little slower, Leach is, than Hosey over the course of this race, but Hosey runs behind him. So it's not always the fastest car that finishes ahead.
But it will be the fastest car that sets up for our next race, so there's going to be part of that as well. So, yeah, you may not be able to get ahead, but maybe you can just put in one heater of a lap and then gain that spot back for the next race, have a bit more of an advantage, although I'm finding that the starting order gives you a bit of an advantage, but not much.
Yeah, again, you can make big moves here when you go 4 wide into turn 1. Full course yellow. That's going to bring an interesting end to this race. Not sure what for or where. Don't see anything from our vantage point up here, but that is only 4 minutes to go. So if this is more than just a lap, this could be the end of the race. See a truck over there. Oh, it's Hassan Ahmed at turn 11.
That might be a pretty quick off where he is. They can kind of drag him across course, but we'll have to see there as we start to see some personal bests coming in. TJ Hunt, Bratz getting in another personal best, so we're picking up those times for a lot of these drivers coming across the line, and we'll have to keep our eye out for those yellow flags to see what ends up happening. Pace car now out on track.
So while we're under safety car here, you mentioned the fastest lap is how we grid the next race. We can actually sort the ticker to show you how the next race grid is going to look. So we'll have Mike behind the scenes flip that for us here in just a moment. And here you go.
Oh,
so
Mike, my hero.
This is going to be your order for race 3 if we finish as is or if the lap times don't change. So that'll put French and Hosey on the front row. Leach, Merzberger, Batley, no changes there. But Andy Vocal and Tent. So it doesn't really change a ton, but it does kind of shift and shuffle things a little bit for that front row, because Hosey right now is behind Leach on the racetrack, but ahead of him is fastest lap time.
It also means, too, if you do have that incident, it doesn't mean you're completely out of the next race. You might have put in a really, really good lap time, and now you've got an overnight to be able to get that car repaired. So just because you had an incident, as we did get a quick flash of another vehicle off track, so counting 2 as we go right now, which just further embeds the idea that we may be finishing under yellow here. Nobody wants to finish under caution, but them's are the rules of racing.
Yeah, I also wonder, again, as far as the...
I like it when you wonder.
Well, just because, you know, we only have 2 minutes to go, but our races are 15 minutes in theory.
Okay.
We have a little bit of wiggle room. We don't have rules that say the race is always 15 minutes. So here's what I'm going to propose. It's the tail end of the day. There's nothing after this.
No.
We have the opportunity to run a couple extra minutes in this race in order to get a green flag result. The hope is to get a green-white checker. If you're familiar with NASCAR stock car racing, that's either, in our case, a green flag lap followed by the final lap, or just a green and a white together in a one-lap shootout to the end. Whenever possible, we try to finish under green, but if it's not possible, we can end under yellow, but we just have to fit in the window. There's just nothing after this, so we might be able to get a green flag.
And this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when a commentator tries to plead to a race director. That's exactly what we're seeing here, trying to influence the show, but we're here for the show. And I completely agree. I would love to see, especially as they're all stacked up, give us a one-lap shootout to really determine what the placing is going to be. We already know what the start looks like. Imagine if the finish looked that much closer.
You know who hates that idea?
French.
James French.
Yeah. Oh, another car pulling off to the side.
Is that Ellis Spezia, the 111?
It might be.
Uh-oh. He was up in 8th place and pulling off to the inside. That is going to be heartbreak for the young racer. Would have just rather had this race be frozen as is, right? But
the upside too is now, was that sort still on lap time, or was that
we're back to normal now. So.
I thought that might have been his lap time. He should be fairly close to that. We're green.
Well, we're green, but the problem is that we've got a car on course there at turn 9, and I don't think they had time to react to it. So we're gonna have a yellow at sector 3, but on the green flag, French trying to defend. Here comes a whole host of drivers down into turn 1.
Oh wow, French doing a great job keeping out front, taking that mid line to try and fight off anybody coming either inside or outside, but now it's getting real scrappy, coming from 2 to 3. Who's going to make the dive bomb?
Is that Batley on the outside trying to steal this race? It is. He's in the dirt, though, and he can't do it. And who's in the middle there? Is that TJ Hunt?
It might be. I think TJ Hunt has just moved himself way up the pack on that restart. What a great job of getting the traction down, and I think that's putting him up into, what, 4th?
It is TJ Hunt, and he's looking for 3rd place on the brakes alongside Jalen Batley. There's Michael Schneider in the 2 car.
He's got it done.
Where did they come from? P3 for TJ Hunt.
Wow, TJ Hunt, what is happening here? As we're seeing a bit more contact smoke going on.
Yeah, that's Leach with a right rear tire rub. That's, if he blows that tire out, that could be huge, not only for the weekend title, but the championship as well.
What a scramble.
Oh boy, and this is what you get at the tail end of these races here. Down into the corkscrew, potentially for the penultimate time. French, Michael Schneider, TJ Hunt.
Oh,
and
Schneider was
flying off these cars.
Yeah, Schneider with a hard bottom out coming through that corkscrew, losing a bit of aero, and that's pretty detrimental. Oh! Is that Leach again, just getting a bit sideways there.
Oh, and they got a yellow flag here, so they can't make passes, but Leach just trying to survive with that right rear tire.
Oh, he is praying for a checker coming around this corner.
I don't think we're going to get a checker. We'll probably get a white as we come across the line here. Let's see. James French coming across the line, and it is going to be a checker.
Wow.
James French wins the race. Then it's Michael Schneider and TJ Hunt on the podium. How about that?
Oh, man. Big ups for the Drift Boys for TJ Hunt. That's incredible with the... Yeah, just man, what a bold move through that pack. We had about 6 drivers all going into turn 2, and just James French gritting his teeth, taking that midline, defending them all off. But he might have won the race, but to me, TJ Hunt is the big winner in that one, coming all the way back up from 8th and making that dive. Oh, man, that is massive. That's just finding an open spot and going for it.
That was unbelievable, that restart. Remember that our rules here in Grid Life are green flag means go. You don't have to wait in line. There's no lane change rule. Green flag means go. Let's have a look here at our results for Grid Life Rush Series race number 2. James French gets it done. Michael Schneider, TJ Hunt, Ryan Leach, Blair Hosey, your top 5.
Yeah, that is insane. And then Bryce Mersberger, and then Jalen Batley, Nico Baratz, and Andy Vogel with Ryan Whistle taking out that full top 10. Wild start.
Yeah, Cole Gamma in the number 95 up to 11th. Nate Hamilton in that team rapscallion battle with TJ Hunt. Well, he lost that battle. He finished 12th. Alex Chang and Brett DiGiacomo 14th. Sam Kim in 15th. Villa Saldana, Sam Reed, Bradley Vincent, Matt Wilson, and Gage Hughes wrap up the top 20. And there was lots of spicy battles back here in 21st on back 2.
Yeah, I wish we had more cameras because we got to see those battles. Ryan Kirch, Benjamin Quain, Omar Kayal, Kyle Nelkin, Larry Brady, Ethan Hardesty, John Babbitt, Logan Frost, Josh Lauman, and Jake Sanders rounding out that full back grid. And kind of the drivers a little bit further back, Tom Kirsting, Earl Nair, JD Krull, Lee Bauer, Elias Spiza, Hassan Ahmed, Jeff Hardesty, Sebastian Beaupre. Down quite a few laps.
Yeah.
Going out pretty early.
Unfortunate for Ellis Spezia. He's the driver stuck there at turn number 10. Unfortunate for him. Sebastian Beaupre with that tire rub early on in the race dropped him all the way down the order as he is out of the running. Let's have a look at the highlights here from Grid Life Rush Series race number 2 here from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It was a spicy start as we have gotten all season long here. 4 wide on the start, but look at this battle between the front runners, Ryan Leach and James French. Leach led the opening bits of this race, but French fought back a little bit later.
Yeah, I thought the highlights were just going to be us watching the entire race again because the whole thing felt like that. So many battles. I mean, for the front of the grid, mid-pack, all the way through. It's unfortunate we just can't see every single camera angle for every single corner because what an incredible race. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at that bump, basically bump drafting going into 2 and getting that sling out. And we see a lot of bottoming out coming through the corkscrew drivers, trying to just find any single spot to pick up some time. But yeah, for French, just be able to get that pass done and then having to hold on to it through so much of this race and an incredibly tense restart.
Oh, couple cars scattering their TJ Hunt through the middle, and Ryan Leach just trying to nurse a right rear tire all the way back around to the checker. But it was James French that wins a race 2 here for the Grid Life Rush Series. And with that, I think we should talk to our race winner. That is James French, and he's down with Jonathan Grace just after the scales there. And we'll hear from him. I jumped the gun there a little bit. My apologies there. We'll hear from our winner and our third place drivers in just a moment's time. And Jacob, final thoughts again on the entire day before we get down there for those interviews. The Rush Series putting on, I dare I say, one of the best shows we've ever seen.
Yeah, incredible, and stealing the show a little bit here at the end of the day, but some incredible driving, some crazy incidents, and everybody walking away pretty good. But yeah, you can just see these cars. It's a war of attrition now, and keeping them on track and keeping them mechanically sound, and it's a pretty wild time out there in Rush racing. Ah, man, you've completely won my heart over today.
Yeah, Jeff Hardesty trying to get the nose back on that car, removed off that car to get it back to the pit lane. Unfortunate end for Jeff in the 128, and of course Ellis Spezia at turn number 10. Of course, tough luck there under the full course yellow, got stuck, some kind of issue preventing him from finishing the race. And, man, they put on a great show today. And remember to tune in again tomorrow. We're not quite wrapped up here, but subscribe to the Grid Life YouTube channel and join us once again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time. That's noon Eastern, because we've got the rest of the weekend of action, including the final 2 races for each of our wheel-to-wheel series and the Grid Life Track Battle Podium Sprint, where we'll determine the winners of each of our track battle classes and set ourselves up for our season finale at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in October. Tickets are available to that if you're in the Pittsburgh area or anywhere in the Midwest or Northeast. Worth coming out to, and I think you'll not regret joining us for one more round this season. Let's head down to Jonathan, who's going to be with our race winner for Grid Life Rush Series race number 2.
Overall winner here in race 2, James French. We're so close in race 1. You got the job done here in race 2. Talk me through your race. You were patient, you made the move, and then you held it. You survived a restart as well.
Yeah, it was a fun start there. It was double bump drafting into turn 1, so it was a bit team effort there from everyone to keep it in one piece. Yeah, just kind of settled in. We made some changes to the car from this morning that I think helped quite a bit, and I think the cold air also helped. So it felt like we had a little bit of pace advantage and just kind of waited for the right moments, and yeah, got it done.
Still some racing action left. Is it repeatable in the next couple?
I will certainly try my best. We'll do everything. I think we have the car right where we want it, so we will not touch anything. But just again, thanks to the guys, Scott and everyone from Late Entry for the great car, and do it again tomorrow.
We've already proven you're quick on a single lap, and you can get it done in victory lane as well, so best of luck the rest of the weekend. Let's go and talk to TJ Hunt. He was our third place finisher today as well. Pretty incredible result. Let's see if we can grab him here. TJ, a hard charge through the field. How much did that safety car help you with at the end to pull off a P3?
I was on comms and I was like, damn it, there's a safety car. I was like, I'm in 9th position. Well, hopefully they just end the race here. And we got a great jump, and right off that line, had that momentum, passed 2 cars off the beginning, and then saw my teammate Blair in 3, and I saw everyone start stacking 3 wide. And Blair always told me, he's like, when that happens, watch the guy right in front, because everyone's watching them. I think the guy in front locked. Something happened, and everyone reacted. And all I heard was Blair. He's like, look ahead. So everyone kind of bobbled, and I went on the inside of Blair, which I know he wasn't thinking anyone was going to do it. And I just kind of tucked up there. Everyone washed wide, and I was like, later, boys. And then I had everyone breathing on my neck. I was like tripping out, but that was never been on the box before, at least for one race, so it feels so good.
Oh, congratulations. That had to have been exciting, but nerve-wracking as well, driving in your mirrors. When did you realize, hey, this podium is mine?
I didn't know right to the end. We were coming through, and I had Blair, I had Nico, I had everyone behind me that I'm always watching and trying to be like them. And then we came around turn 11, tried to just not do any oversteer, understeer, saw the checker, I started screaming on the mic. I'm like, we did it, boys, P3, Blair's behind me. And it was, oh man, so many emotions, so many emotions.
Well, congratulations on a well-deserved and a hard-charging P3.
Thank you so much.
Guys, that's TJ Hunt in third place. Kyle, back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Jonathan. What a great interview that was, and congratulations again to TJ Hunt. I knew he was smiling. That was
went for it, that's for sure.
Well, day 2 of Grid Life Laguna coming to a close, and let's wrap this thing up here because we're finishing out our day. And again, I'm hot and sweaty up here. It's not even that hot outside, but I was just so in the action there, Jacob. Final thoughts quickly on day 2 here from Grid Life Laguna.
I'm just excited for tomorrow. That's it. I love today, and I'm ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. Tomorrow we're going to have more racing. 2 more races for Grid Life GT, IVOC GLTC, and the Grid Life Rush Series that you just watched. And of course, 1 more heat for the Grid Life Track Battle Series and their podium sprint, 3-lap dash for the top 5 in each category to set the podium and maybe score some more points for drivers of the championship battles, and more Grid Life Drift coming your way tomorrow. Thanks so much, everyone. Subscribe to the Grid Life YouTube channel. If you're in the NorCal area, tickets still available for Sunday. Come on out and join us tomorrow. Thanks so much. www.gridlifelaguna.com, and make sure that you tune in tomorrow for the broadcast, 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you there.
Stay in fact, you want me to take you back,